morning, welcome, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Uh, Wherever you are, you're always welcome. And today we are probably gonna jump a bit to and fro because today should be the closing in the Texas case with Ronaldo Burgos-Aviles, the DP phase of. He was convicted of unaliving his former girlfriend and his 18-month-old son. And finally, today, they should be getting to the closing part. And when they do that, if they do that, we will jump over there, watch that. Or else I've been picking up this Bradley Yohn case from last week. Sal did a bit of a day 2 trial stream on Saturday night, I believe, Saturday evening, your time. And we'll jump into day 3. It's the case with the pro se litigant, pro per, whatever you want to call him. I'm from the Darrell Brooks School of Law, so I'll call him pro se. I believe he called himself that. And it's in the case of the essay of a 77-year-old lady. This is the defendant who excuses all the excuse himself to all the witnesses. He's not. He said they have to be there, and maybe if you don't do crime, witnesses don't have to show up. And he was the one who called his cousin an idiot because his cousin wasn't reprimanded that he couldn't be in the courtroom when the doors were closed. And he said, well, he's an idiot, so maybe you should just tell him. And there was a note on the door saying, well, you can't come in. But yeah, he's probably the genius in the family. That's why he has chosen to represent himself in this trial. So far, it's not been the best defense I've seen, I would say. He has a backup lawyer to help him, but he's not really the sharpest stick of butter. Let's just say it that way, because he gets in a lot of trouble because he doesn't know what he can and can't do, and then he goes around talking about cavities and their elasticity and their size. That's probably not something the jury wants to think about when it's a 77-year-old lady who had those cavities forcefully filled with something. So we'll jump into that trial, watch that, and keep an eye on Texas, and hopefully there will be a closing in that one so the jury can go on to sentence him in whatever way they want to do, so we can be on the verdict watch on that one. But there should be some people showing up during the day. Mo has mom taxi duties. She will be here later. And I don't have my Jamie. I don't know if she got work. Maybe Jamie's lashes was not perfect this morning, so she didn't want to show up. We all know that Jamie's lashes is what makes this channel even barely watchable. So I hope Jamie fixes her lashes and get on with it to help me with this trial, and especially the Texas trial, because that one that's a boring one. But as always, let's go through the motions. Let's say good morning to Kim, Farham, Tootly Katie, Reindeer, Christine, good morning. Carlene, Andrea, good morning. Shaquille Oatmeal, still the best name I've seen on YouTube. Salvador, I hope it was day 2 you did. You wrote it on Twitter. I should probably try to remember stuff, but I'm old. I can't remember anything. Jung Min, welcome, welcome. Old Line Red, good morning. Nisha, good morning. yeah, that's all of you. And I don't know how much more to talk about. Salvador, thank you. Day 2 was what he did. Um, I'm a little sad today because Molly's return to her family has been planned, so I'll only have a little over. Yeah, she's going home Wednesday morning. It's tough. So if I'm started to cry or something, you know why? It's not because of this trial. It's because Molly is going home. Just gotten to know her. Good morning, little Miss Sunshine. Thank you, Salvador. And what, Sal? Were there anything good in day 2? Yeah, there was the medical professional who's told who was asked, oh, my savior, my luscious savior.
Hi. Sorry I'm late.
You're never late. You're just in time. I just started too early. So,
oh, Lord.
Sal, other than the medical examiner who told the defendant that she had a peen inserted in her and it was his peen, did anything else interesting happen on day 2? I have to admit, I fell asleep. Molly is leaving me because she's going home to her family. I'm just taking care of her while my brother and his family were on Crete.
She's gone now?
No, Wednesday morning. She's going to be picked up at Wednesday morning.
Are you going to cry?
If I do, can you recommend some mascara to keep my lashes this lush while I'm crying?
I don't have to wear any, so you might as well just
No.
get some extensions.
Okay. She hasn't even seen it on screen yet.
What? Ridiculous. Thank you, because this Monday morning has been a train wreck already. Well, I appreciate this. Making me laugh.
Well, I'm the best uncle who lets her chew his fingers because she's been going to town all day eating my hands. So I think she needs to go home to a house filled with 3 small children. They have the same energy level as she does. So that'll be good. But Jamie, the order of today is we're going to keep an eye on Texas, and if they go into closing, we're gonna switch over to that one, or else we're just gonna go straight into the Bradley Yohn thingy dingy.
Okay.
Oh, tell everybody, Jamie went to the movies on Saturday.
To tell people about it. I went and seen the new Transformers movie with my nephews, and we had a blast. It was great. Highly recommend.
So it was worth leaving the house.
Yes.
That's good to hear.
For and then I wanted to go back home. Too many people.
Sorry, we can't own dogs in my homeowners association. We have it in our bylaws. We can't have dogs here. So that's why she's only vacationing. Do we have hobby horse racing? There's probably someone running around in a field with a stick horse claiming it's a sport. But
what is this?
You know, the stick horse, the stick with the horse head, and then you run around like it's a real horse and jump over obstacles and stuff like that. It's weird. People just run and then buy a horse if you need a horse. I don't get that hobby horse thingy dingy. Good morning, Chris. Well, if you offed yourself, then how are you here? Are you an AI just like David?
Yeah, what did you do?
It's I know those days where you're trying to help someone and then you rip something in your back or something. It never pays being helpful. That's why I am like as I am. But
You're not.
Jamie, now you're here. Now the lashes are on point. Let's go into the degenerate mind of Bradley Yohn. Alleged. We haven't seen a verdict yet.
What?
Solely on
Oh.
the issue of
Sorry?
No, I was just gonna say, like, what is even going on with Texas? I haven't like followed it at all since the last time we watched it.
Absolutely nothing. You had the dad telling a sob story. His boy was a good boy, just like you hear it every time somebody pulls the pin on I want to go upstairs west in a crowded room or drive a car into a parade. He was just a nice guy. He was such a good guy, and he wouldn't do anything, and he's not a poo, sorry. And then they had the lady back to talk about the jail phone calls. The state called her back to talk about so they could identify. And yeah, he talked more with his new girlfriend than he did with his still married wife. So there's luckily he doesn't get out because I would bet that wife would like to have a talk with him. So yeah, it's
Okay.
nothing happened. If he does, it's so bad that they don't have it as a live trial. It's way more interesting than the Texas trial because the Texas trial is just, sorry to say, I know it's a terrible trial on the matter, but it's so boring and it's so long, and the state is really bad. I think his defense, they are doing a great job with what little they have to work with, but the state, especially the female prosecutor, she can't put a sentence together. It's worse than me when I'm tired. It's she can't say anything. Yeah, they rested, so today should be jury instructions and then the closing statements.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you, because I wasn't paying attention to it.
No, but nothing happened. It was we didn't follow the last 3 days, and nothing happened other than we found out he's still married. He has a new girlfriend, and he talks more to his new girlfriend than he does with his wife. And he said that his grandmother shouldn't be talking about this trial because it was only important to talk about him or something like that. He was just an a-hole on the phone with his grandma. And Jonathan, I know I have 2 herniated discs, and you believe you're Superman, and then 2 seconds later you're lying on the floor. So, yeah. Well, he have to, but I haven't. I only watched clips of day 3 to see because it's a very long stream they have uploaded, but there's not much real trial time because there's a long gaps in between. But I don't know if this if his accomplice will take the stand. That could be interesting too. But let's just jump into it so Jamie can do a bit of work and we can get a bit of I won't call it entertainment, but we can see what's going on in this case.
solely on the issue of Miss Blackledge wanting to either speak with the defendant, Mr. Yohn, or not. Mr. Jones, do you care to inquire?
Thank you.
He was treated for 2 STDs. They didn't do the test, but he was treated for gonorrhea and the same disease that the koala bears have. I'm not sure we can say him on YouTube. There are new rules on YouTube for how you have to talk and what you can say and at what time you can say it. So I'll be skirting all the words, and we can't swear within, I think, 10 seconds of starting a stream. So it's good that Mo is a little late today because she accidentally slips up sometimes. So I have to learn a completely new language because we have to understand all these rules on YouTube. You can't say anything about the disease of unknown origin, and you can't talk about SA or unaliving yourself or others, and we have to use a special new language. I'm sorry. I'm completely, totally middle of the road of a Danish guy. It depends if you believe in my passport, which I got measured for back when I was maybe 17. I'm around 6'1". I've never been 6'1", even with shoes on, but I'm just a tad under. I believe I'm around 180, so that's around 5'9". So I'm not good enough for the ladies for the 666. I don't make six figures either. So yeah, well, six figures Danish. So and the last six, it'd have to be a very warm day. Son, behave.
Morning.
Yeah, I know they took it out, but it was very choppy the first one I saw from them, and LNC was better. So that's why I'm jumping onto that. Yeah, if I'm standing on my toes, I'm 6'1". But again, it doesn't matter because it's only from the waist up when you're on YouTube. Look, it's perfect for someone. It's just somebody like some people like hot coffee, some like lukewarm coffee, some like black coffee, some like coffee with milk. There's one for everyone. Even Søren, maybe not, but he's a redhead, so it doesn't matter. Let's start.
Investigator, for the record, your name is John Shoney. You're investigator with the Adams County Sheriff's Office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, did I ask you to bring Karen Blackledge to the sheriff's office from the Adams County Jail?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Were you in the interview room with myself and Ms. Keck when we inquired of Ms. Blackledge about her willingness to speak with Mr. Yohn?
Yes, sir.
And when we spoke with her, at any point did Ms. Keck...
For those of you who have watched the Head in the Trial, is this Miss Blackledge his female accomplice, or who is she? Good morning, Irish. Are you keeping an eye on the Texas trial today, Irish? So you can... no, I'm just going to put it on another tab here, so if it's up and running, just to stress my computer a bit more. It has its too good. But I'm not sure that it's... No, they only got the Unimilli, or what it's called. Boom, 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 boom. This one. Nope. That's not up. I'm just going to keep an eye on that one. So thank you. I have it in the background, but I'm not sure I can. Yeah. Okay. I thought that as part of the plea deal, she would be singing. Big, beautiful cash hole. Yeah.
or myself or you try to encourage her not to speak with Mr. Yohn?
No, sir.
When we spoke with Ms. Blackledge, did she indicate that she did not want to meet with Mr. Yohn that day, yesterday?
Yes.
And did she indicate she may be willing to meet with him today, but she wanted us to come back and talk with her today at some point to see if she wanted to do that at that point?
Yes, sir.
And it was that the sum and substance of the conversation?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Yohn, do you have any questions for Mr. Shoney again solely upon this issue?
Your Honor, I do not contest that fact. The witness or alleged co-defendant, she's very unhonest and very iffy. So, I mean, I can't contest an officer's
You have
words.
no questions?
This is day
Yes, sir.
3.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. So the court is going to accept the testimony and evidence as presented through Mr. Shoney of what actually occurred last night and reject defendant's statement, which would not be evidence. Now, are we ready for the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Yohn, you ready for the jurors to be brought in?
Yes, sir.
All right. The bailiff would bring in the jurors.
So she didn't want to speak with him. If I had a 40-year sentence, I would probably not want to speak to him either. Well, he yelled stupid it after the judge, so I know you are impressed by his handling of the English language, but he's not the brightest light bulb.
Jury are now present, concluding with the questioning of their ninth witness. Mr. Jones or Mrs. Keck, any further witness for the people?
Yes, Your Honor. People would call Haley Carls Miller.
All right, we can have the witness step into the courtroom, please.
Thank you so much. Og ham der, de Hummer, han ligner da ham den store, der arbejder ude i Elgigant.
If you step forward to the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll
There's
swear you in.
always a person
You
coughing
solemnly
in
swear the
these crowds.
testimony you may give and the cause not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You have a seat over here to my right in the witness stand, please.
Stop coughing.
You could pull up close to the microphone so it does amplify your voice.
Good morning, good evening, good night. See you. It must be
Mr.
late.
Jones,
You are.
when you're ready with
I
your
got the
questions.
Australian reference
For the
before.
record, can you please tell me your name?
My name is Hallie Carls Miller.
And I'm going to have you pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, and we'll try one more time. Can you tell me your name?
Hallie Carls Miller.
Everybody here okay? Thanks. Miss Carls Miller, what do you do for a living?
I work as a forensic scientist at the Illinois State Police Springfield Crime Laboratory.
Specifically, do you have a area of expertise, an area that your focus generally is?
I do.
And what is that?
I specialize in firearms, tool marks, footwear, and tire track identification.
In order to
So
work
the
for the
most
Illinois
boring
State
job in
Police
the world
in
after
that
being an accountant.
capacity, did you have to go through any specialized training or education?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me briefly about that education and training that you completed?
I received a bachelor's from Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville in biology with a minor in forensics. And then I started with the Illinois State Police. They did an in-house training program that consisted of readings, lectures, tours of manufacturing facilities, and months of supervised casework.
And after these months of supervised casework, is there a proficiency exam that you have to take and pass in order to be certified and to start your employment with the state police?
Yes.
And can you
No, but if you pay enough to the foundation, maybe we can work something out. Well, in my chat, not everyone has a tool, but Søren is the biggest tool in my chat. So, but I have a few wrenches, but the biggest tool is still Søren. Well, he can call her back as a witness during his part of the trial. That's perfectly fine, but I'm not sure he's gonna get anything out of the DNA evidence. Yep. But she should have the glasses with the anti-glare because you can't really see her lashes. But Jamie should do a YouTube channel only about lashes.
You described for us that proficiency exam.
I get proficiency tested in each area I'm trained in. It happens once a year, and I've passed all of those.
And to pass those proficiency exams, is it true that you have to pass with 100% of proficiency? You can't miss any questions. You have to get them all right in order to pass.
Correct.
And you have to do that every year.
Correct.
And how long have you worked at the Illinois State Police?
I started
You haven't missed
as
much if you understand
assigned to
what
the
I mean.
Springfield Laboratory in August of 2016.
So in the last, do the math, seven years, you've passed every proficiency exam 100% every time. You've gotten every answer on those tests right.
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd ask that Miss Carls-Müller be certified as an expert in the area
A
of
lady called
footwear
Carlos.
impressions.
That's a
Any objection, Mr. Yohn?
No, sir.
I will so certify this witness as an expert in the area of footwear impression without objection by defense.
Ms. Carls-Müller, when we talk about footwear or shoe print impressions, can you tell us what we are talking about?
I think it's just to look like a librarian from an 80s movie. Then she takes her glasses off, lets her hair go, and then she turns into every girl in a rom-com from the 90s. Yeah, you couldn't see anything even if he tried to show you. So you have to take my word for it. I'm learning so much about the English language and how to butcher it completely.
Footwear impressions are impressions left at a potential crime scene when the shoe comes in contact with a surface.
And when that shoe comes in contact
Morning,
with the
Murph.
surface, it leaves a mark.
Yes, it may. It could be a 2D or 3D impression depending on the substrate that the shoe is stepped on.
How do you use that impression that's left to make an identification?
So what I would do is either I receive a gel lift or an image or a cast, depending on the case, of the impression left at the scene or impressions. And I would make test impressions of the shoe or shoes that I received in the case and compare the test impressions to the evidence impressions I received from the case.
Now, Ms. Carls-Müller, every shoe that comes from the factory, if you have a Nike, every Nike shoe is going to have the same sole, right? So how are you able to make a comparison?
When the shoes are released from the manufacturing facility and before they are worn, they are all the same, the outsole pattern, depending on the make, model, and shoe and size. But there is no damage to the shoe. They are fresh and clean. But as the shoes are being worn by individuals,
Well, I learned a lot of
these
Spanish
shoes
during
can
the
pick
Texas
up
trial.
damage,
So,
wear, as well as like rocks,
I know what
glass,
to say. Show me
different,
them tatas.
like things that can be fit within the outsole that make the shoe individual in nature.
So are you looking for those markings that make that outsole, that sole pattern that's left on the floor, on the door at the crime scene, individualized? That's what you're looking for.
Correct. I'm looking for the class characteristics, outsole pattern, shape, and design, as well as then looking further at the individual characteristics or the cuts, nicks that are within the impression.
And in order to make an identification, you compare that print, if you will, to the shoe
Why
that
do
you're
we
given,
have to go
and you look
through
for those
this
different
boring
class characteristics. You look
technical
for those different
Just say,
nicks,
yeah,
cuts,
I
things
look
like
at
that,
the
and you're able to make a determination to a reasonable
stone
degree
marks,
of
and then
scientific.
if I get a pair of shoes,
Yes, based on my training and experience, I look class
I try to
characteristics first,
see
and
if
if they
it's
agree,
a
then I
shoe.
look further at those individual
the
characteristics.
jury.
And you say
doesn't
class
care about
characteristics.
this.
Can you tell us what you
I
mean by
really
class
don't get it.
characteristics?
I know
So that would, these
long
attributes are
as
determined prior to the
she's
manufacturing of
determined to
this
be an
shoe.
expert.
So for example, Nike might have an idea of what they're going to make, what the outsole will look like before they produce the shoe. And those attributes are used to group or include or exclude different impressions from each other.
So let's say, for example, you have a shoe print at the scene, and you look at the shoe print at the scene, and it's a size 12 or something like that. I wear size 16 shoes.
wondering
If you're given a pair of
more
my
why
shoes,
she has this
you would be
Chicago
able to say,
Scout
you don't have to go any
keychain,
further.
key
Those are clearly not the
thingy.
same size.
Correct. If the outsole pattern, size, or design is different enough, then it is an
You show,
elimination on class.
And
the
then you would
Chicago
go, if
Cup
they
fan
do appear to be
in
the same
public.
size, then you would look for the
That's not a
tread
winning
pattern
team.
or another class characteristic to see if you should go any further.
Correct. I would then look further if the class characteristics agree, and then look for those little nicks, cuts, wear, damage on the outsole and see if it reproduces in the impression found at the scene.
In this case, were you given a pair of shoes at some point and also given some shoe prints from a crime scene?
Yes, I was.
Pull up the defendant's shoes.
Applause. I love CC. Good morning, Indigo.
Wearing a pair of white shoes. Were you in fact given a pair of white Reebok shoes, a size 12, for you to compare with some gel listering shoes?
Size
Yes,
12,
I was.
ladies.
And I'm showing you the marks as people.
Pause it for 1 second.
Does this appear to be a bag containing those shoes?
What?
So pause it for 1 second. Excited. Are you here? Are you looking? I got a new jug for you. Look at this bad boy.
Jamie showing off her jogs.
128 ounces. She makes fun of my giant cups, so I thought she'd like that. That was it.
Nope. It's not stab your day. You're not going down that line. Stop it. You're not going to talk about huge jogs. Nope.
It is. It's giant. Everybody loves
Some
a huge.
people have two.
It's like bigger than my head. Anyway, that's it. That's all I wanted to do.
Yeah. The Cubs. It's like being a LeBron fan.
That's it.
Like Søren is. Søren is a huge LeBron fan. You can mock him. Well, I'm not a big fan of what Travis Rudolph got his girlfriend, because it didn't hold up for more than a little over a year. So
BBL.
Yes, it appears to be.
And it says on the front, one sealed brown paper bag containing one set of shoes, white, size 12, Reebok men's shoes, worn by Yohn at the time of his arrest. Does that sound like the shoes that you examined?
Yes, I would look at the case number and item number.
If I could have the bailiff approach the witness with this.
Yes, these are the shoes I received in the Adams County Sheriff's case.
The next slide, please. On the screen is People's Exhibit 66. And if you go to the next slide, Exhibit 67. These appear to be the outsoles and bottoms of those shoes that you examined.
Yes, they're consistent with what I received.
And you talk with us about class characteristics.
is the sound really bad, or is it my headphones?
Size is one of the class characteristics, as well as like the detail, how there's hexagonal shapes. As what he's pointing to in the arcs and the Reeboks, these are all class characteristics that if you were to put another shoe up that has like lug characteristics, they're different from what
So if you had a shoe print that had straight lines going up and down, not these hexagonal patterns or Reebok and the other shapes, you could say they're not the same. They don't have the same class characteristics.
correct, they would have to line up with what I received in the case.
And if the gel print does line up or the shoe print does line up, then you would want to go to the next step of looking for those individualized.
Correct.
Next slide. You were also given some photographs, DVD, along with 6 footwear impressions recovered from the scene. And again, as we said, 1 DVD with raw and JPEG images. Is that correct?
Yes, 6 gel lifts and a DVD.
I can have the bailiff approach with People's Exhibit number 4.
Sal is asking if you covered this on Saturday.
Yes, this is what I received.
Up on the screen now, we have People's Exhibit.
I wasn't there, so I don't know.
3 sets of footprints. Is that correct?
I didn't get.
I didn't really look at these
There
images
is,
because they were
all
more
kinds of
crime
weather.
scene photos, and
We
they don't
sunshine,
have
we have thunder, we have
a
rain.
ruler in them,
We
so
can
those
talk
were not necessarily my focus. I need a clear picture of a footwear impression like so, so I can then verify that what I'm seeing is one-to-one is in person.
So what we done? This photograph with the slide of the.
Yeah, this is still.
It would be one I
prosecution.
focus on, yes.
People's Exhibit 70. And again, you talked about class characteristics where you see the hexagonal patterns, the weight
This
pattern at top,
Good morning.
Wave pattern at the bottom and the word Reebok at the bottom, correct?
Correct. Those are class characteristics.
And the next slide, please.
You
We
probably
talked
dreamt
gel
about
prints.
her.
This would be a photograph of one of those gel prints you looked at, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, a photograph of the gel lift.
It's been
Yep.
crazy today.
Again, we talked about class characteristics, the hexagonal pattern, the wave pattern at the top, the wave pattern at the bottom, the word Reebok, correct?
Correct.
And again, also class characteristics, the size. They appear to be the same size as the shoes in People's 14 that were taken from the defendant, correct?
Yes, after I printed the images and made test impressions of the shoes, I basically have a light box that I will place them on top of each other to make my comparisons, and it was all consistent in shape and size.
And People's Exhibit 72, gel lift, tint marker 8, but for your laboratory, I believe it was 5-5-1. Is that correct?
Correct. The gel lift I labeled 5-5, but the impression itself, there was one impression visible on this gel lift, and I labeled it 5-5-1.
And again, we talked about class characteristics being the general size of the gel print. It matched the size of People's Exhibit 14.
Yes, consistent in shape and size.
And we talked about other class characteristics, the wave pattern, the hexagonal patterns in the midsole, the wave pattern at the end, the word Reebok at the heel of that shoe, correct?
Correct.
And those all match the shoes that the defendant was found wearing as well, correct?
Yes, consistent in shape and size.
Now, once you did that, at that point, did you look at tint marker 8 or 5-5-1, that gel print, to go
No
further
animals.
for those specific markers so that you can make a determination that they were in fact the same
That's
shoe?
why Son can't.
Correct. I used the
visit my
printed
house.
images of the 5-5-1 and compared it to the right shoe test impression I made at the laboratory.
And when you compared that gel lift to People's Exhibit 14, what did you find?
I determined that the impression in 5-5-1 was made by the shoe in item number 6 of DFS 2140630.
You made that determination to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Yes, it's based on my training and experience as a forensic scientist.
Training experience that you showed through your proficiency exams for the last 7 years where you got everything right on every exam, correct?
Correct.
You also looked at the other gel prints and determined that they were consistent with being made by the same shoe, correct?
I determined they have a consistent outsole size, shape, and patterns. But since I made an ID, in this case, to the pair of shoes, further examination was deferred, and that is a policy that we do at the Illinois State Police.
Once you find one
Yeah,
print
I
that
have
matches,
Son should
one can
do,
assume that
but,
the other
he
prints
keeps,
would also match,
hanging
fair to say.
around.
Well, once the
So,
shoe is tied to the scene and an identification
know
is
what to
made,
do.
then there is no
Maybe one
further
of
work
you
that
could
needs to be done.
take him.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Yohn, any questions?
Yes. Ms. Miller, if I may, what are the standard size rulers y'all use in your profession? As I believe they're black rulers, but they do not show. They do show an inch range. I pulled up a picture here.
Judge, I have to object at this point. Is there a question?
John, if you would ask witness questions, please.
They keep. Hey,
Ms.
this-
Miller, you're positive that these were 12-inch size shoes rather than potentially 11 inches.
I look at the size of the shoe based on the tag that is on both shoes.
And your determination was that they were size 12, correct?
They were size 12 Reebok athletic shoes.
And you used a ruler to measure them when you did your analyzations, correct?
I did not use a ruler to measure them. I made test impressions using them and compared the test impressions to the impressions that were found on the gel lifts and the deep.
Jamie, you're my teacher into the English language. When you made your analyzations, when you made your analysis, you don't make analyzations.
No.
And yeah, it's an amazing set of coincidences which lead into the tallest of tales ever told. True story.
This guy, he's such a douchebag.
Yeah, son, you heard her. You're such a douchebag.
No. No, I love your friend.
Yeah, she must have more than one account on OnlyFeed for research purposes. Jamie is a cutie, cute as a button. Molly is in the living room right now, not chewing on anything. So I believe she's sleeping. Yesterday, she started chewing on my cable for my antenna. That's not good.
Uh-oh.
She got through the plastic layer, but didn't bite into the cord. So I hope it holds up. So yeah. He was wearing Reeboks. So yeah. I would say analyzation sounds more impressiveness than just saying analysis. Analysis. That's another thing.
And can you give us a little bit of information concerning the rulers that y'all would use if you were to use one?
The rulers are just, I do not necessarily use the rulers unless you take images, just so if you print the images and say you get the image from, we have a really nice printer with nice color. You would verify that the ruler in the picture is consistent with the ruler that you have in hand, that it's all consistent. It's a 1-to-1 ratio of the shoe image of the impression that you have compared to a test impression that you make at the laboratory.
A really nice print.
And through your analyzations, you analyze the shoe and you talked about class characteristics and marks such as rocks being stuck in the shoes or glass or cuts from just everyday usage, correct?
There are wear and rocks, depending on the case, depending on the shoe, how it was worn, that do appear and cause damage to the shoe.
You're the electrician.
And
I'm hoping I can get you over here.
If a person wore their shoes naturally every day,
wire too.
or I'll stick with the question at hand. If a person wore their shoes
Can't
every
have any
day
animals, but I have
and they
an
cause
animal.
wear to be
on
contributed to
vacation.
them shoes, and at a later time someone else wore them shoes, would you be able to tell the difference through analyzations of a scene picture? Or
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
okay,
No.
so I've worn these shoes for 3 days here. I've caused wear on them, let's say, which it hasn't been much, but let's just say I've caused wear on them. And then another person on the 4th day wears them, and that person is, say, 50 pounds lighter than me or 100 pounds heavier than me, and they go and commit a crime. Would you be able to tell through the characteristics of the shoe
Kind of like a
and the
chipmunk,
gel
with
lifts
only
or
a little
pictures
bit of
taken
mouth and, each
could weight or any other characteristic of a person wearing these shoes that was not the original person? Could you tell differences in that?
I guess I still don't truly understand the impression. I don't care who wears the shoes in the case. I just receive a pair of shoes and I compare them to an impression found at the scene. And based on the shoes that I received, the right shoe made an impression in the DFS 2140276.
This is what I love about this trial. Sometimes he says, "Mother," and "my dear son," and uses a vocabulary I can't use. And other times he said, "Them there papers," and pulls out his banjo, start playing. You gotta love a pro se defendant. It's always a treat. It's not as good as the meltdowns in Darrell Brooks, but you got tired of Darrell Brooks too because he was just yelling. This guy is believing in his case, and he's believing he got this lady. She didn't use a ruler. Everyone's seen TV use a ruler. Yeah. It's real easy when he starts talking about analyzations of something.
Everyone loved Baker's hillbilly accent, right? Because that was gold.
It's better than the Jamaican one I slipped into on Saturday. Why would you use your own shoes to commit crimes? That's just stupid. Then they can get you. This guy lost his pair of 12-inch Reeboks for a couple of hours, and just as when he was arrested, he had them back on. It's coincidence. This case is filled with coincidences, but think logically. He uses logic. It's kind of his hobby.
This guy.
And that impression was through a gel lift, right?
The DVD contained images of the impressions before they were gel lifted, and then whoever lifted them then flipped the gel lift over, and they were images, scaled images of the gel lift after.
And the impressions, did you analyze them jealous?
Do you mean like actually the gel lifts I received or the images of the gel lifts?
Yes, the jealous.
I did observe them, yes.
And this may help you out a bit better. The weight range, could you, through observing the characteristics of the actual shoe,
It's just
and then
a
observing the
happy
gel.
Coincidence that Rivers running right along
Is there
the border.
is there a way that you could tell
It's
the weight
amazing
of a
how that
person
happens. It's a
who
coincidence.
potentially wore the shoes at this time versus a person who normally wears them?
I would do
No,
that
I can't
too,
tell the
just
difference
to
in that.
It's not possible.
Get someone
No, I can
else
just
on the
look
hook
at the
for it.
wear and damage that the shoes have when I receive them.
So any person could have worn
I
these
have
shoes.
never
right?
seen
I have no idea
anything
who wore the
about this
shoes.
case.
But any
I will
any
write
other
the name
person could have worn
down,
them,
look
correct?
into it, and maybe it
I
could
do
be a
not know who
Stabulous
wore the
case.
shoes.
It's a possibility.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
The shoes that you were given
I've
in
heard of
People's Exhibit 14
Yeah,
left the gel print
like
that you
Dino
examined
sent
in
something to me.
People's Exhibit 4 we saw on the screen,
I'll
correct?
talk with
Yes, an
Michael.
impression in 5-5-1 was made by the right shoe.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Well,
Any
you get
recalls?
everything on this channel.
No, sir.
Tools, cakes, and a bit of accent.
Oh, Your Honor, we would ask Ms.
Check the CC.
Any recross?
No, sir.
Any recuse? Thank you.
You're cute.
Oh, Your Honor, we would ask Ms.
I love CC.
Carlos Miller be released from her subpoena.
Mr. Yohn, you have any intent to recall that witness?
No, sir.
All right, so Ms. Carl's Miller.
Yeah, he keeps running down the wrong rabbit hole all the time.
Telling Massachusetts.
Can have the next witness brought into the courtroom.
Well, I haven't seen a thesaurus in the courtroom, and I haven't seen a plaintiff. Hey, Miss Finland.
Hey. You would come forward
Hey,
to the
Jody.
circuit clerk, ma'am,
You can be Miss England.
and raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
I don't know where you live in Britain.
All right, you have a seat over to my right on the witness stand, please.
Well, so far we have him wearing jewelry belonging to the victim. We have her rosary, which he claims is his, in his apartment. We have shoe prints from the shoes he wore while being arrested. And we have her golden wristwatch on his arm and his DNA on her depends. So I know it's coincidences. All of these things just happened on the day of the assault, but this trial is filled with coincidences. So think logically. But yeah, and then of course we have the victim saying what happened and stuff like that, and we have his accomplice doing 40 years in prison because she cut a plea deal. So we really don't have any evidence in this case. It's light on evidence. It's one of those that could go both ways, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And then we have the most equivalent user of the English language in trial too. True story.
Ah, shit. Like right now? I'm on my phone right now. But I have a microphone if I use it.
Did you hear his opening statements? He thinks he's the smartest guy in the room, and he thinks he has a compelling story, and he keeps trying to say sorry for people have to be in this courtroom, even witnesses he's calling. You can see that on day 4, I believe we get into his part of it, because the state rest on day 3, but the judge admonished him because he keeps saying, well, I'm sorry, you have to be here. You called her. So he's all kinds of not that bright.
You could scoot up to the microphone and pull it close to you. They are amplifying microphones. Mr. Jones, are you ready with your questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us your name, please?
Yes, my name is Kelly Masajewski. The last name is Macieje.
They are supposed to go to the jury instructions today and then the closing statements from both sides. So we're just doing this to get through the Bradley Yohn case because I found that very, very interesting and the Texas case very, very boring. So when they go live with the opening, the closing statements, because I don't really care about jury instructions because normally the judge doesn't care about them either. He just speed reads them. But we will watch the closing statements if they are broadcasted live in the Texas trial. And they should be going to deliberations today. Finally, I remembered what it's called when the jury is in the room.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have a verdict soon.
4 hours for the first verdict. I see people in the chat saying because it's a DP, it will be longer. They wasted. When did we get the first conviction? That was last Friday.
Yeah.
So they wasted another week. No. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They wasted a week and a half. So I think the jury is so ready to go that it'll probably, if they're quick with the closing arguments, we will have a verdict before I go to bed. And I'm an old guy, so I go to bed early. I just have my hot milk and then I tuck myself in. You don't need to watch the. We'll show it to you. Yeah, jury instruction and the making sure everyone knows everyone is a witness is just filler. They should cut that out. But yeah.
WSKI.
Sounds like you've been asked that.
Yes.
What do you do for a living, Ms. Masajewski?
I'm employed
We
at
should
the
be
Illinois
going
State
live in
Police
7
Forensic Science
minutes. We're
Laboratory in
starting at 9.
Springfield.
Is there a particular area that you specialize in focus?
Yes, I specialize
In that
in the
case,
biology
yeah.
and DNA area
I
section.
hope he has
In order to
a
get
time
that job, to have that position, was there some specialized training that you had to receive?
Yes, prior to my employment there, I got my degree in biology and English from Albion College in Albion, Michigan. And then I also got my master's degree in forensic science from the University of Illinois in Chicago. And then upon being hired by the state police, I underwent an approximately 2-year training
Blah,
program
blah, blah. Jamie,
that
there's
went
a
through
question for
the
you.
methods and techniques and things that are used
Oh, I just
specifically
work on
in
a
forensic
computer.
biology and DNA.
After completing that 2-year training process,
Well,
was there a proficiency exam or
with
an
all the
exam that you had to take in
degeneracy
order to
Sal can
demonstrate
do
the
in his
required
waking
knowledge and
hours,
ability
he should
to
sleep
receive
even
full-time
more.
employment with the
because,
state police timeline?
Well, throughout the 2-year training
That
program,
guy
there
needs
were
some sleep.
tests continually during that time
I
that
don't know
had to be
what's wrong with
passed
him,
and
but
completed in order
we
to move
love him.
on to the next
No.
step in training.
Going
But
to bed
then
at,
once the
at
training
8?
was completed, I went
That's,
through what is termed supervised
No,
casework,
6. Was it
which is
6 he said
where
on his
you work
grandpa stream?
cases
But
under the
he's
direct
got
supervision of
insomnia,
another
so
qualified analyst
if he has
to
that, I
ensure
will
that
go to
you
bed whenever I'm
have
tired
mastered the
just to get some
techniques
sleep
and things like
instead of
that that are
sitting up
needed
all night.
to work independently within the section.
And once you receive that position, there's a yearly proficiency test that you have to pass as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We take
There
actually
he
2
is.
proficiency tests every year that are sent to us by an outside vendor and where the results are obviously known to them, but not to us. And then we have to complete those tests and issue the proper results to them in order to pass.
And let's be clear, when we say pass, it's not a 70% and you pass. You have to get it's 100%.
Yeah, when you have
don't
small
get
kids,
everything right,
you normally
you
go to
fail,
bed early
you're not
because
employed.
Yes,
they don't
that's
know
that's
that
correct. I don't
you
know
like
if it
to
would end my
sleep in.
employment, but I haven't had to deal with that. So, but yes, that you do have to have 100% on
Sal,
those
it's
tests.
the
There is
ladies you
there's
have
no
to.
errors that are
They're
permitted.
just
And
taking
for
care
how
of you.
were fail in the state police?
Young men
Since
just.
October of 2001.
She's
So-
like your
For the
mother.
last 22 years, you've passed every proficiency test, passed every exam that was required of you with 100%.
Yes, correct.
Your Honor, at this point, we would ask Ms. Masajewski be certified as an expert in the area of DNA forensic biology.
Any
Ooh,
objection, Mr. Young?
DNA.
No, Your Honor.
All right, the record will so reflect, we'll certify this witness as an expert in the area of DNA.
Let's start with DNA. Can you tell us in a general sense what DNA is?
Yes,
I
DNA
really
stands
don't
for
care about
deoxyribonucleic
DNA.
acid, And it is essentially the building block of life.
I took a
You receive half of
biology
your
class
DNA
and
from
have
your
to learn
mother,
it.
half of your DNA from your father.
But
And
I
the
really don't
majority
want
of our DNA is the
an
same.
expert explaining it
However,
to me.
there are some
Every time there's
differences amongst the
DNA in
DNA, which is what
case,
makes us unique from one another. But the majority, like I said, is the same, which makes us human as compared to any other animal. So we, in forensic DNA, we are looking at, of course, those areas
I
that are
think
different
it's
in
a
order to
rather
identify
nice
samples
blouse
as
she's
having
wearing.
come from a particular individual.
But
Maybe this
she
tool
could have
isn't
combed her
listed,
hair
but there would be
or
a
brushed
DNA
it.
section
You
that would
ladies don't comb.
relate to color of eyes, fair to say.
Yes,
And
yes.
so somebody who had blue eyes would have one type of DNA in that section, and somebody who had brown eyes would have a different DNA at that section. I know it's very simplistic, but
Yes, that would be correct.
and you're looking when you analyze DNA for these different areas of differences to determine a DNA profile, correct?
Correct. We look at 23 different areas
Down.
of DNA, and at
Down,
each of
boy.
those areas, you will have 2 DNA types, one type which was received from your mother, one type which was received from your father. So at each of those 23 locations, you have
I
those
don't
2
need a
types,
mother
which make up
because
your
I'm
profile
well
at that
behaved.
one area. And
My
we have
mom,
23 areas. So
she raised me
in
right.
combination, you're looking at a comparison of
So
46
I don't need a replacement, but I think
different
Sal
types
could have
that would need
a
to pair
little
up to be a match.
more
And with the exception of identical twins, no 2 people
racing
have the same DNA
from
profile.
a
Is that fair?
stern
Yes, that's correct.
female.
With the exception of
I
With the
think you
exception of
could be the one,
identical
Frank.
siblings,
You could
that's
save
correct.
him.
in this case, let me back up. In a general sense, then how do you do that DNA?
I've been to
comparison in a
Illinois.
general sense?
I don't know what this
Well,
is.
we have the DNA profile comes off of the instrumentation, and it looks very similar to like if you've seen like an
Yeah.
EKG graph or
And
something
I
like
just
that. It
hate
has,
we
it has
have to
peaks,
go
and those
through it
peaks
because
correspond to DNA types. And so
no one in
when
the
I
jury
get that, I
knows
will then look
anything
at the
about
DNA
DNA
types that are
when she
present
stops
from an
speaking.
unknown sample or a sample where the
It's
source is
just
unknown
boring.
to me.
It doesn't
And then I can
make any
compare
sense.
that to the DNA profile from a standard, which would be collected from a known individual. And then I compare those types to see if they indeed match at each of those locations that I was able to generate results for from the unknown sample.
So you compare the unknown sample to the sample where you know where it comes from, and you see if there's a correlation.
Yes.
That unknown sample comes to the lab usually in the form of a swab.
Sometimes it can come in the form of a swab if it is something that was collected by the agency where they have swabbed an item or collected an item. Sometimes the actual item itself is sent to us. Just a general example would be like a soda can, where I would then collect the swab from it myself. It could be an item of clothing where I need to test for blood. So I will identify stains on the item and collect samples from that. So it can vary depending on what it is that we get.
In this case, were there some swabs sent to you from the crime scene and you were asked to do a DNA comparison?
Yes, I received swabs for some items, and then I also received some actual items where I collected the swab.
Specifically,
I
I
don't.
wanna talk first
She
about
clipped him doing his grandpa monologue with Jamie breaking
in this
completely.
case, there was a 409 perfectly that was sent to the lab for both fingerprint
My
and
favorite
DNA
thing ever.
Yes, that's correct.
DNA testing. That's what you did. You weren't involved in the fingerprint testing, correct?
Yes, correct.
And
Well,
that can
DNA
was
is
tested
interesting.
for
The way we
DNA. Is that right?
Yes, I collected
How
a
we
swab
copy
from
our
the
things
top
all-
plastic
all
nozzle
live,
portion
and
where you
that's
would
when,
depress to
we
release
reproduce
the contents of the
the
can.
cells that
And
stuff goes wrong,
You
so we can
did the steps that you took
get,
in order to create a DNA profile.
Yes,
Were you
certain
able to create a
illnesses.
DNA profile?
yes, I was.
But
Were you able to compare that DNA
this
profile to a known
isn't
standard?
anything interesting
And
because
based on that
it's
comparison,
just blah
were you
blah
able to
blah. Did you
determine
make a
that unknown
DNA
sample,
test,
the
and
DNA
can you
from the
then
can, who it came from?
compare it to
And who
the
did that
DNA
DNA come from on
samples
that
we
can?
got? Yeah,
I
I
had
did.
a major DNA profile on that sample,
You don't
and
need
that major
10
DNA
minutes to talk
profile
about that.
matched that of Christine Lohman.
Did
Tina
everyone
or Tina
see
Lowe?
Yes.
Alex Murdaugh
I
dating
also want to
profile
talk
pics?
about
That was kind of something.
swabs that were sent to you.
In People's Exhibit 81, were you given some swabs from a blood stain or red blood-like substance on the floor in the kitchen area?
Yes, I believe it was labeled kitchen/living room.
And did you take those same steps with regard to
Of
those
course you
swabs?
did.
Yes, I did. I first tested the sample for the
David,
presence of
you
blood,
just
and blood
boxed
was
on the
indicated, and then I completed the DNA process on that sample.
You were able to get a DNA profile from that red blood-like substance,
Yes,
and you were able to compare it to a known standard.
yes, I was.
And what was the results of your testing?
There was a single source DNA profile from that sample which matched that of Christina Lohman.
Sandra, I rewatched most of it, and most of it was between 8 and 10 hours of streaming with at most 4 hours of content. A lot of that was them arguing about what could be brought into the trial, that stupid YouTubers influenced the trial, that somebody had said something bad about an expert. I saw the experts' testimonies, and yeah, it was kind of interesting the way they used statistics to prove that he should get life because he's no danger to society or anyone. But I've sat through that trial for 2.5 weeks. And I have to say, I just got my hair cut today. None of you ladies noticed. And I can see I've gone grayer since we started that trial. It sucked the life out of me because they couldn't keep a time schedule, even if their life depended on it. I would never go to war with this judge because he would show up later than the French military would. So stuff in it was interesting, yes, but I would have had to fill between 5 to 6 hours of ceiling cam time every day, and that's why I jumped on this one, because it just got so boring, and they just got into all these stupid arguments, and the defense did really good, and the state was really, really petty. And that's why I completely lost interest in the case, because I just thought it was handled so badly. This case, at least we have a pro se defendant. That makes it a bit more fun. So, but we'll jump over and see the closings.
Are you mad we didn't notice your haircut? I can't.
No.
Well, first of all, you're on a tiny screen for me, so I can't really see. And you have headphones on.
Mm-hmm.
Don't me.
It's okay.
Next, ma'am, I would like to talk about
I didn't do it for you. I did it for myself.
Safe. Hopefully, we have on screen now is equals to 50. Were you given some swabs that were to have come from the door handle
of that safe?
Yes, I was.
And were they tested for DNA as well?
Yes.
When you did that test, what were you able to determine?
On the sample that I was able to generate DNA results from, I had a mixture of two individuals on that sample.
Really
one, it was clear to me in comparing to the standards that one of the profiles came from that of Christina Lohman, and therefore I did what I call assuming her profile. And what that means is I look at her DNA types and I remove them from the unknown sample to see what is left over in order to generate what is known as a deduced.
Well, it's because
Sorry.
court is the most important. I just said that the state had some good experts. I don't think they will change anything because a lot of it was just statistics say he's not a danger. And then we had the dad, he didn't really do anything. But the problem was the state just killed it. It got so boring. And I'm normally a really boring person, and I can sit still for a couple of hours and watch people ride bikes in France, and I don't get bored to that by that. But this case, it was about to be another Minecrafting going on because the state was killing me. I'm not pouting. I'm just wondering. Every time I do something special just for you, you don't notice.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you for noticing. Well, I'm not sure what we're talking about being right and tight, but yeah. Yeah, the state was just annoying, but I know why they did it, because the jury just hated every expert afterwards. Now, my barber cut my hair too short today, so that's not good.
Profile. The deduced profile being anything that is foreign to Christina Lohman. And when I did that, I was able to compare that to the other standards that I had, and Timothy Schmidt was excluded from that, and Bradley Yohn was included as a contributor.
And is there a I don't want to say a number, but a degree to which you were able to determine how Bradley Yohn was included in that profile.
Yes, when we have an inclusion like that, we use a statistical program that indicates that that profile would be expected to be found in approximately 1 in 210 unrelated individuals.
So out of 210 people, only one of them would be expected to have that same profile.
Yes, that's approximate. So if you had a group of 210 people, it would be expected that of that group of 210, only one person would have those same
That's
DNA
not-
types that I was able to deduce out of that sample from the safe handle.
In the course of your, look up with the lights. In the course of your analysis, were you also given?
No, they will call them high and tight because
High and tight, yeah.
you
I
get
was-
it high and tight. It's a close crop. So I started having hair like this when I was in the military. It's easier when you go around with a hat on all day. But again, 210 people, 1 in 210 people. Do people remember the, what was Dave Corring with the quadrillion DNA sample with 1 in a quadrillion, or how much it was? 1 in 210. That's not a really good DNA sample.
Mhm.
I've never heard a number that low in any of the cases I have been in with DNA evidence.
We didn't hear
The,
any
the
numbers with
TENS
Zachariah Anderson.
adult diaper to examine?
Well, you didn't need to because you just have to trust me, bro. That was the argument.
Yeah.
I did not actually receive the diaper myself. However, I did receive DNA that had been already taken through the process of the majority of the process of the DNA procedure. And I did testing on that sample.
Now, can you describe for us the testing that you did on that sample?
Yes, I did what is known as YSTR DNA testing on that sample.
Is YSDR testing different than the process that we've previously talked about that was used in the other swabs?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe for us those differences?
Yes. When we are doing DNA
Just gonna get it.
profiling,
getting another
we are
cup of
looking at
coffee, so,
all of the
I'll let
DNA
it run.
generally. So half from your mother, half from your father, as I explained previously, and that will generate a DNA profile. However, in situations where there is an abundance of female DNA present, and we can see that through a quantitation step that we do, which shows us how much DNA we were able to recover, we can see that there's a large amount of female DNA present and a very small amount of male DNA present. And when that happens, doing that standard testing that we perform, the female DNA is going to overpower any of the other male DNA that may be present. And so we have something that we can use, which is called YSTR DNA testing. And that is DNA that focuses specifically on the Y chromosome, which only males have. Females have 2 X chromosomes, 1 X from the mother, 1 X from the father. Males have an X and a Y chromosome. So we can focus on DNA that is only present on the Y chromosome, and it allows us to essentially ignore all of the female DNA that's present in the sample and generate a YSTR DNA profile. It's not as discriminating because a Y chromosome is carried and the DNA along with it is carried through a paternal line. So a father will have the same YSTR profile as any of his sons and the same as any brothers that that male may have. So it's not as discriminating, whereas all DNA is unique for individuals. It's not unique for YSTR profiles.
It's unique, but not unique in the sense of the male paternal line.
Correct.
And in this case, that depends was examined and the female DNA was overwhelming, fair to say?
Yes, that is correct.
At that point, did our office, and specifically myself, contact the Illinois State Police Crime Lab and ask the crime lab to take this additional step of the YSDR testing?
Yes.
And was that done?
Yes, it was.
In this case, after you did that YSDR testing, were you able to find some male DNA?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to compare that male DNA to a DNA profile, specifically the DNA profile of the defendant, Bradley Yohn?
Yes.
And when you did that, were you able to come up with a conclusion?
Yes, I was.
And what was that conclusion?
Bradley Yohn was included as a male contributor in that sample.
And again, much like the last piece of evidence that you talked about, did the computer also generate a degree to which he was associated with that sample?
Yes.
And what was that degree?
That profile would be, it's 310 times more likely that that profile came from Bradley Yohn or a paternal relative than from an unknown individual.
The last thing I want to talk to you is the nature of DNA itself. Is DNA a hardy substance or is it something very delicate?
It can be hardy in terms of when it's on an item. If that item is preserved in a proper way, it can last for a very long time. So I could take a sample from the 1980s if it had been preserved correctly, and I could potentially get DNA from it. However, it can be broken down or degraded. There are certain things that if it's subjected to, it's going to break it apart and it's not going to be able to generate a DNA profile.
So for example, if DNA is sprayed with carpet cleaner, that could very well degrade that DNA to the point where it could not be found.
Yes, there are chemicals that would be present in carpet cleaner that would degrade or break down DNA.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have.
Oh, this is going to be good.
Everyone, can someone tell me something? How can LNC have almost 2,000 people sitting and watching a screen that was supposed to start half an hour ago? I want those numbers. I got 38 people right now, and I appreciate each and every one of you except Søren. And but 2,000 people just watching a screen. And
Oh, because Texas?
yeah, that's 2,000 people just sitting there talking in the chat. And they have him guilty, guilty, guilty,
Yeah.
guilty.
Well, are they saying life or death?
Oh, and there's one who have doxed his girl. So, yeah, that's I loved it. Yeah.
Mr. Yohn, any cross?
Yes, most definitely.
Oh,
This is gonna be great.
yeah.
Give me 1 second, please.
Tell us why your DNA is good.
Miss Massajuski, you stated that
Miss Massachusetts.
essentially every human being has some of the same DNA, correct?
Yes, over 99% of DNA among humans is the same.
Is the same, correct? So everybody here in the courtroom, we all have, and each of us, 99% of our DNA would be the same.
Yeah,
Yes, that is in fact what makes us human as opposed to other animals.
And Mr. Nelson or Mr. Downs here, officer and attorney, our DNAs would be the same, correct?
Yes, at approximately 99% of your DNA.
Okay, and I'd like to touch base just quickly on the few things that Mr. Jones spoke to you about, and then I'd have some other questions for you. You did say definition of DNA, it's the building block of life.
Correct.
Oh my
It's what
God.
makes us.
Yes.
Areas that are different. Could you elaborate on them areas that are different? You said areas are locations,
Yes.
and you said you look at 23 different locations when you do a test, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And ultimately you'll have, I believe it is 46 something. Could you relay that to us again?
Yes. We look at 23 areas, and at each of those 23 areas, you will have 2 DNA types. So one from your mother, one from your father. So 23 areas times 2, you'd have 46 locations for comparison.
And let me pause real quick. I'd like to ask you what autosomal is.
Yes, autosomal is what I refer to as our standard DNA testing. That's where we look at the areas of DNA where we have the one type from your mother, one type from your father. That would be autosomal DNA testing, as opposed to YSTR testing, where we're just looking at that male chromosome DNA.
And concerning autosomal and YSTR testing, one testing method could, I believe it is a YSTR, determines a specific person, correct?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
I'll get back to that
Let's
question in a
love
moment. I have it down here in my notes. You said that 409 can, you tested the nozzle, you did a swab of that, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you did that swab yourself?
Yes, I collected the swab myself.
And you said that swab matched Christine Logan, correct?
Yes, I had at least 2 people present on that swab. There was a major contributor, and that matched Christina Lohman. The minor contributors were so low that, and potentially more than one person, that it was not suitable for comparisons.
And you, as you just stated, you had 2 assumed contributors.
I had evidence of at least 2 contributors.
Husband and wife live in a home. That could potentially be both of them, correct?
Yes, but because the minor profile was limited and potentially greater than one person, I could not make any comparisons.
Thank you. You did not receive any positives or not excluded for the defendant here on that can.
Yes, on that can, that's correct.
In the stain on the floor, you spoke with Mr. Jones concerning that. You stated that it also matched Miss Christine Lohman, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And not the defendant
Well,
myself.
I can put up
And
both.
did you do multiple testing on that, or
I'm
was it
not
just one single
sure.
test?
One, just the standard DNA testing.
I have a lot of females in
And,
my audience, so
Just the standard DNA testing.
we should probably do a smash or pass on the
When you
defendant.
analyze that, does it take time to analyze these things?
Yes, the whole entire process from start to finish. If you were only working an individual sample, it could potentially be done in about a day and a half. But usually I group samples together, and the entire process from start to finish takes about 3 days.
And with that group, there was, I believe, 5 to 6 people, if I may. Myself, the defendant, Bradley Yohn, Karen Blackledge, daughters Ilsa Terrell and Heidi Young, and Mr. Timothy Schmidt, the husband, correct?
I did not have any standards from the daughters. I don't recall the names you just said, but I did not have standards from them.
Okay. And that obviously took some time to review these standards and testing. True.
Yes,
And you still did it as in reference to that stain on the floor. You did not come up with any other DNA other than Christine Lohman's, correct?
correct. It was a single source profile.
I want to touch base on the swabs of the safe. You obviously didn't take them yourself because you were not at the scene, and that is what is built into a wall. You stated that that DNA was a mix of 2 profiles,
Yes, that is correct.
and you assumed Christine Lohman.
Yes,
That leaves us with 1, correct?
yes, that is correct.
And you come to the conclusion that Mr. Timothy Schmidt, who we have determined is the only one to ever touch that.
Objection, Your Honor. Seems facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it was placed in evidence yesterday. This was determined. It was asked through Miss Field.
Your Honor, I sustain the objection, so ask your next question.
You excluded Mr. Timothy Schmidt,
Yes, that is correct.
and that was a complete exclusion. You didn't have nothing concerning him.
Correct.
And myself, Bradley S. Yohn, was to be a contributor, correct?
Included as a potential contributor, yes.
A potential.
Need some new words.
And
in
do
there.
you remember what Loki that was at?
May I consult my notes?
Yes, you may. Most definitely. Thank you.
Once I assumed out the victim's profile, Christina Lohman, from that sample from the safe, I had information remaining at 4 of the 23 locations that we test for. And at those 4 locations, I was able to then compare to the standards, and Timothy Schmidt was excluded at those locations and Bradley Yohn included.
Was it a definite positive, or?
It has to be the exact same type at those 4 locations. And so, yes, at those 4 locations, that type was shared at all 4.
I want to speak on the depends. The depends, you stated you did not receive it yourself.
Correct.
However, you tested other samples, other person's samples, correct?
Yes, the beginning portion of the DNA process was done by my colleague, Dexter McElhiney, and he completed that process through our standard DNA testing and generated a profile, but it was clear from our quantitation data that there was male DNA present. And that's when I then took the sample that he had, and then I completed YSTR testing on that sample.
And you come with a not excluded for myself.
Yes, that's correct.
If you could, do you have Mr. McElhiney's reports included in your file?
Yes, I do.
Could you review them quickly, please?
Regarding the
Regarding his test, I believe it was number 3.
on that depends specifically?
Yes.
Yes, I'm aware of his results.
And that was to not include the defendant, correct?
Through that process, he had a single source female profile that was from that sample using the standard DNA testing that matched Christina Lohman.
I have the report here myself. It says not, excuse me one moment.
Yeah.
Not included, I believe, or excluded.
Excluded, yes.
Right, excluded.
Yes.
And that was the first initial test, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you point out to the jury and
Amy, you're
people
getting
here
worse than Dave.
the amount of contributors on his test to the inner and the outer swabs.
The number of contributors, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. He had on the inner swab, which is the one that I then completed YSTR testing after his test, he had a single source female profile that matched that of Christina Lohman. On the outer swab, let me consult my notes and see what that says.
He's doing a great job of talking about all the stuff he shouldn't talk about.
Oh. Good job, Bradley.
He's a lawyer now.
You're really making your case. I still am not understanding where he's going with all this. Like, is it not him? Is he trying to say that her husband did all this stuff?
For that, it also was one contributor matching that of Christina Lohman.
And that was on both samples. That was the outer waistband, I believe it was, of the Depends, and the inner pad.
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to step over to your report, and that's number 4. That is the testing you did on the Depends.
Okay.
And that was also the outer and inner, the same as Mr. McIlhenny did,
Yes.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell the contributors on them 2 samples?
Yes, the swab from the inner portion of that Depends was a mixture of 2 males, and one of the males, in comparison to the standards that I had, appeared to be that of Timothy Schmidt, who I received as an elimination standard. So similar to how I did with the swab from the safe, I was able to remove his DNA types from that sample to see what was left over. And what was left over from that, I was able to then compare to the other standard I had from Bradley Yohn and see that he was included as a contributor or as a potential contributor to that sample, which means it matched at all of the areas I was able to compare.
And would you look at item 1H2 swab of outer waistband in front of disposable Depends blood?
Yes.
And the number of contributors there?
Yes. That was a mixture of at least 5 males from that outer portion of the Depends, and that was not suitable for comparisons to standards due to the number of contributors.
And you stated them 5 contributors were males, correct?
Yes, because it's a male-specific test. I know that they are all male, and there is evidence of
he wants to
at
say
least 5
that
contributors.
the husband did all
5
the
contributors.
Correct.
mixing. And,
Yeah.
And
I'd like to, since you're here on this test already,
maybe
I'd like to touch base
EMTs
on 1D1 sample from fingernail swabs.
Okay.
The right hand, that would be, and could you read that box off for us, please? The number of contributors on down.
Yes, I did YSTR testing on those fingernails as well because there was an indication that there was male DNA present. And I have a single male contributor on that, which matched that of Timothy Schmidt.
And excluded Bradley Yohn.
Correct.
So she didn't scratch him.
Okay.
And Mr. McIlhenny, his testing did the same, correct?
May I consult my notes on his report?
Ma'am.
Yes, on his on Dexter McIlhenny's report where he did the testing on those fingernails, he had a single female contributor using the standard DNA testing, which matched Christina Lohman. So essentially, the female DNA was in such high concentration, it was overpowering the male DNA, and so that is why that sample then moved to YSTR testing.
And it moved to YSTR testing, and it only come to the conclusion of Mr. Schmidt, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to step down to. I apologize for jumping around. I'm not the best as you can tell. I'd like to step down to 2A of your report, number 4. It is swab from outside right sleeve of navy blue blouse. I apologize.
Okay.
And can you tell us, shed some light on that test there?
Yes, I did YSTR testing on that sample, and I got no YSTR profile.
Okay, and 2B, that's swab from the outside left sleeve of navy blue blouse.
Yes.
And could you tell us the number of contributors and shed some light on that information for us?
Yes, again, I did YSTR testing on that sample, and that had at least one contributor present. It was in very low concentration and potentially more than one person, and that was not suitable for comparisons.
You stated potentially more than one person.
Yes.
So it's not for sure. Here on the test, it says number of contributors, at least one, but it's potential for more.
Yes, there's clear evidence, and I shouldn't say at least one person, it's at least one male because it was YSTR testing. And so there was clear evidence that there was potentially more than one person present, which is why that sample then becomes unsuitable for comparisons.
And after relaying this information here on test 4, that would infer that testing is not absolute, correct?
No, testing is absolute.
It is.
Yes.
Okay. The testing methods, could you explain to the jury, the people here today, why the procedure in testing as far as
What's going
swabbing,
on with the camera?
the cuttings, dividing them up amongst scientists, the reasons for these things?
Yes, YSTR testing is not used. It's not used consistently on every single case, and therefore not every analyst is trained in YSTR testing. So in this situation specifically, Dexter McElhiney is not trained in YSTR testing. It's used, like I said, in limited situations on cases. And so when analysts have a sample that is potentially suitable for YSTRs or needs to have YSTR testing conducted on it, then it will be sent to a YSTR analyst, in which I am. So that's why that was divided up in that way. But we also have a large number of cases that come into our lab. Not one individual can work every single case. And so the work gets divided up amongst us, but then sometimes certain things are needed on cases, or things just need to be transferred to another analyst for a variety of reasons.
In reference to that, is it possible that tests are also divided up amongst scientists in order to get a positive insight on such tests, a positive outlook on them?
No, I wouldn't say that would be correct. It's really just a matter of how evidence flows through our system. We all undergo the exact same training, with the exception of, some people are trained in certain tests that others are not, but we all can have the same qualifications and things like that in terms of conducting DNA testing. We are all trained in autosomal DNA testing. It's just that sometimes samples need certain things. We also have analysts that are trained only in bone. Again, we don't do DNA on bone very often, so we only have a few DNA analysts trained in that. So it's just a matter of how things flow and work in the laboratory.
Give me one moment, if you will. That safe handle.
I'm not sure
That
he's
safe
understanding
handle,
what he's asking about.
Based on your professionalism, your standing in your scientific community of DNA,
Based on your professionalism.
if I were to touch this cup every day for a week and I drank from it several times a day, and then it was later tested and it was touched by another being before it was tested, approximately right before it was tested, what's the chances that myself, the person who has touched this cup every day, their DNA not be on that? What are the chances that their DNA not be there? They be excluded?
I can't really give you a quantitative answer on that. It will depend on what may have happened to that cup in between when it was handled multiple times by you and then before it was handled by the other person. But I can't speculate as to what the chances would be. I mean, if you were to ask me, I would expect to find your profile, but at the same time, I don't know how that cup was handled in the meantime between my testing and you touching it and drinking from it.
Well, let me use the safe for an example. If it was built into the wall and it was not ever washed or regularly washed or sprayed down, then you would still expect my DNA to be there if I was to.
Yeah, the only reason we are here is because Jamie's lashes will be on at some times, but she has this work thing, so we just have to keep waiting for those luscious lashes.
I would expect it in general if you handled it many times without use of gloves and things like that.
And without washing.
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Massachusetts, if you would give me 1 second.
You just asked for us 2 seconds ago.
Is it true that autosomal testing, it does point to specific individuals, correct?
Yes, it certainly can. If you have information at all 23 locations, then it can be a very strong association. As you have less and less information, if you're able to obtain less, for example, if you only look at one of those 23 locations, it's not nearly as discriminatory. It'd be similar to if you were going to describe someone in this courtroom and you start with brown hair. Well, that eliminates some people, but not all. But then you add, okay, brown eyes. Well, then you eliminate a few more people. And then if you say, wearing a blue shirt, you eliminate more people. So the more locations you're able to add to a DNA profile, the more discriminating it becomes. So a full 23 location profile is a very strong association to an individual. But again, as you lessen the amount on that, it can get a little less discriminatory.
And would you give us some insight on what touch DNA is?
Yes, touch DNA is just simply a matter of trying to find out who may have handled or touched an item. Every time you touch anything, if you have a pen that you use, you leave behind some DNA. You walk up to a counter, you rest your hands on it, you leave behind some DNA. The more it's handled or the more vigorously it's handled, then you'll get more DNA to have been deposited. But essentially that is what touch DNA is just trying to determine who may have handled or touched an item.
Perspiration, skin particles, hair, there would be issues in touch DNA, correct?
Hair would not. Hair is different, but like I said, touch DNA is really just the sloughing off of skin cells and trying to determine who handled or touched that item.
Would you relate to us the variety of techniques you use in your profession concerning touch DNA?
Oh my God.
I'm not sure.
Judge, I'm going to object. I'm not sure that's relevant at this point. There's been no evidence of touch DNA.
Let me rephrase this. Let me ask another question.
All right, so we'll sustain the objection if you can ask.
You're not rephrasing if you're asking another
It
question.
depends. Bloody. You come to the conclusion to not exclude the defendant, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that wasn't a sperm DNA finding, was it?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that was just a swab that was collected from the inside of the depends.
Could you review your notes possibly to make sure, or?
Yes, I can see if I have that report. I didn't actually have the depends. I only received the DNA in the tube that was already processed. So
to make it simpler on you, could you determine whether that was touch DNA or sperm, or?
No, like I said, I don't believe there was sperm semen testing done. It would have underwent a different technique in the DNA process if there was sperm present. So I believe that was just a swab for the purpose of seeing if there was touch DNA present.
Well, the other day he said he couldn't rephrase the question because he didn't know how to ask it another way. So he's getting
would you
better.
explain to us what PowerPlex, profiler, co-filer, mini-filer, and identifiler are?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's a compound question. He's asked to explain 4 different things.
We'll sustain if you could rephrase the question.
Could you explain to us what identifiler is?
Yes, identifiler is a previous DNA typing kit that we used to use. We now use PowerPlex 23, which tests 23 locations. Identifiler is our previous kit that we used prior to that, which tested 15 locations.
So the most common test used today is PowerPlex 23.
Yes, that is correct.
And I have an important question here for you.
Important question.
When one resubmits an item, what does that mean?
It just means that the agency has previously brought an item to us that we either looked at or we deferred at that time, and it was sent back to the agency, and then resubmitted is just them bringing that same item of evidence back to us.
And were there any items
This is now
in this case?
30 minutes late.
Not that I'm aware of.
Doctor,
1 moment. No, pull some information.
you need to ask any more unimportant questions, Bradley?
Yeah, ask what kind of test tube she used, or if it was a cotton swab, or what kind of swab it was. No, the DA stops him because
I have
instead of doing what you did in the Brooks case, just let him
items
ramble. They shut him off all the
1,
time.
2, 3, 4, and 5 that were resubmitted by the investigating agency of Adams County on
I can't wait. It's better than
12/6/21. And then I have 10, 12, 13, 17, 28, and 29 resubmitted. That would mean that these items were brought back to your.
If that's the information you have, I do not have that information with me.
That's case jacket DFS 21-040276. And it is page 2 of 040276. Ms. Masajewski, you're positive you do not have that information with you? Because if I step down to sub number 5, and this was received 3/30 of 2022.
So confused.
It states that Adams County Sheriff's Office.
Judge, I'm gonna have to object at this point. If he wants to show her the report, that's fine, but he needs to have a copy of the report to show it to the witness or admit it into evidence, or something like that. Him reading whatever he's looking at his computer screen is not appropriate.
Your Honor, if I could.
First, I've got to determine I'm sustaining the objection, but if this witness generated that report, then she would be able to review her notes or her reports to find that if you can direct her attention to that. Otherwise, you'll need to provide her with the document you're referencing so that she'll be able to review it and know if she knows anything about it. So you pull that out and.
Your Honor, if I may,
He's smarter
take
than
a
his
very,
family
very
because
brief
his cousin
recess.
is an idiot.
If I could get this document printed off, it would only be approximately 4 pages, I believe. And it has very, very valid reference to item number 8, which is the safe swab handle or the safe handle swab.
We're going to take a brief recess. We've been at it for a while now, and so we'll excuse the jury to the jury assembly room for that brief recess.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
Like, this guy.
Well, he's doing an amazing job of talking about stuff. I'm not really sure. Yeah, he want to imply that the husband left some DNA, but again, she's living in a house with her husband, and he found her on the floor. He probably touched all the stuff.
Yeah.
And the DNA on the safe, yeah, I would suspect the 2 people living in the house to find their DNA. And I'm not even a scienceist. I cannot analyzing anything. So I'm really not sure where we're going, but I think it's good that the DA cuts him down every time he asks these compound questions and just goes into a tailspin of stupid things, because how is the witness supposed to follow along in his? I like that every witness just saying, I'm not really sure what you're asking.
Yeah. And then they have that really confused look.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an amazing. It's way better than Texas. So, yeah, and he wants to point at the husband, and I believe I saw he's bringing the husband back on day 4. So that's going to be interesting.
Like, I don't understand. Then how was your DNA there at all? Like, explain that to me.
Yeah, and he won't let the family off their subpoenas, so they just has to wait around. This person think he's the most intelligent, but his questioning doesn't really make me believe he is so intelligent. Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah.
I'm not proficient enough in English to understand most of his questions.
I know English very well, and I don't understand most of his questions. So you're not alone.
Yeah, and I know, as he said before, if you swap the scientist out to get a more positive examination of the evidence, so yeah, he's trying to say that he was framed. The police are after him. It's a totally Cromwellian word. I learned it from Bradley Yohn, and he read all the Dickens books.
He's a scholar. He is a scholar.
Yeah, if he goes down that route, I would let the husband be alone with him for 5 minutes in a room.
Right? Like, give me a break, dude.
Well, I've been watching Texas for 2.5 weeks. I'm not sure I'm going to Texas ever. Yeah, because the victim said that she was the most aggressive of those two. So he's blaming her for a lot of things, but again, I'm not sure she would be the one sticking the peen inside the a-hole,
Exactly.
even in 2023.
Thank you. We will indicate for the record that all jurors have returned to the courtroom. We took a brief recess for morning break and the defendant to obtain a printed copy of a report he was referencing. Mr. Yohn, are you ready to continue with your cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can do so.
My loss, I'm not going to
Sorry,
die
man,
in the heat.
we spoke on resubmitted items.
Yes.
And can you state one more time for the record what resubmitted means?
Yes, resubmitted is just when an item has been to the laboratory previously and it is then sent back to the agency and then it is resubmitted or resent back to our laboratory at a later time.
And I was speaking in numbers of items that were submitted and then resubmitted to your agency.
Okay.
The specific item I want to speak on, and Your Honor, could I ask the bill to give Ms. Masajewski a copy of the reports?
Sure.
Ms. Masajewski, they're in order of the case file I received here that I have on a computer. If you would look at page number 1.
Okay.
It has sub numbers under submission info. And this is the case we've been talking about, 040276. Submission numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and on page 2 is submission number 5. Could you explain number 1 and 2 submissions? Would them be the original submissions?
Yes, they appear to be.
And then you come down to 3 and you have what is resubmitted on 12/6/21. And could you read off the numbers of items resubmitted?
Yes, it states items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
And then if you proceed on to number 4, you have a resubmitted data of 12/13/21. And you have items 10, 12, 13, 17, 28, and 29, right? Number 4, sub number 4.
Yes, that's what it appears that.
Welcome, Mo. We are talking to the
Happy birthday!
Oh.
Happy birthday!
Thank you.
Happy birthday. 27 never
Wisdom-
looked this good.
Yeah, maturity still hasn't come because my husband was like, so what do you want to do for our next project? And I said, well, I don't know where we're going to get reinforced steel. And he said, okay, what? And I was like, no, I want a panic level studio and I need asbestos so it will be fireproof and then a biometric lock. And he's like, okay, obviously you haven't gotten wisdom yet. I was like, no, probably not.
I love it. I love her, just what goes on in her head. It's the best.
Believe me, he's like, what? He has to build a little platform for the new Dave cam. And he's like, well, why are you buying what Dave told you to buy it? And I said, he's like, why aren't you listening to me? I was like, but David has a camera with a remote thing and I needed a remote. Thank you, everyone. Yes. My boys are excited because they're like, we were told there would be cake.
Of course, right?
Well,
Did you have to, they're making it for you, right? Or are you gonna have
Well,
to make
so I have been like, as much as I complain, I have been fairly good with like not eating processed carbs. So I may have Mr. Mo just buy a box of Nutty Buddies and everyone can have one. Because I know me and I know if I go like, okay, well, I can have it today and then there's leftover cake tomorrow. then we can't have leftover cake because that's a temptation.
That's
And
why
it just ends up
because you could just have
it
like
just ends up with me in bed with a bunch of crumbs and sadness.
that's a good idea though. It's always like just get a single serve of something or a cupcake or something and just have
Yeah, and Mr. Mo will probably get a small cake because between 8 kids and midnight, teen foraging, there will be nothing in the morning.
sure you don't have to worry about that.
As Jennifer
Yeah.
says, just eat everything today, then there's no problem.
Yeah,
Could do that too.
maybe I will try. I've got ribs slow cooking in the oven, not air
Oh.
frying, Sal. I don't know what's wrong with you. So my entire house smells like barbecue. It's the best smell ever.
Yeah.
Or Chandler Halderson's house,
That's more like pork roast.
God.
Well, they are pork ribs, so I don't know.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because it's your birthday, there's no calories in it. It's all the old rules. If you eat anything in a town that's not yours,
Yep.
it doesn't matter.
Never existed.
If you drink a
Yeah.
Diet Coke, you can subtract
all-
because then you water down the calories.
Yeah,
If
and
you're eating
drunk
together
while
with
eating,
someone else and eating off their plate, they get the calories.
it's
It's science.
I know. I am pre-nutritionist, food counselor.
Yeah.
So who is this lovely lady who at least of one person was dressed up today?
Well,
I keep
we
seeing
talked
people
about
in
it.
t-shirts
Somebody
and
said
boys.
her country fair blouse wasn't really doing it. I think it's pretty, but she could have used a hairbrush.
Yeah, well, if you have if you have a loosey-goosey blouse, you should at least do, I don't know. I have half curly hair, humidity. It's just you put that sucker up in a bun, get you a nice headband,
Mhm.
and pretend you
That's
have
how I roll.
good. Seriously, Jamie knows because I'm
Yeah.
over here like, it is what it is today.
I cannot wear my hair down in our summers. It's retarded. My hair is down to my back, so it's so much.
Oh wow.
But like 5 seconds, it's up in a ponytail.
Yeah.
It does look a little 1969.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad we don't have someone in there, to see if she's actually wearing deodorant, because that's where you lose me as the hippie thing. If you smell like patchouli oil and body odor, be kind to the earth somewhere else. I already have to wear Birkenstocks. I don't want to be lumped in with you people. Come on, wear deodorant. And by you people, I mean dirty hippies, okay? I'm full on Cartman about this.
Good morning, Dave. We saw you were nice enough to make a video so Jamie didn't have to leave her house to see that island.
I'm jealous though. I've never been there.
Iris, I have arrived and derailed. I was talking about people. Look, if I were president, I'd make everyone have to wear deodorant. And if you insist on wearing natural deodorant, you have to put it on at least 3 times a day. Apparently, in my part of Indiana, people think bathing and deodorant is optional in the mornings and on summer. And I have an issue with that.
At the old gym I worked out in, there was this. I really don't know how old he was. He didn't look that old. When he came into the gym, I just, no matter what I was doing, if I was doing cardio or lifting the small weights, I stopped and I went home. He had that haven't been washed for several weeks smell, where you almost feel the air is getting greasy when he walks by because he smelled so bad. It was like trash having intercourse with manure while laying out in the Texas sun with
yeah.
roadkill deodorant. It was so bad, and even with a fan blowing, you just couldn't. It just stuck around. all the time, and he had this oily look, and his hair was.
Oh,
And when the big guy gets moving, I am sucking in a lot of air because cardio isn't my thing. So
look, I am just saying, possibly, for the love of all humanity, just put on some daggone deodorant.
just take a shower.
Soap,
I'm
water.
fine with people thinking, well, I don't need deodorant. Well, then take a shower. Just
Yeah,
do the
seriously,
old
just use
pity
some
sniffy.
Dawn like we do on oil slick birds. I mean, come on, I don't care. Just can we have a mandatory people washing station?
You just hose them off.
Where we at? Well,
Off
Mo showed
track.
up, and
Sorry.
we were just wishing her a happy birthday.
Yeah.
So
Thank
and
you.
then back to the DNA lady who's talking about his DNA being found on her depends. The 77-year-old victim's depends.
How did this become a tall tale? I must listen to this story because the amount of government cooperation that's going to frame this guy.
Well,
I feel like he's going to expose it.
We're getting to it now. He asked if you because there's been several scientists testing, doing the analyzations on the DNA samples. So if he asked if they shopped around for one to give a more positive answer, and she said no, but we know because we like logic. And now he's asking about items being resubmitted. So I'm really interested to see where this goes, because oddly enough, they found the husband's DNA all over the place. So he probably did it.
Is he using pens as demonstratives yet? I just
No.
need to know
No,
if I can
he
take
used
shots.
a cup. He only used a cup.
Oh,
No
for the
insertion of pens today.
Well, that's
But,
good. Okay.
Let's see how this beacon of enlightenment will ask questions.
10, 12, 13, and 17, it states resubmitted.
And the asterisk beside it means that they were resubmitted, correct?
That's what it appears to me. Yes.
Asterisk.
And then if you will
Not
please go to the
asterisk.
next page, number 2, you have sub number 5. And these both have the asterisk beside the numbers. These are numbers, excuse me, this is received date of resubmission of 3/30 of 2022, correct?
That's what it
Americans
appears
really
to be,
should
yes,
learn
3/30
the
of 22.
dates
And
the
could
right
you
order.
relate to the people in the courts and the jurors what them item numbers are?
Items.
We have had this DNA lady, and then we had a shoe imprint expert, and he asked a very intelligent question: if you can see who wore the shoe while they committed the crime, because he was only arrested wearing those shoes, which has the same sole marks as the sole marks at the crime scene. So somebody else could have been wearing them. And there was something about a ruler I didn't get. But it's because Americans measure things in a weird way. But she had a nice printer. So we learned a lot about her.
Oh, for God's sake. Well, as long as we're getting the info. Possibly.
That's probably some American reference I don't get.
Oh, from Popeye the Sailor Man, she looks like olive oil.
Oh, that one.
I mean, if you put her hair up.
No, a McPoyle. Are you saying from like Always Sunny?
I will never watch that one.
Oh, I'm the only one that'll get that then.
Yeah. Sal, Mr. Mo isn't home. How can I do that?
In reference, I apologize, I'd like to bounce back to your report.
Unless
I believe
that's
it's number
self-love.
12.
10 minutes.
Could you
Just kidding.
relay what item number
Well,
8 is?
that's 10 times as long if Mr. Mo's in
Yes,
the room.
item number 8 are the swabs from the
Don't say I
safe.
said that.
Safe.
Mhm.
So they've been resubmitted at a later date.
Well, I need to explain this paperwork a little further. If you look at the original submission dates, which is submission number 1 on page 1, that is talking about it being received at Crime Scene Region 3. If you look over to the far right on the page, it says Crime Scene Region 3.
All right.
That is not
I
our
knew it.
laboratory, but it is an ISP facility. And so it appears that when it is then marking things as resubmitted, that it's actually using all of the data which is in the system, which would include the crime scene. My understanding in looking at this and seeing who those items were received by and looking at the paperwork in totality is that it was not received at our laboratory twice. It was received at our laboratory just one time.
Okay, if you would go to page 7 of 7, and that is under lab case completed reports. I'd probably make it simpler on you, just ask what section TR is.
What section TR is?
Yes, what TR would represent.
That is trace chemistry.
And what is trace chemistry?
Trace chemistry is hairs, fibers, gunshot residue.
And what do they do at trace chemistry?
We don't have trace chemistry at our laboratory.
Ooh.
We have a trace chemistry section in the Chicago laboratory.
I have to convince Dave to take over.
They examine
so he can
hairs
watch
to
the
see
nothing on the
similarities if
screen.
they could have been originated from a common individual, fibers, what type of fiber it might be, or I'm not trained in this, so I don't really want to speak too much further on it, but they look at fibers and commonality of fibers, and then they look at gunshot residue.
Okay. Oh.
Stop coughing.
There's always one.
Yeah,
Of course,
I think
you
it's
can't have a
I think it's mandatory in law school when you do your first. I don't
Your
know.
Honor, that's all I have. I'd reserve the right to call her at a later date if possible.
Judge, if he has more questions for this witness, he's a crime lab person, he needs to ask those questions now.
So he'll be allowed to present his case at his time when the burden never shifts, but when the case and presentation of any evidence he wishes to present switches over to him. Right now, we're on the state's direct, and so do you have any redirect, Mr. Jones?
Your Honor, I have no more questions for this witness. I'd ask that she be released from her subpoena.
All right, Mr. Yohn, is this witness going to be allowed to go back to the lab and back to her regular duties, or are you going to be recalling her?
Give me one moment, Your Honor, just approximately 45 seconds.
Why do you have to say?
I do have a specific question for you, Ms. Massachusetts. The swab on the floor, was it tested for any other substance, such as maybe a chemical?
No, I only tested that for blood.
So you were not able to tell whether there was a chemical?
I do not test for chemicals. That would be a chemistry section.
All right.
Stuff.
In this type of case, whereas
One more question.
the claim was to be sprayed or penetrated, whichever it was, with a can of this nature, wouldn't it be logical to test for such? spray?
I don't make the requests as to what samples get tested. And quite honestly, I don't even know if that would be possible with that type of sample, but that
not
would
chemistrology.
that would have been something that we don't decide at the crime lab. We are kind of somewhat instructed as to what we are looking for and
You're
what
minions.
we should be testing for.
You don't make.
There's a such thing as a case correspondence history, correct?
Yes.
Where you correspond with the agency, such as Mr. Jones here or the detectives on the case.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have that case correspondence with you?
No, I don't. I don't have that as part of my case
Razorfish
notes.
started doing gardening. That was a.
You had
audio
several
for that.
conversations with Miss Kelsey Miller, correct?
If it indicates that, I believe I did, but like I said, I don't have that paperwork in front of me. So I may need to see it to recall the conversation.
Your Honor, can I briefly have the deputy take this laptop and show her?
They're mean people.
Ask the bailiff to carry it up there for you.
It's already pulled up.
MLS haven't been on screen since
Save a lot of
they
time rather than-
were mean to him the other day.
They were mean to him?
And that's
Yeah.
a case
That's
correspondence on 040726,
That's not nice.
correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And in that paragraph, you'll see towards the right in the middle,
Yeah, like in the JGAH
it states
case where they
that
had a set
victim,
amount of
I
hours.
believe it's the word victim, was penetrated with a can or cleaning bottle. It may not be verbatim, but it says something to that effect, correct?
Can you give me a moment to read it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Again, as Mo said, she is a DNAologist. She's not a detective.
Chemistry. Yeah, well, and she just explained to him 5 seconds ago that she doesn't deal with the chemistry questions. So regardless of if they asked to have
Okay,
that
I've had a chance
tested,
to review it. What was your
she
question?
wouldn't
Does
have
it
dealt
say
with
anything
that.
about penetration by a cleaning bottle?
Yes, it states that this is a conversation with Kelsey Miller, and
Yeah, bring it up
it
again.
indicates that she informed me a cleaning bottle was used to penetrate the victim and was sprayed into her mouth and on her body.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll take that back, please.
What?
You'll have to return the laptop to the defendant.
Where? What? Yeah.
And just for the record, that's not a positive conclusion. That's not something you analyze, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That was just getting some information on the
It was
case so that
hearsay.
I had a direction to know what to do with the evidence that was submitted and what I needed to, or possibly where I should collect evidence from.
He has this funny way of being very
Yeah, rest.
very
Mr. Yohn,
nice
would
to
this be released
people
from her
and
with the subpoena? Further
excuse for them being there, and then he just wastes their
I
time.
take that back. I apologize. I do apologize. Since you're here, and I want to go ahead and get you out of here, I want to touch base on the knife.
Okay.
You obviously tested that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And we spoke on touch DNA.
Yeah, and
Such
it's
as
making
me
sure the
grabbing
jury heard
this
one more time
napkin here,
that she
and
was
it's
penetrated.
logical to say that my touch DNA is there, correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
every
that's
time
what I don't
you touch an
understand.
item, you do
Keep
leave
bringing
behind
up
some
your
DNA.
terrible,
It's just a
terrible
matter
acts.
of whether it is enough DNA for us to be able to detect. We do have thresholds that need to be met when it comes to DNA. In previous examples, I've spoke of at least one contributor where there's evidence below our threshold that there may be someone else there, but we do have thresholds in place. So just because you touch an item doesn't mean I will always be able to detect that DNA on that item.
That's not
Okay,
true. I
and do you
saw
have
on
that report with you, or do you remember it?
Regarding the knife?
Yes.
Yes, I have it.
CSI,
And,
you can do that.
That report, could you tell us the contributors on that report?
Yes. The swab that I received from the knife had a mixture of 2 people on it. There was a major contributor, which matched that of Christina Lohman. And then there was a low-level second contributor at one of the 23 locations that we test for, from which Timothy Schmidt cannot be excluded from. So he's included as a potential contributor of that limited second DNA profile.
And you, the main standards you tested were the defendant and a co-defendant, correct?
Correct.
And
I shouldn't say main. I mean, I tested a standard from, yes.
and out of them 2 people, there was no DNA on that knife from them 2.
That I could detect. Correct.
He
And,
doesn't understand DNA.
I believe you tested the fabric from the chair,
Yes, I did test fabric from a chair.
and would that be the same results?
For the fabric from the chair, I did
Do
semen
everyone
testing on
remember
that.
10
I was
minutes
looking for
ago
the
when he
presence
said
of
just
semen,
one more question?
and semen was not indicated on that sample.
Thank you.
Get moving, Junior.
Ms. Massajuski,
I
no
know she's
test is
Miss
perfect,
Massachusetts.
You have to be more specific.
I'll reword this. ISP Forensics Labs has issues just as other labs do, correct?
Objection, speculation.
I'll overrule the objection.
I rest, Your Honor. This witness can be released.
Overruling
You
the
rest?
objection, you can have her answer if you like, Mr. Yohn.
Okay?
He doesn't
Excuse me, I
understand
apologize.
anything.
For
Not every test can be for sure. True.
Yeah, that's why
We
she
have
can't
tests that are
conclude on
indicative
many
tests.
of them.
That means a sample is or like
Yeah.
blood is indicated. It
The
can
female
possibly test
prosecutor
or
will
react
look
with
just
other
like a
things.
colleague
So
when we're done.
I don't know if you would say that's an imperfect test. It's just not a conclusive test. It gives an indication of a substance. With semen, we have indicative tests with semen, but then we also have a microscopic test where if I view sperm, that is a conclusive test. I have visually seen the sperm and therefore I know semen is present. So when we're speaking in scientific terms, there's indication of substances, there's also conclusive results. As with DNA, DNA is what it is. The results I get are trustworthy, and I would say that they are perfect. What I see is actually what is there. In terms of your specific question, I'm not sure if I've answered that, but
as far as I
if you
know,
have
he's
anything further,
recalling the husband on day
Not
4.
yourself, but there are faults in analyst testing. I mean, there are complications at times. There are testings that one may mess up on, situations in the lab where something may spill or an additive of solution is added and it is too much by accident. And
if there are things that are done in the laboratory that affect results, we do have quality measures to deal with those, and those get indicated within the file. We do have what are called incident reports, that if there is something that were to happen in a case, it gets documented. Essentially everything we do is an open book, and all of our reports and things are reviewed by another qualified analyst when we are done. And again, if there was some sort of incident in a case, it gets reported within the case file, and that becomes part of the documentation of the case.
there is what is called independent testing labs.
Yes, that's correct.
And
It's the
sometimes
longest one question.
I know.
there's testing that has been done at ISP that has faults or issues
And
that
Texas is an
people
hour
proceed
late.
to have independent testing done on. Correct?
Objection.
Not
Facts, not evidence.
Texas.
All right, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Massachusetts. I appreciate you coming today.
You don't rest.
All right, Mr. Yohn, may this witness be released from her
Love he
witness subpoena.
heard
Yes, sir.
all the lawyer words.
You are free to go with our thanks, Mr. Jones.
I
unless
think
you
he
have any
uses them
reason to- All right,
correctly.
so you are free to go. Thank you. If you could return.
The man can't
items
say
to pass
at
out,
risk.
you can look out.
I-
You can return those.
I was like, at risk? Is someone, what are we doing now? Then I was like, is he trying to say Adderall? What the hell is he trying to say?
It's just like the Tackett agreement.
Is that
Oh,
his
Lord.
his
Next witness for the
little attorney?
Yeah. I'd have at least brought Sudoku or something. I mean,
I know, right?
dang. I'd pretend I would be doodling. And y'all, I still don't know why, and I am a petty, petty person, but him having to use that little penlet just tickles me. I am so glad he has to use a penlet when he's trying to be all professional.
Here, and raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Oh, he brought a suitcase. Or what's it called? A briefcase. It's gonna be.
Over here to my right in the witness stand.
That's a power witness.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, I watched some Law and Order too, so I know all, and I watched Boston Legal, so I know you can just bring up
Mr. Jones,
any evidence you
ready
want
for
in the middle of a trial.
Tell us your name, please.
Brian Long.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Long?
I am a forensic scientist with the Illinois State Police at the Springfield Forensic Science Laboratory.
Is there a specific area that you specialize in?
Yes, I specialize in the examination of latent prints.
When we
Who's latent
talk about
prints?
latent prints, you're talking about fingerprints, the vernacular.
Yes,
In order to receive that position, to do that job, was there specialized training that you had to undergo?
yes, there was.
Can you describe that for us?
It was a
This
2-year
is great.
formal training program that went over the history of fingerprints,
Some
how fingerprints are developed.
as
in the
Scandinavian
womb.
people would
It goes
have
over how to
glyphosate.
process for fingerprints, comparing fingerprints, and then other things such as courtroom demeanor training and.
I'm not a fan
That
of
was
the
mostly it.
peacock
After you completed
pattern on his
during that
tie.
two-year training program, were there proficiency exams that you had to pass?
Yeah, it's a little busy,
Yes, sir.
but
Did you pass all of
and
them?
it's also crooked.
Yes, I have.
And after you completed your training,
I'm just going to turn it down because this is again. Did you go to school? Yes, I did. And do you get the certification? Yes, I did.
stay one.
So, and in
Yes,
a minute
there's
they're going to tell us
annual,
that
proficiency exam
a
I have to
fingerprint
take.
is
And if you pass
something you have on your
every
finger,
proficiency exam,
and
Yes,
you
I
can
have.
leave it
you're
everywhere.
on this witness be certified in the area.
So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Any objection, Mr. Young?
No, sir.
All right, the court will find this witness to be certified as an expert in latent prints.
Mr. Long, can you tell me what the fingerprint is?
I said that.
A fingerprint is an impression that's left behind.
It's
on
almost like we're
something
pre-law.
That comes from usually the distal end of someone's finger.
Yeah,
So, because
it's
you
just
said
like
latent
I
prints
hate
were
I
this
love how you use
expert
the
has
word
to tell.
distal because people aren't going to understand what
Yes,
distal is unless
you
they're
go
in the
to
medical
touch, if you
field.
touch something,
Yeah, just say
it's
it's
possible
tip
that
of
you're
your
leaving
finger.
behind some kind of residue,
Yeah.
which I would call a latent print. Yes,
And everyone's fingerprints are different.
that's correct.
If you were given a
They should be
latent
giving
print
out
from the scene
lozenges
and a
every
print from a
courtroom.
suspect, are you able to
Yeah, and
determine
he's giving so asking so stupid questions
Sometimes,
that
but
they
not all
know
the time,
more
yes.
about
When you're
the
making that
crimes
process,
than.
when you're doing that process,
Yeah,
how you
that's
get
what I
that
don't
information is way
get.
And I don't think
Why
it's
would-
because he
I
does
do a
it does it on
side-by-side
purpose.
comparison of the latent print to someone's known prints, and I'm looking for
Well,
the agreement in
we used
size,
to be primates.
shape,
It
and
was
spatial
harder to do
relationship
this.
of individual characteristics in both prints in order
It
to
was
make an
still primates.
identification.
In this
I'm
case,
not a lawyer,
were you first
scientist.
given an item and asked to determine if there were any latent prints on a particular item?
No, latent
Yes.
prints.
And was that a 409?
It's Prince's
that was one
younger brother.
And I'm handing this to Captain Bailiff.
There's nothing wrong. I just turned it down when the expert was telling us what a fingerprint is because we've heard it before. We would hear it again
Please
in another
open
trial.
it directly in front of the
Can
mic.
you ask to determine if there were any latent prints on that?
So
Yes,
now
it is.
there's evidence.
Tell me
We can
that
turn it up.
process, how you look for latent prints on a physical item.
Dust it
This
off.
particular item, it was a spray can.
Pick it.
I took it out of the packaging and first did a visual examination to see if there are any prints that I could see prior to me doing any processing on it. After that, I attempted some processing techniques to try to develop latent prints on the item, such as superglue fuming, where the fumes from superglue will adhere to any residue that's left behind on the item, making the prints more visible. After that, I applied powder using a brush, dusting for prints. And after that process, I applied 2 different dye stains and examined the spray can using both laser light and ultraviolet light, looking for the presence of latent prints.
When you did that process,
I
were
would
you able
use,
to find
like to
that
use some
there were any-
ultraviolet light. on
Yes,
it.
I was able to find one suitable latent print on People's Exhibit 3.
Once you find that latent print, what's your next step in
Put
determining?
all
if the prints
evidence.
I then, once I've found the latent print, I then compare it to any known prints that are given to me.
are- And in this case, was there a known print from the defendant? right?
Yeah, he's
Yes, there
good at
was.
it
Did you
sometimes,
compare
but
the
I think it's
latent
because
print-
he's standing
Your Honor, I
up.
object. I never received, Your Honor, I never received these reports. I do not have them in my possession. In approximately a little bit over a year and a half, I've still never received them.
Well, at this point, we'll ask the jury to step out. They would accompany the bailiff to the jury. So then we'll address the judge.
Let's jump to the drive.
So something interesting. It doesn't have the reports.
It's just how I like to.
Your objection began, you had not received these reports, so
No, Your Honor, I do not have these reports. I believe I'm entitled to them. I do not have them in digital either.
Mr. Jones, care to respond?
Judges, discovery number 13 was provided to him. It's date stamp 0484 defense copy. Show that, and date stamp that shows that it was discovered to him. I would also point out to the court that the defendant asked for, at one point, an expert in money to hire his own expert in fingerprints. So for him to suggest he doesn't have the reports would seem to belittle his previous request that he wanted his own fingerprint expert to specifically confront information from my law.
I apologize, Your Honor. I have a report as far as a laboratory report finding. I do not have any digital information. I do not have pictures of the print. I do not have any analyzation. All I have is just the report, Your Honor.
Any analyzation.
Have the report.
The report is not a full disclosure of discovery concerning this item. The report is simply the findings. I'm sure I should be entitled to the rest as well. I've gotten everything else, I believe, except for report 12 in digital. That was the copies I had Mr. Nelson make earlier. They were digital copies. A simple report just tells that there was a finding, Your Honor. It don't give any
The
detail.
bald lawyer is looking to the ceiling for Jesus's help for patience.
Your objection is overruled. The items in the state's possession have been provided to you, being the report and conclusion.
Everyone is on full sigh mode.
Are we ready to
I feel
have
like
the
it's Monday
jury
and I have to
to
deal with this
return
asshole.
to further All right. Mr. Yohn, are we ready to have the jury brought back in?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
All right.
He said yes.
So he did have the report. It's almost like he isn't that the bride of a knob of butter.
I know. I love the bald lawyer. He has his face is full caps. He is done.
He's standing there thinking, well, I asked God for deliverance. It didn't come. Zeus had the
He
thunderbolt
sent me
too.
deliverance man.
Action has been overruled. And so, Mr. Jones, if you would repeat the question.
I may start back. I'm not really sure where.
I would pay.
I think where we left off was that you
I
had
would pay
found
to see
a latent
that.
print on
Just
that
every
Just like
time
a
he said
collar and he
something, she would
shocks
get
him.
and I
correction
asked if
slap.
you had a comparison print from Bradley Yohn to compare the latent print.
That's correct.
And you did have a comparison print from the defendant to compare the latent print. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
When you compared the latent print that was found on that 409 can to the known standard, the print from the defendant, Bradley Yohn, what did you find?
I found that the latent print on the spray can in People's
Totally
Exhibit 3
agree,
was
Master.
made by the person whose fingerprints appear on the card marked Bradley S. Yohn.
In your role with the Illinois State Police, we talked about how in the first piece of evidence, you look for the latent prints yourself. Are there also occasions where latent prints are recovered by an agency and they are sent to you for comparison?
Yes.
In this case, did that happen as well?
Yes, it did.
Specifically, were there latent prints sent to you in digital format as well as friction ridge lifts from the Illinois State Police from a Toyota Avalon found in Brazil?
Yes.
Yeah.
And have the bailiff to approach you with the mark this exhibit
Yes.
13.
He's already bored.
Were those the photographs, friction ridge lifts, latent prints that you were provided from the Illinois State Police?
Yes.
Specifically, in the file, was there a latent print on the exterior driver's door handle as shown in People's Exhibit 54, if you go to the next slide, and People's Exhibit 55?
Yes, there were.
Did you compare the latent print that was found on the exterior door handle of that Toyota Avalon to the known standard from the defendant, Bradley?
Yes, I did.
What did you find about the latent print on that Toyota Avalon to the print from the defendant, Bradley?
I found that the latent print from the exterior door handle was made by the person whose prints appear on the card marked Bradley S. Yohn.
Was there also a palm print found on the, was there also a print found on the driver's side on the back passenger door?
Yes, there was.
Did you compare that print to the print on the card marked Bradley Yohn, the defendant?
Yes.
What did you find about the print on the driver's side back passenger door of that Toyota Avalon?
I found that that latent print on the back passenger door was made by the person whose prints appear on the card marked Bradley S. Yohn.
On the left side
So-
of the passenger, left side of the door on the passenger
Do we
side.
have
of the
any
car
proof that
in People's Exhibit 56?
the card
there
with
a
his
palm
name on
print
it was made by him?
Yes, there was.
And did you compare that palm print to a palm print on a card marked palm print of
I would ask that
Bradley
question.
Yohn?
Yes, I did.
What did you find when you compared the palm print on the Toyota Avalon to the palm print
Yeah,
on the car?
lawyers straying away more
I
than a
found that
meter
the
from the
palm
mic.
print
The
on the,
mic should just have a set.
passenger side left of the door, that palm print was made by the person whose palm prints appear on a card marked Bradley S. Yohn.
Pull out the Brooks defense. I don't recognize
Were
anybody
you
with that
also
name.
asked to examine?
I don't know that name.
Were you also asked to examine a knife to see if there are
Oh my
any
gosh.
prints that fingerprints that could be found on the knife?
Yes.
Now, when you looked at that knife, were you optimistic about getting prints from the handle of that knife?
No, it's plastic. That's hard.
That's a bad question. Let me rephrase the question. When prints, is it easier to get prints off of a smooth surface or a rough surface?
It is easier to find prints on a smooth surface.
And if it's surface is rough, does it make it more difficult or more unlikely that prints will be left?
Yes.
Did you
Almost
look at
like I
a
know
particular
something.
knife in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you look at the handle of that knife?
Yes, I did.
What did you find with regard to the handle of that knife?
That particular knife had like some kind of cord wrapped around the handle.
And in your experience with Illinois State Police, and specifically in the area of fingerprints, was that a good surface or a likely surface to contain prints?
The handle was not a good surface for me to find latent prints.
In fact, did you find any latent prints?
Objection, Your Honor.
Hmm.
Grounds? This is irrelevant. There's been no test done there's been nothing concerning prints on a cloth corded handle. And we've already cleared up, there was no DNA from either defendant on this cloth corded handle. What is Mr. Jones getting at?
Well, I haven't heard any evidence about DNA on a cloth covered handle, so the jury will be instructed to disregard your statement in that regard. I will overrule your objection.
And they can bring in fingerprints. Fingerprints are not DNA. It's
Oh my gosh.
it's I'm to all 43 of you, I'm not a lawyer, I am not a scientist, but I can tell you DNA and fingerprints are not the same thing. So if you have an expert on DNA and an expert on fingerprints, they can both testify, because there was no evidence of DNA on the car doors either, but there were fingerprints. But C-SWEP put up a valid question. Who says he wasn't knocked unconscious and they used his hand by carrying him around and leaving all these marks? Have you had any evidence that didn't happen?
Did they contact Dr. Beverly Lewis? Maybe one of his alts took over, Samson or something. Cletus.
I think it's the co-defendant who carried him around and used his hand to open everything to leave his prints everywhere.
Apparently.
I'm not sure. I'm getting less and less sure he did it.
I know. Oh my gosh, this guy is ridiculous.
He is.
Yeah, and car doors. It's way easier than removing and reattaching his hands. It would leave a mark, I believe. It's the tallest of tales, and it's all of the coincidences.
Oh my gosh, this man is full on ridiculous. Not even.
It's like I said, it doesn't have all the shenanigans of the Brook trial, but this guy believes he's smart. Brooks just went straight through the subset rule book. So and then he was
Yeah.
just yelling and being a pinhole to all the witnesses. This guy really believes he got all the right questions, and he just keeps on telling the jury that I was at the place, my DNA was on this, stuff were inserted into the whole Jodi Arias prefers. I'm not sure he's doing himself a favor, but when I'm going to call it in 2 seconds, he is proving that somebody knocked him unconscious and used him to open all the things just to imply he did it. This
It
guy
does
is
seem
innocent.
like something people would do. They're assholes.
It's the tallest tales. It's some of the tallest tales ever told, and it was the
Yeah.
Spider Ninjas. It's always the Spider Ninjas.
Those guys get away with everything. I want to be I'm like I said, y'all. I'm stealing Attack Recluse as my superhero name.
Yeah.
This is also known as the Salvador way. You can think about that.
Let me answer the question.
Were there any prints that you found on it?
No, there were no latent prints suitable for comparison on the knife.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Any cross-examination, Mr. Young?
Nope. None whatsoever.
In reference to that 409 can, you stated you observed a fingerprint, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. This guy is fighting. He's believing he can win this.
I can't hold that with one finger, could I? I can't, it's not possible to hold that can with one finger.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Relevance is there's alleged to be found a fingerprint on a can.
overrule the objection. You may answer.
Sorry, I'm not a forensic detective analyst, but you can have one clear fingerprint, and the other ones could not be clear. So you can only
Yes,
test the
it's
one that's clear.
possibly that the cord, obstructed something. He's like, no, I didn't balance it on one finger. I'm afraid I
No,
am not guilty.
this is the spray can which he used to spray in her mouth and on her
Oh.
body with a caustic carpet cleaner
Yeah,
spray.
never mind.
Because
He's an ass.
he's a nice person. So again, neither Mo or I are rocket surgeons, but I think we can figure this one out. You can have one clear print, and the other ones could be smushy. Again, I'm not. I don't know carpet cleaners on cans because I haven't really seen any of those. But I believe a can like that could get all kinds of stuff on it, so it could be hard to pull a print. I don't know, but I know this guy knows just about as little as I do.
Sure, if you no.
Yeah.
Could be possible if you could balance it. Good at balancing it.
And did you, in order to hold that can like I am right now, you would expect
Oh
more
no,
than one
not
fingerprint,
finger
right?
puppets again.
I don't expect any fingerprints. I'm looking for some. I don't always find prints.
And on that can,
I'm pretty sure he's not believing his innocence, but again, you have the right to make a defense, and if you can just get one person on the jury to believe you, you can walk. And with this masterpiece of cross-examination, can you balance a can on a finger? I'm swaying towards not guilty. Have we any proof that he ever took a juggling class? I'm pretty sure he didn't take an English class, but if he didn't take a juggling class, is it even possible to balance anything on everything? It's just look, I can't do it, so it can't happen. Yeah, it's we do the analysis at the SpaceX emergency room. No, we don't want a repeat of the cup and pen
highlighter
symbolizing an orifice and a peen. That was not a good day.
No, oh my gosh, no, that was.
Yeah, I'm getting swayed. It could be so amazing if he asks him to, could you take this cup and try to balance it on your finger? It's just amazing.
My
The
gosh,
pen, the
this man
highlighter,
is.
and the cup. So let's see where he's going with this.
you analyze the whole can, obviously, the diameter of the can, where one would hold a can at, any spot on that can. I do see it possible that one could hold a can and drop it and there'd be prints left. I don't concede that.
Bald lawyer.
It's amazing.
Question, Mr. Young?
Yes, there is. Your Honor, I'm attempting to inform it. I apologize. I find this pretty ridiculous, so I'm attempting to inform.
Objection,
Yeah,
Your Honor.
I'm feeling
Mr. Young,
this is pretty ridiculous.
ask the witness questions, not.
On that
Not your
can,
commentary.
did you find any smears where there might have been fingerprints, where there might have been fingers holding it?
I didn't make note of that. I only make note of when I find a suitable print to compare.
And when I mean smears, I want to clarify, if I was to drop a can, the right thumbprint would have smeared potentially. You didn't find any of that and you didn't look for it, right?
I didn't make a note of anything like that.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Not guilty. Get this man out of this courtroom.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor. We'd ask that the witness be released from the subpoena.
Mr. Young?
Yeah, that's fine.
Needs to stay,
No, Your Honor.
so you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're released from your witness subpoena and free to go.
Yeah, and he was
Do you have any
he was
further
just told
witnesses at this time?
we don't know if.
No, Your Honor. At this point, the people would rest our case.
Oh, that's fast. 2.5 days.
We are somewhat close to the noon hour and the people have now rested. Why don't we go to lunch until 12:45, it now being 11:15. before the jury is excused for the
In Texas, then they
lunch
would be
break.
back around 4 in the afternoon.
I must admonish you that you are not to do any independent investigation or research on any
That's
subject.
fine. Well, I'm just gonna finish my poll we did about smash or pass the defendant. 72% said, "Das Arket stupid at questioning," and 15% would smash, and only 12% would pass. So
We're still not ready in Texas, Iris.
Texas,
Look-
I'm just pressing live, and nope, nothing going on. Texas was supposed to be on an hour ago. I saw that. No, I believe he said that the jury should be there at 8:30. Maybe it was 9:30,
This
but
jury
at
is
least
gonna-
at least an hour, or maybe even 2 hours late.
Yeah. They're gonna slap somebody.
Oh, someone is asking if they know if anyone is streaming the Bradley Yohn. I should say you can come here and rewatch the Bradley Yohn. No, then we get banned in. They're so angry over there. But as we always do when we finish the state's case, we have to say, I can't spell guilty. G-U-E-L-T. G-U-E-L-T. Yeah.
I love when I use my phone or something to remind me if I'm spelling something right. Start a random text. I'm like, I don't think this looks like the right word.
When you're trying to make a joke and you spell everything wrong. Well, as always, when we finished the state's case, did they prove enough to remove reasonable doubt? The last witness kind of did the opposite for me. Because can you balance a spray can with one finger? It's hard to overlook that. I'll have to say that.
It really is. I'm having to rethink everything I thought.
It's it's kind of hard to not think about logic. I like logic. My pastime is logic, because this is all the coincidences of everything that always been coincidenced by the tallest of tales ever told. But hit the yayeth or nayeth in the poll.
Object, place, or person
And the
relating
like,
to the
if you
case. This means you're not to go outside the courtroom for any information concerning the case, parties,
Will
lawyers,
he,
issues, or
be,
terms used, or to visit any
asking
place
for-
described by the courtroom available on the internet. Case, tweet.
We don't care.
Are you ready to do a jury instruction conference?
Yes, Your Honor. We do have new copies from the copies we gave this morning. So there were a couple errors that we fixed.
All right, then, Mr. Yohn, are you ready for the jury instruction conference?
If you would give us approximately 10 minutes, Your Honor. So I could confirm.
Approximately
We'll take
10
a
minutes.
15-minute recess till 11:30. Use the facilities if
I love
necessary.
you.
We'll reconvene at 11:30 to begin.
So
Like,
he's decided not to put on a case?
No,
At
no,
all?
no, no, no. They're just doing the jury instruction conference. He's
Oh.
he's gonna pull people in as yeah, I can see.
Oh my good Lord. This is gonna be
I believe
interesting.
on day 4 he will bring back the husband.
Oh,
Oh.
sir. It's after 2 hours. Do I have leave to curse, Baker?
It's your birthday.
I'm not monetized. It doesn't matter. And
Well, but I don't want them to go back and say, well, God, who in the hell is this mouthy redhead?
We'll say it was her birthday that day. She's allowed.
yeah,
This
I just saw the new rules. It's 8 seconds after beginning and 8 seconds after commercial breaks, and we're way after that.
okay, fine. Fuck this guy. Super duper. Like in all orifices with, highlighters, pens, and all of it. I am this man is why we need to bring back, I'm sorry, just, Western justice. Drawn and quartered might not be the most terrible thing that could happen to this guy if I were president, which is why vote for me.
I will, for sure.
Write-in candidate, Mo in the deep end. I'm not sure what No Child Left Behind. I know it's some kind of school program that was in the 80s, I believe, to get the inner city youth
90s.
up to a certain degree of.
What basically happened is teachers started just passing kids to get the. I know
so
you're going to be shocked, but the teachers union might be a little
commie.
unscrupulous, and when they would get in trouble for low graduation rates, they would just pass people who had no grasp of the English language just to get them out of the school.
But I can remember there was some controversy when with your first black president, Bill Clinton, he had in Arkansas, he made some standard testing. Yeah. He was touted as the first black president. I remember that because he could play the saxophone, and
He did go on Arsenio Hall.
yeah, and he liked the ladies too, I'm told. But when he was governor or whatever he was in Arkansas, he made school teachers do test every 2 or 4 years or have a performance review, and you couldn't do that because then they fired people who didn't have enough people pass. And I was just like, we should do that. And but we started doing the same. We changed our grade scale. We had one before, but we needed one that was more international minded. So when all our smart kids are going to Harvard, it was easy to compare, and it isn't. But then the highest grade we can get is a 12. Before it was a 13. We had an 11 and a 13, and 13 that was the extremely best. It's more than you should know about the subject, and you should be really, really good. And then the 11 is you know everything. You did put them together to 12, and now everyone's getting a 12 because it's just you can do your stuff. So we have a lot of those getting through schools too. But in some areas in Copenhagen, we have 25% not passing.
Oh, for goodness sake!
Our normal school, we have K till 10. So, but 25. Some areas it's 25% not passing normal school. It's amazing that you can be there for 10 years and not read or write or arithmetics. It's but again, the teachers are the heroes. They don't do the same amount of TikToks as the nurses, but they are the real heroes because they have to deal with all the parents who doesn't have stupid, annoying kids because all the other kids are stupid and annoying. But my little prince or princess, they are the bestest ever. They're just like this guy, Bradley. He's also a product of a mom who didn't encourage him enough to sit on his behind and read a book. Yeah, sorry. This was the day's political educational rant. I do have this is a political channel with a lot of not political stuff. So yeah, that's it could be a new thing.
Yeah, either that or fire ants. I'm kind of okay with fire ants.
I saw this and thought, oh, Texas is happening. Nope, that's just big. Bill is black. I misread that. I made a David. I forgot the L. I thought Bill is back. Oh, yeah, but Bill Clinton was touted as the first black president. I can clearly remember how people in Denmark loved him. We don't like Republicans because they don't want a bigger government and they want to pay less taxes. And more taxes are great because then we can get more free stuff, even though we pay them with the higher taxes. But that's not the same. So
yeah. Well, and to be fair, Republicans like to tax us too anymore. So
Yeah, but still, some of them believes you could maybe spend your money wiser yourself than the government. But we all know that's not right. Just like in Denmark, there's a new proposition from our leading party in the government saying, even though we pay 42% taxes, we should maybe have a forced savings account for when we retire to pay for our health care and our when we have to go to an assisted living and stuff like that, because we can't have an A and a B team, so everyone should be forced to save for their own retirement. We did away with those kind of things back in the 70s and then raised the taxes. But now we're just going to put that back in and keep the taxes high. So, but it's not an extra tax. You just have to save your own money. The government will take care of them. It's kind of like, isn't it California who's have to default a couple of times because they can't pay their pension funds? That wouldn't happen here. I trust the government. I love the government. No, there's no grade requirements in public school, but still, every 2 years you get a report saying how many had a passing grade, because it's still a passing grade. You have to have above a 2, I believe, to have a pass above a 2. And if you're below that, it's not a passing grade. So we still get the reports, so we can see how many are functional. I'm not sure it's called analphabet in English, but vi kigger på tallene hvert år og kan se, hvor mange der ikke er funktionelt læsende og skrivende, eller hver andet år. It's so yeah, we are looking at it. Yeah, I am the MAGA baker because I was told that a couple of days ago, and I am always. I still don't get why my channel was asked if what kind of MAGA conspiracy we had going on, and as a political interested person, I thought that Trump was a breath of fresh air in a stale political system. If you like him or don't like him, I don't really care. I just like when somebody comes in and shakes the fundament of the political system, because they grow too fond of each other. That's why you can never reduce any spending, because, well, then we're just going to take it from your project. No, just keep my project and then I'll pay for your project. So I really don't care. I know he tried to buy Greenland and we wouldn't let him, but it's just something he said. And again, you didn't bring us into any new wars for those 4 years. We, as a former soldier who was brought into the Balkan War because of the first black president, Mr. Bill Clinton, I liked no new wars. So
Yeah,
maybe I'm MAGA, or maybe I'm just a Dane who doesn't really care about American politics. I don't know, but
no,
I know
everyone has
people
to
get
care
angry.
about our politics,
Right? I don't care about our politics. Just saying.
I'm a political junkie nerd, but even I've gotten to the point where I'm like, is it a dumpster fire? A bigger dumpster fire? He fell upstairs again and sniffed a baby. Look, there's only so much you can
licked a baby.
Licked a baby.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's just like a new car. You like the new car scent, and the taste of a new baby. Can't beat it. Well, MAGA could be a great thing. It's Make America Great Again. You do that. I don't care. I just want somebody to make Denmark great again. Once upon a time, we ruled over England, Sweden, and Norway.
I see Baker's plan. He's like, look, make America great, but it's really better when we are in charge. So why don't we just switch this around?
Yep.
Who had the coolest
You're
guts?
even getting tan. Oh my God, you're trying to usurp the movement. I see how you are.
I tried to look into some settings on my camera, and I just press reset to standard, and everything. So I am a bit orange today. I
He's
need
got
a new camera.
tan lighting, make himself look tan. Did you
I
notice
don't, I
he
don't
has
even have.
haircut too, Mo?
I have. This is
Better
my
copy
tan
Yeah.
light.
Well, I
Oh,
was
I'm all
wondering,
the
but then I
Trump.
thought maybe I haven't been paying attention before. You have that scary thing where you're like, oh crap, has it been like 3 days and I haven't noticed? Because I'm
Yep.
kind of
No,
bad at
just had it
that.
today. It's I always
Oh.
get my hair cut on the 17th because then I can remember.
That is a good idea.
That is funny.
So, but again,
I'm
I
gonna have
only
to write that down so we can celebrate every 17th.
Hair day.
It's a hair day.
I'm more a TNA guy. So yeah, let's do this no DOR. And let's get back to this. He should run for governor or something.
I do think, I mean, he doesn't have nipple piercings, but I mean, it could happen.
Didn't a methed out closeted guy almost get elected in Florida, and 2 weeks
Yeah.
before the election, they found him with some men of payable pleasure in a room, strung out on all the drugs. So
Well, just like our poor Bradley Yohn, um, Andrew Gillum was also framed
yeah,
by a vast right-wing conspiracy to
it
do
was
an
all of the
8-ball on a
coincidences
male
in Florida.
masseuse.
Yeah, it's
The fact that there wasn't an alligator involved makes me question some part of the story.
is it even Florida if there's not a
Yeah.
alligator sitting with a camera in the corner? How it would do that with its small arms and his eyes tilted. We're gonna figure that out while we watch this case. I have to draw that one.
Here is the water boy. Mama said gators was mad because they don't have the arms to brush all them teeth.
I love that movie.
I do too.
That's the best movie ever.
We will take up jury instruction conference in 21 CF 715. Assistant State's Attorney Jones and Keck are present. Mr. Young's present pro se, but with standby counsel, Mr. Nelson. All right, so Mr. Jones or Ms. Keck, you provided the defendant with a copy of your proposed jury instructions.
We have, Your Honor.
Your Honor, these are just updated from what we had provided, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, in that previously the victim's name was spelled out. I changed that to initials. And then 2.01, I believe said aggravated vehicular invasion instead of hijacking. So that was modified. Other than that, everything should be the same that we've previously provided to the court, Mr. Yohn, and I did provide him new copies this morning, just like the court.
All right, the jury verdict on the aggravated vehicular guilty, not guilty also says invasion. So that needs to be corrected, but we've got instructions to take up before those. All right, Mr. Young, do you have any proposed jury instructions?
Your Honor, I would ask the only additional ones be included are 310, right of an attorney or attorney's investigator to interview witnesses. 311, prior inconsistent statements. And 317, testimony of an accomplice.
Oh, did the accomplice testify?
All right.
Sal,
Those are
did
the
the
three
accomplice
you're
testify on
As far as the 1.01,
day
the
2?
jury instruction I read to the jurors prior to commencing trial, that will be provided to them in the packet that will not be reread to them. I'm sorry, that'll be 1.01A. As far as the instruction 1.01 proposed by the state, any objection to that being given, Mr. Yohn?
Which one was that, Your Honor?
1.01.
No.
1.01A is the preliminary cautionary instructions before
A
opening statement.
fumigator,
As
if you will.
previously stated, that one has already been given, will not be reread. And 1.01B, implicit bias. Any objection to that being given, Mr. Yohn?
It's a mirror behind him so he can see.
No, not at all.
Because his eyes is up here.
1.02. The objection to 1.02.
I think it's easier
Judge, we've given two
if
versions.
Gator
of
is
that.
on the floor.
There are two versions in the
Have to
packet.
read
Yeah,
provided to the
given
court and to
given the hotel,
defendant.
I think there are
The
already
difference
mirrors
being
on the
the second
ceiling. So
paragraph, and it will be
Yeah.
depending upon your testimony, you're testifying or not. If you testify, then the first version would normally be given. If you exercise your right not to testify, then the second version would be given. Any objection to one of those instructions depending upon your choice to testify or not?
If I choose to testify, I would say that the second one. One second.
You're just told that they wouldn't give the second one if you testify.
Your Honor, if I choose to
What-
testify,
what-
I'd say that the second one be dismissed.
That would be what the instructions so instruct.
now we
Yes.
have.
Okay, so no
They
objection.
moved the camera. There's still nothing happening.
1.03, arguments of counsel. Any objection to that instruction?
Arguments of counsel?
1.03.
No, Your Honor.
Will be given. 1.05, jury note taking. Any objection to that instruction?
Yes.
3.07. Any objection?
There are other propositions.
Well, it probably will be at some time. When I completely snap, they will know it was the Ninja Spider and the Filmogator.
No, Your Honor.
Is anything gonna happen?
1.05A will be given without objection. Any objection?
Come on.
Given without objection. Objection. 11.57. Objection. 11.50.
Oh, well, hang on one moment. I do not see this proposition. Where it states he is legally responsible for one for whose conduct he is legally responsible to later threaten to use a dangerous weapon other than a firearm.
John, they started today with an officer who testified that the co-defendant, the accomplice was brought into the DA's office yesterday and asked if she would like to talk to the defendant, and she had said she wouldn't do it. But they are going to ask her again today, which will be maybe Thursday last week, Friday. So I'm not sure if he's going to call her. The state has closed, and we're
Judge, under the accountability instruction, the accomplice instruction, we are to insert the phrase "or one for whose conduct he is legally responsible" into the propositions where that is an issue. That's what we've done, and that's what we're supposed to do pursuant to the Illinois pattern criminal jury instruction.
We'll give the instruction finding such to be an accurate recitation of Illinois law over defendant's objection. 14.13.
Your Honor, I'm looking at it right here. Looking at 1158 right here in the
That's a big chunk.
IPI instructions 2023
Pull 'em
manual.
I suggest you go to the accountability instruction, which is 5.03, and thereunder is where it's going to advise you exactly of what Mr. Jones just recited. So again, I'll give it over your objection.
But
14.13.
back to he will be starting his case.
No objection.
So I don't know if
Without
he's
objection.
going to call her.
14.14.
But they're just
Refers
doing.
to everyone with a corrected copy.
Those being given. 26.05 verdict forms will be given without objection. Hijacking.
Just the jury
Any other
instructions
instructions for
they're
the
going through.
To address, is it a possibility I could recall Miss Massajuski?
She released from her witness subpoena.
She was.
She was released from her witness subpoena. Mr.
That's
Johnson
the
wanted you
DNA
to try to get her
expert who
back.
wants to have back.
We already went through her examination and we allowed you to question further, hoping to have her excused so she wouldn't have to wait around. So it's on you to try and get her back if you need to call her as a witness. All right, we're going to be adjourned until 12:45 when the jury's back. Hopefully we got time for lunch.
So not as much fireworks as I hoped to, but he probably didn't understand many of the words said.
Oh, there's like 30-second versions. Yeah, that one.
They should cut the mic when not on screen.
You mentioned record work is still present. Did you get the reports printed out you needed in exhibits? All
Roger B. Thompson, Justice Dyke.
right, thank you.
Please, Steve.
I bet she won't because she did a plea deal, so she will be doing perjury.
Counsel previously mentioned record work is still present. Did you get the reports printed out you needed in
No,
exhibits?
Your Honor, I did not. I only was able to get a few of them printed out, and I still need to set up the monitor.
Watch the female
Previously mentioned
prosecutor.
record work is still present. Did you get the reports printed out you needed in
No,
exhibits?
Your Honor, I did not. I only was able to get a few of them printed out, and I still need to set up the monitor.
And Legal Bites got angry with the DUI guy. He was only
Want me a little bit of time to be prepared.
in the audience of a trial. She's making all the faces.
Mr. Nelson was only able to obtain about approximately 14, 15 copies.
So, sweetie,
How much more time do you perceive that you're going to need, Mr. Young?
Half an hour to 40 minutes. I apologize, Your Honor. Not much I can do about it.
And there's plenty that should have been done before this time, Mr. Yon. The time for trial prep is before trial, but I will recess for 30 minutes. You get done and ready to present your case because we're going to do that in 30 minutes, sir. We'll be in recess till 1:30.
yeah, they shouldn't be making all of the faces. It's not proper. But when if you're in the audience, I could understand you making all of the faces. But when you are on the job, at least try to act professionally. I know he's just a big waste of oxygen, but you put on your game face, you sit there and you just roll your eyes and you don't, because again, we're talking about a man who's going away for more than a few days, so you could act properly, but she's probably not used to having a camera in her face when a stupid guy talks.
Truth.
Oh, I would be bad, guys, because I don't know how to control it. Just like listening to people. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I can see they're doing the jury instructions in Texas, but again, as soon as they jump to the closings, we'll jump over there. But I really don't care for. Right now, they're talking about not electing not to testify, and I have a fear that the judge will say, "Well, now we have the jury instructions. That goes on me." And then they be gone for 4 hours while they have a quinceañera, I believe is a Mexican thing. I'm not sure. I've seen it in a movie once.
Oh, Baker.
Yeah, I probably did a racism. Yeah, she was more professional, even though he claimed they laughed at him multiple times. But this defendant has claimed that they are leading the witnesses because they look at the witnesses look at the prosecution, so they get their answers from them. Whatever. Yeah, I'm sure all of this is right, and I am sitting here rolling my eyes and laughing because I'm just a stupid guy with a webcam and internet connection. But these are people who are trying to get him to go away for a very long time. These are the representatives of the state. They have all the taxpayer money to put this guy away. So just try to roll your eyes inside your head instead of no, in your mind instead of in court, because you have to act professionally. And believe you, I have sat through some of the tallest tales ever told, where my brain was about to melt, and I tried to keep the same face I have every minute doing a trial, and this is this face. And I can do it even if you're telling me a tale that's so tall that even the tallest of tales wouldn't be as tall as that tale. True story. So yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, but I think because Brooks was as bad as he was, it was easier to just be angry. Because he did all the shenanigans just to get one more second in court so he didn't have to be in prison. So I thought that Sue was so mad that she didn't react to him, and all of them knew, don't give him any reasonable appeals, nothing. And that's why I thought the judge went way too far with her trying to appease him. You get the last chance, and just like this guy, she gave him 5 chances more. And I had small kids once, and one of the things you learn as a parent is, if you say no the first time and then let them do it, they're just going to ask again. You just have to show some consequences. And I know, yeah, but he could appeal it. Not if she said, Mr. Brooks, you went over the line into the other room. You don't have to argue with him for 20 minutes if or not he can build a box fort. I'm pretty sure Mo says to her sons, especially the youngest one, more than once a day that nope, and mean it, no. She doesn't tell him 20 times a day that he shouldn't stick aluminum foil into the microwave.
No, but 3 times seems to be the level. But why not? Because you'll electrocute yourself. Okay, but can we get a new microwave? No, don't do it. And I'm hiding the foil.
They're my favorite.
Yeah, that's the thing. If Sue Hopper was the judge or Hopper,
No, she was
any other
the
person,
prosecutor. Sue Hopper was
well,
the
no, but
prosecutor.
any other person with small kids would have said, "This is it. You're getting out." Every time she said, "I'm going to give you 3 more chances," and I was like, "Lady, you do not negotiate with toddlers or terrorists. He's both.
Yep.
Get him out."
Yeah, that's the biggest problem with the entire Brook case was, if you took out all of his shenanigans by being super consequent the first time he acts up, you say, Mr. Brooks, 402, what was it, 40203, I believe was the statute she used. I can't remember it off my head. It's a long time ago.
906 or whatever.
Yeah, 506.
906.11.
She had 3 things saying she could throw him out. You hold me in contempt? Nope, but I'm removing you from the courtroom, and you have 1 chance. And the second he starts yelling, jury, leave the room, bailiffs, move him to the other cell. And I believe that would have been better on all of them, because those poor family members sitting there with his stupid antics. I don't consent to using Mr. Brooks. Beep, 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 beep. The first time, just say, shut the F up, go into the other room, and you can come back when you can behave like a man who's way beyond toddler age. But that's just me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it crackles a lot. And you get everything. It's amazing. So, yeah. I just, oh, something happening. Sorry. Why did I stop this? Oh, just gonna listen and see. We're gonna retire Mr. Yohn, and then I'm gonna bring up another, and then we're gonna have the opening statements from the other things that we have been following. I want to pay off on that. So to this screen, this will be I don't know how to see. This is the Texas case we've been seeing. It's the closing in the DP hearing. Let's see how well they do this. I have this up, I have that up. I try.
Oh no, he's gonna say something ridiculous. I just know it.
In
Only
9 days,
an hour and a half late.
July the 26th, it will be Dominic's birthday. He will be turning 7. And like many Texans, and like many Laredoans, the Hernandez family will go to his memorial like they do every year. And they will take him as gifts. This year, however, will be special on his birthday because he'll receive the biggest gift of all, a gift from you.
See,
At a jury in Laredo, Texas,
Yeah, I don't know that
is
telling
giving him
people that killing
and
is
his mommy
bad.
justice.
I don't know.
I know it's so.
Those arguments.
I hate this guy, but I hate when they do stuff like.
I hate just swinging the dead bodies
You will
around.
now
Like,
be able
we're
to
going to use
smile.
them to hit you.
Yeah.
Run, laugh, and rest peacefully. Dominic has left so many clues during this case. It's amazing. His precious blood at the crime scene, his Tweety bird, his favorite train at grandma's house. All you have to do is look, listen, and learn. And even though he's not here with us physically, he speaks to you. He speaks to you. He speaks to you through me. This case is not about me. It's not about the state. It's not about politics. It's about truth. It's about justice. It's about doing the right thing. It's about giving the right punishment. It's about protecting society. It's about accountability.
And let him rot.
It's about closure for the family. And it's about deterrence. It's about deterrence. This is not about religion. This is not about revenge. It's about the law. It is about the law. You know, when Mr. Boggs was in his opening, he went over there and puts his hands on Mr. Burgos and says, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Burgos is a dead man. He is going to die. Death is certain for all of us. The only difference is that when Mr. Burgos planned and executed his own flesh and blood, an innocent baby, and the mother of that baby, he scheduled his own death. On April the 9th of 2018, he scheduled his own death. Deserve has nothing to do with this.
Interesting argument, I guess. I mean, he knew it was Texas, and he
earned the sentence.
But he's just like,
Each and every one of you,
because that's
each and every single one of you are the last link for law enforcement. In the criminal justice process, everything that we've done since we came together at TAMIU, almost close to 400 people. Why? Why you?
Probably.
Like me? You took an oath to follow the law. Each and every one of you. We cannot do this alone.
I totally agree. I don't like it when they show kids.
We cannot do this alone.
That's
You can give Dominic and Griselda the justice that they deserve. You see the difference? What he earned is the death penalty. And what Dominic and Griselda deserve is justice. So that when you carefully, callously plan and calculate the murder
I don't believe so.
of a child, an
at least they
innocent
didn't
child
do
and their
that.
mother, and you use your special skills, and you use your knowledge, and you hide in plain sight, there's consequences. That's the message you're going to send with your verdict.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hey, what, Heather?
Sending
We
messages.
just started closing in the Texas DP case.
You'll be given the court's charge, and will be given the instruction with regard to what to do, and those are the things that you need to answer, the questions inside the charge, based on the instructions that I give you. Remember that when you receive the charge.
The evidence that we have brought you in the guilt and innocence phase proves beyond a reasonable doubt. It proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Burgos-Aviles will probably commit future acts of violence in the society where he's going.
oh geez.
Oh no, not this.
You sat here. There
I
are
still
no
believe he's going to
circumstances.
spend a very,
None.
very short time in that concrete cage.
Not one
Yeah, I don't.
or a few or any evidence of mitigation where to justify a sentence of life without parole instead of death. You took an oath, and if you apply the law, if you apply the evidence, and you apply the facts,
Yeah, I know. But,
then you will answer
40 years he has lived
yes
on the planet.
on special issue, question number 1. And you will answer no on special issue number 2.
That,
Life is sacred.
He said they should send
I
a
agree
message.
when Mr. Boggs stood here on Monday and said, life is sacred. And what did he say? It's sacred to everyone in here. Well, we know who it's not sacred to. It's not sacred to this man. The story, after 3 weeks in trial, the story ends with you here today. Remember what I said in opening. There's a beginning, there's a middle, and there's an end to every story. Your story will end today. And again, you answered the highest call of duty.
I just hope he doesn't.
And I'll tell you what, Mr. Boggs, this is still a big and important case.
He does what he have done with all the other times.
It sure is.
Has spoken and go too far.
Yeah.
To all of you,
Short, simple.
to the
You would
state,
think, but
to the people of Texas, to the Hernandezes.
Closing arguments. This is
And we
the
thank
state's
you for
closing
your
arguments.
Remember the first day at TAMIU, we put this up. A true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God. A true verdict render according to the law and the evidence. The law and the evidence. We have worked hard in bringing you the facts and bringing you the evidence, and it shows the truth. It shows the truth. We have guided you. And you got it right in finding Mr. Burgos guilty. Your job is not done.
Well, the battle
The
of the
roadmap.
experts.
How do you get to the right punishment? Remember, and all of you lived through this during the time that we brought you here and you were selected for jury, to sit on this jury. What evidence do you consider today when you go deliberate
Exactly.
in answering the special issue?
It's,
Y'all remember this chart? We went over it and over it and over it. You all know how to work through this chart. You look at the evidence, not the guilty verdict. That's already been done. But you get the evidence from the first phase that you can consider, plus all of the evidence that we brought you in this phase that you can consider in answering special issue question number 1.
it's you can't say there's a timeline for anything, and
The state must prove, just like we did in the guilt and innocence phase, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, that there's a probability that Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society. A probability that he'll commit criminal acts of violence that constitute a continuing threat to society. So what do we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt? Not that he will. Not that he will. Listen to that. But that he probably will. That's our burden.
Yeah, but I don't think we should
That
murder
he
people that might
probably
could do
will.
something. This
It's,
seems like the wrong
Where's that word?
tactic.
This is the battle of the expert.
And how do you make that
One
decision?
expert said he probably will.
How do you
and
do?
the other one
How
said
can
he probably
you
won't?
say that somebody will probably continue to commit acts of violence in the society where he's going?
Because
And we
he's a
talked
lawyer.
about the society. Where's he going? He's going to prison.
Known
And we all
peaceful
know that
harmony
there's
in place.
what did Mr. Fitzpatrick say? That prison is a society within what? A society. Society within society, where people go and work, where they keep Texans safe. It's not a perfect society. It's not a perfect system. We know that. But
Get the
we
12-year-old
will now,
off the camera right now.
and I will explain to you
Yeah.
all of the evidence,
I hate that.
all of the truth, all of the facts that we brought you in order to answer that question. That we prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he probably will. That he's dangerous, we know that. We already all know that. So what do you consider? And here they are. This is what you will consider: the circumstances, the calculated nature, his forethought
Well, watch it. I was.
and deliberateness that he exhibited, the existence of any prior criminal record, his age, his personal circumstances at the time of the offense. Was he acting under duress?
A child should always be
Psychiatric evidence.
able to see.
We know the answer to that one, and we know the
At
answer to
least.
the duress.
I think the
We
camera.
know the
angles
answer to the
are-
circumstances, the calculated nature.
Yeah,
You
I
all
think
saw
that
when he started doing this.
having a new
And his character
12-year-old, I would
evidence.
gauge it for him and then see how
Multiple attempts
he
on
would be
Dominic's
okay. Because
life.
this stuff, this alone would.
Think
Yeah.
about how many times he wanted to end baby Dominic's life.
If you bring up the effing
Think about
spider,
it.
I'm gonna lose my.
Think about it as I go through this argument, and I'll give you our version of how many times he tried to take his life.
The
But think
spider.
carefully how many times he did. 27 stab wounds to Griselda Hernandez, 2 stab wounds to Dominic. Rapid but not instant death. Little baby Dominic bled. He was alone when he bled.
He was a little.
He was
not a
looking
little
up at the
baby.
sky.
I hate it, and I
When
know
he
why
bled.
they do it, but I just hate that they call it a little baby.
His own biological son,
It's kind of demeaning in my.
a weapon of choice. Well, we know what it was. We know what it is. We never found it. Because who controls the crime scene? Who decides what to do with the evidence?
I think Baker's right. I think the baby's
He
gonna get
decided
him
what
to
to do
fry.
with the evidence.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
Remember an opening statement. I told
Yeah, the
you
toddler.
that the state was going to bring you evidence to look into his heart.
When
And
they're
to judge a
walking
person,
around
you can't look at their appearance. You have to look into their heart.
I don't know. I've seen that man's
I
facial
told
expressions.
you
I'm
that we
pretty
were
sure
going
I'm
to bring you
okay just
evidence
staying
of
on
the
surface
text
level.
messages
I
that
don't
he
need
was
to go any
sending
deeper. I
before,
get gone
during,
her for
and
all
after
day.
the murders of 2 innocent
You don't have to
people.
be Dr. G to.
What was
read
he
his mind.
doing during that time?
Oh, okay. So Murph's Turf is
He was
explaining
sexting.
it to us. It's apparently a cultural thing. There isn't a word for toddler in Spanish.
That is so
Okay.
disturbing.
Okay, that makes more sense.
That is so
Hey, Lefty.
upsetting. And he did it all while serving his country. There was never any provocation by Griselda. You have the evidence. Go through the text messages. She didn't want to cause him any trouble. But did you ever see any attempt in all
Why
those
are they allowed
messages
to
saying,
take pictures in
hey,
the courtroom?
how can I help? What do you need? Will $500 help out right now? Something.
If it's the fan noise, it's because I'm
No.
boosting the audio sound because
No.
this guy is always very low.
Instead, he
So,
went
there's
into
probably some pickup.
a plan to end the threat of two truly innocent people. And what did he do? What did he do when he was hiding there in plain sight? How do you hide in plain sight? Think about that. How do you hide in plain sight?
Do a 30 minutes. It's been going for
When
26
everybody
minutes
there is
now.
law enforcement and you're dressed as law enforcement, but yet you're the danger within the law enforcement. That's how he did it. Dominic's age, the gruesome murder scene, the painful deaths. Imagine. Imagine. It wasn't swift. It wasn't swift. It wasn't pulling the trigger one time. This was up close. This was personal. 27.
Too much.
12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20,
Well, wait.
21, 22, 23, 24.
This is too much.
26.
We already got the guilty verdict. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
27 times.
Judge is sleeping.
And then once through the
He's
baby's
checking his
chest.
phone.
And then one through his neck.
Like,
For fuck's sake. I mean, I could have seen him going to 10 and then said,
Or just do 3 and say,
Unforgivable.
and imagine how many 27 would be.
yeah, something like that.
You saw
yeah.
Dr. Fernandez's.
Well, he do have the
testimony.
facts because he got him convicted.
You'll have the autopsy reports.
Yeah. This is the
Why is
determination
Avery going over this?
for life.
Study them. When you want to imagine the type of pain that this young mother sustained at his hands, look at it. Look at what he did to her. Look at her defensive wounds.
Really isn't many defensive wounds, only 2.
Look at the
No, I
way
mean,
he
it
left
looked like
her.
he went crazed attack and she went down fairly quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pre-crime scene investigator too.
CSI.
He attacked her from behind.
There is a court order that they
He
can't
ambushed
show
her.
anything on camera from the victims or of the victims.
She didn't know. She didn't know that that was the last day that was the last day of
I
her
think
life,
It's
and she was gonna go meet
it's too much.
a law enforcement officer. She thought they were good. This is how he left her.
Yeah, it's a thing from the Randolph case.
Oh, gee,
Listen,
get the kid off the daggone camera now.
did not
Yeah.
create this situation.
They wanted him to cry.
Yeah,
We didn't create the facts or the circumstances
they should be reprimanded.
or the evidence. As hard as he tried to disturb,
Welcome.
to stage,
It's the state closing.
to alter the crime scene, we found it. Now we're handing you the baton. We brought it to you. What did Dr. Fernandez say? The person who did this had knowledge. The person who did this had knowledge. This man had the knowledge. And what did I say in opening about clarity? After those 27 stab wounds and killing this innocent mother,
Yeah, that's my thing. The kid
He
can be
walked
there if he's mature enough to
20
handle
yards.
it. The camera needs to
over to the
not
stroller,
focus anywhere near
gets in
him.
front of this little baby.
And
And it's like he's looking in the mirror, Mr. Boggs. He's looking right at himself.
it's the good old thing. If it bleeds, it leads.
And he opens
So we put tears on the front
that
page
buckle,
because that gets
takes the little phone out of his hands,
interactions.
puts it down, picks
And
him up,
I really hope that someone is sitting
takes him over to the grass.
at LNC and saying,
lays him down.
that's not right. But if the baby don't make him bleed, the tears of the 12-year-old will.
Yeah.
Picks up the shirt. He wanted to get it right. He picks up this one of Dominic's favorite shirts.
Okay, enough, sir.
And he pierces, aiming for his heart. And
It's
he
happening,
doesn't
Harper.
stop
That's her
there.
older son, we
He
believe.
doesn't stop there. When little baby Dominic is still alive, he goes for the jugular. How long did it take baby Dominic to die? With every beat of his heart, he would lose blood. What was going through his mind? Where's mommy? Where's my
How do you
mommy?
know that?
This man was a stranger.
He's Dr. G now. He knows what Dominic.
The death was
last
rapid,
thought was.
but not instant. He lost blood with every heartbeat. First, he would have gone into shock. 10 minutes to die. And the person who did this had knowledge. The calculated nature. I would submit that when Griselda advised Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, remember she did that practice message in December? Say, hey, I'm sorry, nothing, I don't want to mess you up, but I really need help. I'm going through hell. I can't pay for school. I need help for daycare. Then on February 1st, she fills out the application. But when he finds out that this is coming, the wheels start turning. You have a choice. Do I man up and do the right thing and accept responsibility for this little innocent baby that I fathered?
It's the victim's son, yeah,
No.
but she has another baby daddy for that one.
Let me go this way. Let me end him. Because he doesn't matter. Every life matters. Every human life matters.
We're off in the weeds. You've given us.
His life matters.
This is just too much theatrics. You should
Yeah.
have stopped before you start banging the table.
But he planned it.
Short and sweet with all the.
And then you
facts.
start seeing it on March 25th.
You don't have to go through
At
the
Winfield
timeline.
Park.
They know the timeline. They found him guilty.
He knows that there's an appointment for child support. He sets up the meeting on the 20 and then the Winfield Park incident.
The spider.
Remember April the 4th? What does he do? He goes to Snapchat. We talked about that in Guilt and Innocence. This is all going to calculation. This is all going to planning. You don't wake up one day and say, I'm going to go kill my son and his mother.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen like that.
This is the state
It takes
problem
planning.
all the time.
It takes calculation.
They start out real strong.
Selecting when, where, and how he was going to do it. He scouts behind the
Could have
church.
taken out the 27 poundings, put this
FBI
together,
agent
and put it in a
report.
20-minute.
He goes behind the church on Del Mar on April the 7th to look at where to get rid of evidence.
Yeah, I agree.
Then he's trying to set up the meeting with Griselda. It's set up on the 8th or the 9th. He's involved in the scheduling,
Like it sounds like he's
the assignments for Border Patrol.
his other closing statement.
Yeah,
What did
they
Agent
already
Dennison
know.
tell us?
Let that be enough.
That
We
there was
already did this.
eradication going on, right?
Yeah,
And that they had to take the cameras down. Who knew this?
and everyone is entitled to all of their own opinions, and as DMDM says, there hasn't been anyone telling everyone else they're stupid because they have a different opinion. This is a place of sharing opinions, having opinions, and everyone can say, I think you're wrong, as long as they don't say you are stupid or you don't get it or
Yeah.
I don't want to listen
Yeah.
to you. Everyone in this chat is always very respectful, even though we differ on opinions. So everyone, I won't say smile and be happy because we can't do that while listening to this, but everyone have their own opinion. Everyone discuss all you want, for or against DP. I have my own opinions, and we are entitled to it. There's no one who is disrespectful in the chat, and I haven't seen anyone. So don't feel like anyone is, just because they're not agreeing with you.
Yeah,
okay.
I think
It's
we're
like,
doing okay. It's a hard.
It's just like donuts. There's a lot of donuts with as there's a lot of opinions, and everyone is entitled to have a donut on the Baker stream.
Who knew this? He knew it.
It's not legally
The
binding. No one
perfect
is allowed.
location to stage the crime. What he didn't bank on was that DPS
Hey,
was going to have a camera on one of the trails. That camera that caught him in Kilo Unit. Remember when he was leaving at 10:10 in his Kilo Unit? And he murders him on the 9th. He used considerable amount of time to calculate and plan the murders. Forethought, deliberateness, it all started with the child support. He gets served with the petition, with the notice to set up.
Okay, but tell me why.
Set up in order to have those meetings, to start having those negotiation conferences. And you remember when she texted him, hey, you missed your meeting.
Jody, as with everything, even if you only watched a second or didn't watch a second or anything in this trial, if you have an opinion, you're always welcome to share it.
Yes.
And just remember, get as good as you're giving. If people are having a
Yes.
different opinion, it's not because they don't like you. It's probably because they don't
Yeah,
like Sean.
it's
Mostly it's because they don't like Søren, but Søren is used to that. So all the hate in chat can go to Søren. Everyone else, we're giving, we're taking. It's all a friendly place where everyone can be, and no one is after someone in specific person for any kind of reason. We're just sharing opinions.
I have a lot, and a lot of people don't agree with me, but I like everyone.
Oh,
I don't like Søren.
well, we're working on Baker. We're working on Baker to at least like Søren a little bit, since they live close to each other.
Unfortunately,
it's all right. You're okay. Everyone's okay. Let's
And,
just
remember,
see if
it's-
this man will ever land.
I know.
And remember, it's on the internet. No one, no one really cares when we turn it off, and we just sitting there and think, Søren is just a fool. But you're free to do that. But in chat, just remember, everyone has an opinion, and everyone has a right to it.
Had other plans. The injection site. Where and how he killed them, the manner and means of the death,
Exactly.
cutting their carotid.
We come together because
And
we want to share our opinions.
they're
You can
joking.
always learn.
How he ambushed, how he lured them to that dirt trail. Using his position, infiltrating the investigation, utilize time to his advantage. He contaminates the crime scene, he destroys evidence, and you see the video. What does he do when he gets in the car? Starts to lick.
Yeah,
If you need to look at it again, it's there. But when he's sitting in the car, which arm is he licking? The right arm. The right arm. He's taking anywhere that he thinks he has blood, he's wiping it.
We don't know that for sure. Anyways,
All of that evidence
what are we doing? Come on.
you will utilize to answer special issue question number 1 with a resounding yes.
I would say 20 minutes ago.
A unanimous yes. It's clear.
The jury have heard all
It's
of it.
clear.
It's the same jury who found him guilty. So they know all of this. They
Yeah.
just have to prove he would be a continued
Beyond a
menace to
reasonable doubt.
society if he gets to live.
Not that he
So
will
They can choose
commit future acts of violence.
to fund it.
Probably.
Well, all they presented was if he escapes,
Probably.
will he
That's,
go on a killing rampage?
that's what we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And we've given you a mountain of evidence that you could use to answer special issue number 1. Then you move to special issue number 2.
Does he have to yell
We
at
don't
him?
have this burden. Taking into consideration all the circumstances of the offense, once again. We don't leave that. You consider the circumstances, his character, which we've shown you. And we're going to talk more about his character, but
Oh,
take
Lord,
that
you're
into
never
consideration. His background, his moral culpability. That these circumstances warrant that a sentence of life imprisonment without parole rather than death be imposed. Everything that Mr. Boggs promised you in his opening.
It looked like he was about to cry 10 minutes.
And we're gonna talk
now
more
he's
about
just back to, I don't care.
Stay focused
Well, I'm starting.
throughout this process.
It's sad, and it's like.
And just like you hold me and my team to our promises, hold him to his promises. Hold him and his team to their promises that they come up here and made. No mitigation in answering this question. Is there any mitigation? If you follow the law, if you follow the evidence, the answer is simple. No.
This is worse PowerPoint. than
There's
I
none.
expected.
I know.
But Mom, I swear she tried to take the remote from me.
No, Bradley.
Could you approach with that? I don't remember that specifically.
Oh, I have to go feed the dog now. I can hear she's at her food bowl.
So was that it, or did he make him take a break? Sorry.
Well, I think it's in poor taste to accuse another lawyer of lying in their opening statement, because I think that's what the Chandler Halderson guy got in trouble for. I don't know.
This just sounds like you're trying to get them to decide guilty or not guilty. And like, we've heard this. They already charged him, or they already decided. What are we doing?
Yeah, I think had he kept it 20 minutes, go through the sort of heinousness of the crime, go through the premeditatedness of it, and then, say, thank you for your time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like more of what reasons why death would be better than life. Their statistics that they brought out of he's
Yeah.
still a danger.
That's kind of my thing. Don't also, again, apologize to the jury for the monumental time suck you have been.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I know it's justice and a family thing and all that, but you guys have wasted more. If I had to be there at 8 and it was it's now
Most
1
days,
there,
these last week and a half, it's been more time discussing out of trial and proving experts' expertise than they have had actual jury time in the courtroom. I watched a day where they had less than 4 hours of effective time, and 50 minutes of that was an expert. So 3 hours.
We submit
for 9 hours in trial.
that whatever evidence was brought for mitigation, that you can still answer no. Weigh it.
Yeah, I think
Consider it.
he started strong and he can't.
I'm not telling you not to.
Can't stop himself.
Analyze it. Analyze all the evidence.
Yeah, this shouting doesn't help.
This is exactly her comment. Is exactly how I feel.
Make
Like
your decision.
feels like
yeah,
you're
that's how
bullying them.
It's your
I'm
individual
going to be
decision.
with you guys.
And then collectively,
This to
unanimously,
me isn't a
put
death penalty
no.
case. It doesn't reach.
We-
it's heinous. It's terrible.
This
It's
entire
terrible, but it's
process
not.
have brought you consistent, credible, and corroborated
No,
evidence.
because it wasn't a random murder.
Consistent,
It wasn't
Yeah.
spur of the moment. It
corroborated,
was
one layer after another,
again. It was to fix
so that you can make
a
the
problem.
decision.
Yeah.
Let's go over that. Timothy Fitzpatrick.
No going over anything more.
What are we going over?
Let's make it very clear. Where does the defense want you to send Mr. Burgos? Where do they want you to send him? Life without the possibility of parole.
Yeah, and
So he could think about
I
what
think
he'd done,
that's the biggest problem.
so that he can get punished
cases
for what he did.
is lawyers think that jurors are stupid,
Really, Mr. Boggs?
and this is just demeaning to everyone.
We brought you Mr. Fitzpatrick, okay? 19 years or 21 years with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice in the corrections
Are you
haven't
talking?
to show you.
I don't know what greasy haired defense lawyer did to tick this lawyer off so bad, but he is just this man lied to you. This man, wants you to send him to Club Med.
That's
so
what I mean. They're
confused,
acting like he's like, oh, you want him to just sit and think about what he did. Like, he's gonna be in prison, guys. Like, it's not just fun and games. Like,
Yeah, and
yeah.
I'm sorry, but after seeing it, I can't unsee it. Why is PV Herman on the first row?
That is a shocked and scared look.
I know. What is that?
He's probably like, oh my God, sir, stop. Stop. You're making us all look dumb.
But again, if we go back to the first time Dave and I was on stream together, we talked about the Danish versus the American system. American lawyers believe, I think they, not take it in the wrong way, Dave, I love you, but most of them have some kind of God complex. They are very intelligent. They are smarter than everyone else, and only they can tell stupid people like the 12 people sitting in the jury box how they should think, because they're too stupid to understand it themselves. So instead of saying, well, you found him guilty, you saw all the evidence, now it's the difference between life in prison or yeah.
He's always lurking.
Yeah, but he heard his name and the God symbol went up and he came running. But you can just say you saw all the evidence. You saw how many times he stabbed Griselda. You saw that Dominic didn't die instantly. So now you have to make the choice. Will he go to prison for life, or will he not go to prison for life? I'm not sure what I can say on YouTube. And instead of slamming the table and doing this, just say this was planned, which shows it's a heinous crime. How can you do that to your own 18-month-old son? This is not about him sitting in Club Med or anything. This is about the victims. Let them have justice by having him go up up the chimney. Now we're going through all the evidence again. I know we stopped a bit, but it's been going for over 40 minutes, almost an hour he's been talking. Did you need more than the first 20 minutes?
You need to recap us on the whole case again. Like, come on.
And remember, for those of you saying, well, it's okay because the juries have to know it. They've been sitting there for almost 4 weeks. They've been in the original trial. They found him guilty. They found the evidence were enough to find him guilty of these two unalivings. You don't have to convince them that he unalived them. They know. They were the ones who found him guilty. So, but this lawyer has all the God complex left over from Dave. No, Dave doesn't have a God complex. He is, but this guy has a God complex. He is the smartest guy in any room. Even Bradley Yohn couldn't compare to him.
What life in prison without the possibility of parole is. And what is it? Really? What is it?
What is it?
Recreational sports. Education services.
Oh my gosh, he really is using the Club Med defense.
Put up to 10 people on there, 4 hours per visit. Blow out
at least 2
birthday candles.
One for grown-ups and one for kids.
Color your coloring books. You want a job, just apply, sign up.
Coloring books are important.
You get to move around unescorted around campus. You're in general population. You need a counselor, go see a counselor. Cable TV. They want to joke about the Price is Right. This is no joking matter. It's not.
That's one. Didn't he do the 4 ladies?
And it doesn't end there.
Pleasure trial too.
I think the other
tablets, emails, music, subscriptions, religious services. In a dorm of, what did he say, 45 or 46 people, he'll be living there. If he needs outside medical care, we'll take him so he can get medical care. Oh, and you get the cafeteria access. Sounds like he's going to college.
No,
That's
it
what it
doesn't
sounds
sound
like.
like he's going to college.
That's who they want to send
Because
him.
the 44 other guys in there.
Is that punishment for killing an innocent baby? His innocent mother?
This is too stupid.
I can't.
In a vicious and a brutal murder? Really? No. No. Now, if he wants to look in the mirror, let him do it on death row. There's a mirror in that cell.
Yelling.
He'll have time to think. That's where he belongs. In an 8x10 cinder block cell, 23 hours locked down. That's where he'll get to think about what he did.
Again, Your Honor, objection, arguing for specific punishment, supposed to focus on special issues.
Yeah, get it together.
Ms. Continue, move forward, please.
Angelica Hernandez, you saw the pain. Angelica, the rest of her family will never be the same.
Stop
They'll
showing
never
the
be the
kid.
same. She had the courage to come up here and tell you. And when I asked her, how old would your sister be today? She looked at you and she said she's frozen at 27. She's frozen at 27. And Mary Hernandez, the mother, freezes her room from that day. And that they go in there to reflect. Their lives did matter. They continue to matter. And life without the possibility of parole does not address that. Joshua Nunez, I don't remember, 16, 19, 18-year officer. What did he tell you? He sees the crime every single day. He sees the crime. He had to go and identify the body of his cousin and had to go and tell the rest of the family about it. Traumatized. You saw him. A man who has worked crime scenes. You saw him, how much trauma.
Okay.
Okay, but I
Jose
don't
Luis
believe that's
Macias.
evidence. I mean, I feel
Mr. Macias has no dog in this fight. Okay? When Mr. Boston is opening.
Peter, can you bring the dog on? So we can have something beautiful to watch. Good Lord.
What Burgos didn't know back then was what Macias came and told you.
They do in some cases.
At this trial. And you have it. That on April the 10th, when he was taken to Webb County Jail, there was observed no delusions and no psychotic symptoms. Forget about the testosterone. Forget about the phentermine.
Forget about
There was
Billy.
no psychosis. He can come up here in a little while and say 100 times. He was normal. There was no psychotic behavior caused by those hormones.
Move along. Let's go.
The classic blame game. You know what? It was the doctor's fault
Oh my God.
that
Stop.
he did this. No, it wasn't. Was it the doctor's fault, Mr. Boggs? Was it? Accountability. A grown man.
Nope. They all
Oh, it's because his mother didn't want him at birth. She had postpartum depression.
It's for what?
But what does Mr. Burgos come up here and say, well, she was insecure, she was this, she was that.
Dramatic for his Facebook page.
He grew up in Florida, married his high school sweetheart. There's nothing there.
What?
The childhood doesn't come into play.
The android that's watching him is even confused. Like,
The
I
man who
didn't
he
think you were
is.
bringing emotion into this.
That
data in the
who
background
you're
is like,
judging. He had no
DMDM
acts of
might have
psychosis,
to
no
too.
hallucinations, no signs of mental decomposition. And what was he concerned with? He was, and what were the words out of his own mouth when he got in the patrol car? This is fucking embarrassing. You guys are embarrassing me. And when he's talking to Reyes and Elizondo, you guys are fucking embarrassing me. This is a big embarrassment. Everybody at the station is already going to hear about it. He says it in the car. He says it at the station.
Oh my God.
When he gets to the he tells Macia, this is embarrassing. And then when his dad comes up here, he says, this is all over the media, all over the world. This is embarrassing. Really? What about the little baby that was killed and his
What's the
mother?
little baby?
For God's
Will you
sake.
just come on?
Can we be done yet?
Stop thinking about yourself.
Sir, you stop thinking about yourself. You've been talking for 40 minutes
normal.
longer than you should have.
We brought you Dr. Dagoberto Gonzalez, a decorated Air Force physician with experience of administering and prescribing testosterone amphetamine since 2013. Arimidex as well. He refuted everything that Dr. Gupta came and said. Okay? Who are you going to trust? Dr. Gupta or what Dr. Gonzalez said?
They heard it all.
You decide if you believe some, none, or all of the testimony of the experts that were brought. You could take Dr. Gonzalez's testimony to the bank.
Yeah, it's kind of like the new Marvel movies where everything good is in the trailer.
Testosterone
And
does
it's just
not
2.5
cause
hours of
psychosis.
nothing.
The combination of the three do not cause psychosis. The dosages were within normal ranges. The lab results were at the lower end of the range, and the 11 physician screenings were all normal.
10 minutes on your first out.
There's industry safeguards.
So we
The
got 10 minutes.
phentermine extended use
Morning.
is normal. Remember the example he gave
hour and a
of
half,
using
maybe?
Arimidex, which was not prescribed for that, but that you could use. I forgot what he said, but there's that off use, right? That the benefits.
See you,
in other
Greedy.
ways.
Bye, Grady.
He used, I think, Ozempic as an example. No psychosis. He's prescribed this thousands of times. And I asked Dr. Gupta the same thing. In all your 25 years, 27 years that Dr. Gupta was licensed, have you ever seen psychosis in testosterone in your patients? No, I haven't, Mr. Alanis. What about amphetamine? No, I haven't. There was 3 cases worldwide that Dr. Gonzalez found, and under very, what he said, extreme situations, the phentermine caused psychosis. Why? Because it's not there, folks. It's not there. I don't care how many concoctions Mr. Boggs sits there and makes. It's not going to happen.
Again, did Mr. Boggs
Because the
screw
science
his
doesn't
wife?
lie.
I mean, what
I
the
know.
hell? Like, he has levels of
his
petty
anger?
that even I'm like, sir,
That was the worst.
back down.
That came out. Dr. Gonzalez said, well, it can elevate your anger. You get emotional, anxious, all of those things.
Dave is asking for some D-pics.
And of course, if phentermine does cause psychosis, it's at the onset, in combination with fen, or there's an overdosage where you're taking 4 to 5 times of the prescribed
Sal would
level.
would
Those
like
were
to get
the
in on that
situations in which phentermine
action.
causes psychosis. Ladies and gentlemen, do not follow their rabbit trails. Do
The
not
rabbit
go for their
trail?
smoke screens.
Oh, those smoke screens.
Sir, you've had 45 minutes
It's
of smoke
argument,
screen.
Bonnie.
I just make it stop before I
Stay
charge
focused.
you.
Stay
Focused. Yeah, listen to yourself. Focus.
Come on.
He was, and most importantly, he was absolutely not poisoned. Absolutely not poisoned.
Wait a
These-
minute. They tried to argue that he was
They didn't like that
poisoned.
response. You saw. They didn't like it. But it's
I
the truth.
really know how hard they are.
That's what we're here for. The truth.
I get Jamie,
think,
make
like,
it make sense.
Remember this, we acknowledge the
With
loss
his
of
medication like combination, they were trying
everyone
to
condemns and understands how
Oh,
lawful.
okay. I
Mine
was
is
like,
crazy.
maybe his wife had just gotten tired of him.
He said in
Plot
opening,
twist.
all of
She
us
was
that
giving
believe in
him
this room believe in the sanctity life. There is no doubt about it.
He's really going after this box lawyer.
Uh-huh.
It's not about the defendant. It's about this stupid lawyer he don't like. He probably lost to him before.
Yeah.
We know who doesn't believe in the sanctity of life. He's sitting right there. They also said he has committed no criminal acts of violence in the 5 years he's been incarcerated leading up to the trial. You will hear from jailers who will describe him as a communicative, easy, quiet, and inmate who gives them no problems. You know what? It's all by design. He knows. This is classic. When they bring Elizondo up there, the retired jailer, and they ask her what books was he reading. What did she say? Harry Potter and psychology books.
And this
Psychology books is what he was reading. Oh, also the Bible. There was some Bibles.
Just like
reading
Brooks.
religious stuff. He is on his best behavior
Brooks read
because he
Bible.
knows what's at stake.
It was his favorite book.
Yeah.
Ronald has aspirations. Remember that one? Ronald has aspirations and hopes to continue to serve as Border Patrol. When his dad drives around and sees the Border Patrol trucks, that's what he thinks about. Oh, what my son lost. Opportunities that my son lost. What about Griselda's opportunities? Her aspirations, her hopes.
Saying what's going on in my head right now.
But what about Dominic's dreams? What about his opportunities? He'll never have them. He'll never have them.
We get it.
It's almost like we can grasp the underlying foundational fact that the people are dead.
We went over his testimony.
What? They died? I mean,
he was found in violation by the medical board, but I was able to get some good information out of him. And
He was fined
ends up at the
$1,000.
very same conclusion.
For what?
And against what
For giving
the
out too
defense
much
promised
test?
you,
No, I can't even
that
remember.
he
It's
was poisoned by his doctor.
It wasn't as big.
I
a deal
asked
as they
Dr.
thought.
Gupta that question.
No, it's taken a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Howard
This man is-
Campbell, you remember him from University of Texas at El Paso?
Christ, miss.
What was he? He was
This-
a drug trafficking expert. He had no business here, folks. I told him that his his information was important. His studies were valuable, but not for this case.
You just sound petty now.
What did he fall back on? Well, I talked to people at the supermarket. I talked to carne asadas, these Border Patrol agents, and they're about machismo, steroids,
I guarantee you
barbecues,
the jury already knows.
beer,
Like,
side chicks. Well, do you have that data, doctor? No, well, I don't have it with me. Well, do you have those? Do you do a questionnaire? No, I just asked. Really? Really?
A Whataburger.
Is that what we're going with, folks?
They are doing anthropology stuff.
But he did make it a point to talk about chivalry.
David, call the court.
In chivalry, when I showed him the photos of what Ronald Anthony did to his son and to the mother of his son, and he said the right thing. That is not chivalry. So remember when he talked about we're going to bring you this culture and show you. Failed. Not true. Psychosis, not true. His childhood trauma, not true. Go back to the evidence. If it sounds too good to be true, then it probably is. Who does this apply to?
If it's the tallest
Dr.
of
Mark
tales,
Cunningham. They're expert. Where is Dr. Cunningham? 2,237 miles away in Seattle. That's how far it is to Huntsville.
tell them to cut it short so we can get
Sitting
off.
behind a computer
time.
screen,
Tell him
crunching his
everybody
numbers,
Tell
like
him
if he knows what's best for
Done.
Texas
We're done.
and for Texans.
Wrap it up.
It's not that easy, folks. It's not that easy. We have people on the front lines in these prisons. Lives depend on it. And what did he say when asked?
Say we get it.
Well, I usually can tell with the first phone call if I'm going to be able to determine serious violence. He said that. You heard him? Really? Just the one phone call?
We get it.
One of the things that jumps out about Cunningham's data is how old it is.
Data.
Why?
Remember when he was pressed right off the bat, how defensive he got about, hey, well, your book says, well, hey, hold on. My book's 10 years old. So don't 10 years old. You were bragging about your book to Mr. Boggs. Now when I ask you if I could read page 112 of your book, you say, well, my book's 10 years old. Can you imagine going to college, first day of class, you sit down and they give you a book that's 10 years old?
Yeah, we do that a lot.
Yeah.
It's unreliable.
Catcher in the
I saw a
Rye,
date on one of those slides that said
Warren Key.
1975. Really? 2002, 1991. The most disturbing part about his studies is that Arizona, New Mexico, Oregon, Missouri, Georgia, federal law. They just forgot Alabama. They might as well throw that in there too. What do they have to do with Texas? Nothing. Nothing.
Why is she smiling?
How scripted was that testimony? How scripted was it? And the most important thing about his testimony was he's a psychologist, folks, and he didn't even bother to interview this man, Ronald Burgos-Aviles, for his characteristics. Hey,
She just left the room.
don't you think it's important to sit down in front of the man that you're going to make such a strong opinion about and talk to him?
Sorry, Sal. She has a ring. on
That's
the
not
finger.
important. Well, it is important, folks. Maybe not to him. In his charts, they're going to come here and they're going to just build up his testimony, but hold him accountable. How do you explain that if you use a gun, you get a -1 on his scoring system? And if you kill multiple victims, guess what? 0. That doesn't affect your predictability. But if you use a knife or a sharp edge, it's not even considered. No, that doesn't factor in. Dude, he stabbed this poor lady 27.
Did the prosecutor just call us all dudes?
Oh my
What the
God.
hell is wrong with
It's
people?
the knife that he cut his son's throat using a knife. Killing your own family member, does that go into your formula? No, that's not a variable that goes into consideration.
I'm gonna drive to Texas right now.
The severity was not.
You will be there before
David,
he's
I'll
all
be
this
there. He'll
court.
still be going.
When asked about the video interview to look at his behavior, you're a psychologist.
We are
Don't
going
you
to
think
get
it's
to
important to look at the behavior of the
revelations.
subject that you're going to
And some
opine
in the
on?
Midwest, there's
Well, I fast forwarded that section.
all the
There-
seals will
there-
be broken,
Come
and this
on,
man will
man.
still be out here.
No, that's
There
wrong.
are studies done how long people can keep concentrating. And
Objection.
Never
this
did,
guy
Your
didn't
Honor.
see that study.
Never did. We brought you everything.
The jury is going to have all of the evidence, all the evidence that has been submitted.
They already have.
Into account
For freak's sake.
when deliberating under my instructions.
This is the second time they have had to say, this guy is just making
Can the
stories.
judge
What did he
say
say? I'm not testifying for the
10
defense.
minutes?
I was called by the defense. He was argumentative about everything.
Oh my God. I'm gonna punch him.
48 escapes. You know about that, Dr. Cunningham? Yes, but that means like they walked
Do we know
off
if the
campus. That's
prosecutor's
an
on
escape.
steroids and fen-phen?
Really?
Asking for a friend.
Minimizing.
All the
Minimizing.
dancing part of Colombia.
No statistics on prison escapes. We asked them, do you have any information
Can
on
we go
prison
back to
escapes since
Bradley Yohn?
1974 that you could share with the jury?
We could have seen
No, I don't.
him equivalently
Why?
butcher the English language.
Why? You have the privilege to ask why he doesn't have that information.
That's what I was laughing at.
And then he says, on one of the questions, and he's not even here for that, he says, well, he was high on testosterone. High doses of testosterone betterment
Put
that
in an
contributed to his
asterisk
rage. Those
with
around the
the-
interview questions?
And do the
Really?
prosecutor too.
You're not even here for that. He was backed up in a corner and he throws out Dr. Gupta's.
They were
Look
there
for
for
the
all
signs,
of that
folks.
guy. We can move on now. Like, it's so
He
annoying.
did agree that prisons are not 100% safe or secure. How? And like, I trust Fitzpatrick.
I
Fitzpatrick
think
told it like
they
it
just
is,
want
right?
what Machan needed.
Sustained. Please don't boast rules.
No bolstering.
David, what in the hell? What is this
Fitzpatrick's
prosecutor's
testimony was
point?
credible.
We need.
He brought you facts.
This is
He
one
brought
thing.
you
I'm
information.
almost ready to do a Milton
Prisons are
from
not
Office Space. Like, I was told there was going to be
Right,
cake, and
why?
every time I pass it around, it's like, and I was
Because
told
they're
there was
run
going to
by
be a
people.
verdict, and
People are fallible.
every time I
Well,
get
I was-
called here,
I was
People are
gonna-
gonna
calculating.
burn this
People are
place down.
conniving.
It's like,
People.
It's almost
Plan.
2 hours now. And I'm hungry.
That was my favorite.
The escape came up
You need to
with
also
Dr. Cunningham.
channel for things.
But don't pay attention to that. That's an anomaly. That's an anomaly on that escape. No, it's not. That's reality. That's what it is. And 5 people died because of that.
Have you become more Hispanic?
That came out from the witness stand.
holy crap! The lady lawyer's like, if he does,
I never mentioned the name, Your Honor. I talked about an escape.
Mr. Anani, please wait till I give my ruling before you respond.
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh! This
I
this
really don't
man-
get it. And he turned
Sorry,
up the
Mr. Duval.
Hispanicness during this
Confines
this
of the,
closing.
What did he say?
admissible evidence.
He finally agreed after being shown his book that he agreed that direct evaluative contact with a capital defendant is considered the best practice and should be requested by the mental health professional in all cases. And he violated that #1 rule from his own book. But they'll tell you, well, that's not what he was going to do. But it's in his book. Follow the book. On April the 9th,
Can I
was
request the
Ronald
death
Anthony
penalty for me
Burgos-Aviles
after
a
this?
low-risk person
I need the
for
sweet release of death.
violence?
Can anyone remember why we
Looking
went to
at
the Bradley
all
Yohn
his
case?
characteristics on
I
that day,
can
is
now.
there any way of even imagining that this man would have done what he did?
And I can't even
No.
hand the afternoon off to David.
Because statistics don't work. You're dealing with humans.
I hate my life.
The more states that he put into his pot,
You all please
his
share
melting pot,
Baker
the higher the
around to
numbers
all of your
go,
friends. Not
and
this
the lower the
case,
percentage
but
goes.
others, because
For
he needs
real.
to get monetized.
This is an outlier.
And he's
Yeah,
amazing.
this-
And so
Just
is
this.
Paul.
Yes.
moving around numbers.
Guys.
Do you all see why we're so ridiculous on stab your days? We've had to deal with this on a Monday, y'all. A Monday.
Commander Jose Hernandez, they brought him
I
here
can
to
see
tell
your
you
text
what,
to speak doesn't work
that
again.
for
You're
5
saying
years,
you're doing the
he's been
afternoon.
a
Thank
model
you, David.
inmate. Well, I'll tell you what, I did take from Dr. Cunningham. Remember that example he said? There's a difference when you're driving with your dad and when you're driving with your friends.
What are you
That's
talking
all
about
it is.
now? What is happening?
That's
I
all
don't
these
know. I
people
feel like
doing
I've
right
gotten
now.
into like a Curb
the
Your
jail. He's on his
Enthusiasm
best
show, and
behavior.
it's just never ending.
Right?
What?
Because the jail staff, Commander
Judge is
Hernandez,
cracking his knuckles. Like, can he
Lieutenant
give him a?
Elizondo, those are the people that are like his dad.
I
Right?
forgot how
So
stupid
he's on his
the
best.
state is in this case.
That's all he showed.
Yeah.
Again, psychology books that Burgos is requesting. What did Mr. Ronald
you so
Anthony
much.
Burgos' father
Every
come
little
and
bit
say?
helps.
He was in denial, folks. He comes here and must say at least 10 times how proud he is of his son, that he will continue to be proud of his son, and that he loves his son. Then when I ask him, did you see the mountain of evidence that we brought you? Did you see it? What did he say? It was all circumstantial. There was no direct evidence.
What does that say on the slide?
And my son is losing his opportunities.
I don't even care.
And what does he say? Sin originates from who?
I know this one. I know this.
He
It's
said,
Eve. Eve.
sin originates from Satan.
Nope. Eve.
And when I asked
She's
him,
the one who took the
is
apple.
killing your own flesh
That's
and
why
blood,
all women are
your
evil.
own baby,
It's in the Bible.
an evil act.
Or if you read the
Say-
Torah, it was Lilith first. So,
He said,
Again,
but always a woman on the
never
back.
visited Dominic's memorials, never visited Griselda's memorial. I'm just so upset that
Okay,
this is
10 to 1. If you're on the jury now, would you be faking a stroke to get it done?
so upset
Like,
that my son lost his
pretend to
opportunity.
pass out?
Yes.
I
And I'll
would
never
get
believe he could
instant
do this to
illness we
anybody.
can't talk about on YouTube. Just to
Yeah.
get out of here.
I-
It's not reality,
And so
folks.
would the 11 people around me.
Yeah.
You can answer no.
Take it up with David.
Special
It's
issue.
him that who
Number
made the
two,
Bible.
You can answer
Not me.
no.
I just read his.
You don't want to be in a situation where you say, we should have, we could have. You don't. Down the road, you don't want to be in that position. We had the chance and we didn't.
The way he emphasizes words drives me nuts.
Stay focused. He's going to come up here now.
Yeah, start
their argument.
spontaneously
Use
bleeding
your
out of
common
your eyes
sense.
just to get
Hold
out
him
of
to
this.
the evidence.
If I focus
Hold
real
him to
hard,
the
I can do
facts.
it.
Hold him accountable. To show that you deserve mercy, you must first give it to others. Listen to that.
No, it's your the voice to text that
Listen
doesn't
to
work.
that.
We didn't misinterpret you anything. It's
You
your
must
voice
first
to text that's really bad.
Give mercy to others.
You voice to text the Bible.
What mercy? What kindness did Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles give on April
Probably.
the 9th of 2018 when he stabbed Griselda 27 times? No clarity when he walked over to take his son out of the stroller.
No, he just had this
When he put him down.
PowerPoint course, so he really wants to use it.
Both of their organs.
Dave sent him
Remember,
some videos like he
Both
did
of their
before.
organs were bleached. They bled out. Baby Dominic took more than 10 minutes to bleed out.
Me too. I would go with that angle. And if they said, but sir,
What mercy?
did you just gender?
What mercy did he give to these people? To these innocent people? Stay focused. Thank you.
You must stay.
We have 17 minutes left.
Yes, sir.
Getting back.
Holy hell.
Because we have still a good amount of time, I'm gonna, if anybody wants to step out quickly,
Now they're going to go on break for 4 hours and then we'll get back.
we can get that done now.
He brought in a note, so
So
Dave
we
called
take about
court.
5 minutes and get that done. We can walk and we'll come right now.
No, they're not going to break for lunch. They're just going to. It's 7:30. I need something to eat. Who believes this will only be a 5-minute break?
Not
Molly needs her evening walk too. Are they going to do closing for 2 more hours? Then it'll be 9:30. They can't do that, can they? Son, come over here. Talk into the camera. I can go make some food.
How about he just bring you something to eat? Like, why don't you be a friend once in a while, guy? Come on.
Yeah, why?
Bring poor Baker some food. Go walk his dog too.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't trust him with Molly. I wouldn't trust him with my food either. So that's and I wouldn't really trust him with my stream either. So it's a bit of. I hardly trust him enough to say he can breathe on him without getting into trouble. But
Oh my god.
it'll be 5 minutes, and we were 8 minutes behind. I hate this case. Dave, why did you bring me into this? I know I
We
said I
tried
was
to get
looking
away
at it.
from it, but then our
Who went to Mackinac
bad.
Island to get away from this case? Who's laughing right now, sitting in the sun with a big frosty beer, laughing at this stupid Danish guy watching a trial?
he gets
I'm
to hang
asking you,
out on
Dave.
Mackinac Island. I've never been there. So fancy.
It's arm day tomorrow. Back and by. Like Søren. Not so much back. The other one.
I thought you guys didn't actually go in. You just hung out outside the gym.
No, that's just me. I'm just sitting out there looking. I could go make my own pizza dough, build my own pizza oven, heat it with wood I carved and dried to perfection, bake a pizza, eat a pizza, take Molly out for all the walks, and I will still be back before this judge. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I hate it so much.
If I were a resident of Webb County, Texas, I would go through this trial and count every minute they weren't on screen, and then I will just write someone who get my taxes and say, "You stupid MFers, you owe me money."
Is he back? Is this serious right now?
Yeah, there's no sound.
No.
No, you do try with your chest. You do back and by, and then you do chest and try, and then the best day of the week, leg day, because it's really important to work legs when you're on YouTube. No one's going to see them.
Do you really work your legs? Because no guy I've ever went to the gym with actually does legs like properly.
I love leg day. If you ever saw my leg, you would understand why I love legs.
I ever saw your leg.
I'm known as a guy with the tree trunks. The former gym I was in, the owner was a former, I think, 8 times Denmark's second strongest man, and he was envious of my calves. So because calves is something you can only grow them if you have the genetics, and most people don't have genetics. And I have big calves. I have over 1,000-pound leg press, so only for 3 times, but still I did it while I was 45 years old. I busted a rib, but I did it. So
Nice.
I work legs a lot.
Okay. I trust you.
I can send you a picture. I believe I still have it of my leg press the day I had 500 kilos on it. That was a good day.
I bet.
But it ruined one of my ribs, because that's a lot. Well, Indigo, it really won't help if I stand up, because then you can just see my big stomach. My legs is, I would have to stand on the chair. No, he didn't admit to killing them. He has chosen to use Jamie's favorite amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which is the
Fifth. Fifth. F-I-F.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. Oh, this is such an amazing day. 5 minutes, everyone. 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, a fishing rod. I love you. I love that when they want to write that they are from Spotify, that I will lose my premium if I don't pay. The email address is astrid.burton01@activirtual.com. Yeah, that sounds like Spotify.
Yeah, that's legit. Come on.
Yeah. Especially because I don't have Spotify premium.
Don't you love that? It's like, I don't even have it. What are you talking about?
Yeah. The thing I don't get is people still going for it.
Yeah, they fall for it. Just like the car warranty or whatever it is.
I'd like to talk to you about your extended car warranty.
Like, I don't have one. What are you talking about?
Your Honor, Counsel, there are two things that I agree entirely with Mr. Alanis about. The first is that this was an
Fuck you.
unforgivable act.
F you, son.
Completely unforgivable. I don't want anyone here in that jury room or anyone here to think that anything we're doing says that we're asking for forgiveness for what.
Oh, is this outside the jury?
That he be
No.
punished for the rest of his life. That is what you're asking for. Now, the second thing that I'm in complete agreement with Mr. Alanis is that.
Well, I figured he'd get closer to him.
Now, and every life is sacred, which is what you heard Mr. Alanis follow up with. His life is sacred. Every life. Dominic's life was sacred. Griselda's life was sacred. But that means everyone's life is sacred. We're either all children of God or no one is a child of God, is what I would say.
There's
Now, I opened and
Python's
started,
song
Mr.
with
Alanis
everything
was
is
correct,
sacred.
and that I believe I put my hands on the shoulders of Ronald and said, this man is going to die in prison no matter what decision you make. And that is true to this day. No matter what decision, he is never going to be free again.
Ew, he had to touch him.
I know.
I don't
like that so much. It was like,
Yeah.
The question now that I want to pose to you is whether we strap Mr. Burgos-Aviles, that living, breathing human, to a gurney and inject him with sodium chloride, stopping his heartbeat, and kill him on Texas time.
Y'all, I want to strap all of you to a gurney and make you relive this
Or
testimony.
is it on God's time, living out his natural life?
Molly is going crazy in the other room.
Now, we've
I think
discussed
she want to
the
go outside.
two phases of the trial.
I
The
hate
first
it.
phase, we
he's
call
talking.
the guilt
Just
phase.
do your thing.
And that was about
I could
objective
probably,
facts
I can
about
trust
what
you.
happened. And that's why your verdict had to be
You
unanimous.
just can't pull anything
One way
up.
or
These
the
seem
other.
like
Either
famous
something
last words,
happened
but sure.
or something didn't
To
happen.
say to Mo and Jamie.
Now we're in the
You
penalty
can't
phase.
pull
Now, I
anything
know
up.
Mr.
So
Alanis would like very much
You can say
for
a
us
lot
to
of stuff,
stay
but-
in that guilt phase because they had a very strong case. It was obvious.
Nah,
they had a very
Mo's
strong
now
not.
it started
Matter
raining.
of fact, almost everyone who came into Tammy U and then came and sat in that stand said over and over, yeah, everybody knows he's guilty. That's why Mr. Alanis would like to keep talking about that first phase, the guilt phase. But we are now in the penalty phase where each of you will make an individual decision based on your own beliefs, applying, yes, as Mr. Alanis says, the facts and the law with your own individual approach. And that is why you've been chosen.
I'm just gonna grab something to eat,
It's
or I'm
simple.
gonna die.
You get a choice.
Sounds good.
You get a
Don't
choice.
change my
You get a
channel.
choice. You get a 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 choice.
Oh my gosh.
You get a choice.
You don't need to say it 13
This is
times.
the
It's almost like
penalty
we could
phase.
comprehend.
It's not the guilt phase where it must be unanimous. The only way that Mr. Burgos-Aviles is executed on Texas time is if all of you, in your own individual choice, make that decision.
Wait, are you saying we get a choice?
Please say that during his first part of his closing. It's very simple. Every life is sacred. As Mr. Alanese said, every life matters. I'm asking you to condemn the sin, not the sinner. Now,
Oh, and I wouldn't be putting up photos of his alive children.
this
This
has
is in
been
poor
a,
taste.
this is a sad case. This is a terrible, terrible case. And
Dennis,
I've
oh my
said
God,
this every
yes.
time I've had the opportunity, and I will continue to say it. I don't want anything for my advocacy and our advocacy for Ronald's life for someone to take away that somehow we don't believe that the lives of Dominic and Griselda are important.
Chris Mullen, I believe that this is a heavily Catholic area,
for their loss.
and
We
I do
treasure
believe
those
that
It's
there's a
indescribable
stance
sad.
against the death penalty in
Unbelievable
Catholicism, but being a recovered Catholic, I don't know.
Very much wants to show you these horrible graphic photos that of the crime. It's undescribable. It's unforgivable. No one is asking you
True.
to forgive Ronald Burgos-Aviles. We're asking you to apply the facts and law and bring your own judgment to those things. Now, what I suggest to you is that the only way to get through the tragedy.
Well, it's the only way you could get through Heartbeat, the Don Johnson record album that never should have been.
During your voir dire, which is to set aside the emotions, to set aside your feelings,
Well,
and
that was the
apply
80s, but
the facts and the law. The difference is the question we have about what the facts and the law mean in this case. Now, I talked to you in my opening about our shared burden. I have carried a burden of asking for a life for some time. And I feel that burden very deeply today.
yeah, Jungman, I wish we'd seen something.
And in a little while, I'm going to pass that burden off to you to make a decision about whether or not to take a life. I'm begging you, right? This is very emotional to use the law and evidence to ease the weight of that burden. Condemn the sin and not the man, because we are all sinners.
Sir,
and we all
if you
fail.
start crying, I'm going to lose my...
I apologize. My throat is catching.
That better be vodka.
Now, you
Yes,
heard the story
uh,
that Ronald
Spanish
told
Vlad
in their
is-
phone call. He said, I read this story and I was thinking about you, and I was thinking
Yeah,
about
life is sacred is
it's
definitely...
a story about a man who doesn't appreciate his wife. He doesn't appreciate his life. He parties too much, New Orleans, Mardi Gras, and he starts to drown at sea. And he's saved, and he realizes what he's lost because God gives him a lifeline. And it's at that point that gives him faith. Now, Ronald's story, we suggest, is an apology to his wife and his children. He's telling her he didn't appreciate her and he didn't appreciate what he had. This is Ronald repenting through God. You have to condemn the sin and not the man.
Okay, no, where is that? Where is the meme of the woman trying to do complex
Before I
physics?
do, the reason we have this slide
Because I
up
don't know how stabulating your
we want to remind
the
you
woman you're sleeping with
where
other
the
than your
word
wife and the
penitentiary comes
baby or
from.
the
It
child
comes from penitence.
is a sorry letter.
Penitence.
For the love of
Which means to
Jesus.
repent or sorrow or regret for doing wrong. Ronald has a lot to repent for. Terrible, terrible sins. he's going to be sent to the penitentiary for the rest of his life for that repentance.
Bible
In the
scripture.
opening,
and
I talked about how much
kind of
Dominic
parable, but
so Mr. Alanese made reference to it in his closing. Send him to death row. They have mirrors on death row. I don't believe actually that's what Mr. Fitzpatrick said, but
please don't let the prosecutor get a rebuttal.
the testimony that Fitzpatrick
Did he
gave you is that
Did the prosecutor
guys
just
on
do
death
one
row,
of these things to his classes?
individual attention.
I believe I caught that, sir.
Individually, right? There was something special about it. My answer is that Ronald's going to be a face in the crowd, right? A face in the crowd. Just another murderer, another terrible story. Every time he passes a window pane and he sees his own face, he's going to see Dominic. He's going to reflect on that. It's going to
No,
be
he's going to see his own face. Dude looks like he likes seeing his own face. Look at the gel. But it's a lofty thought.
Now, you also heard a few of the calls between Ronald and his wife. Right? Some of them were rude, but you also heard that beautiful call about reckless love and the story about Ronald's dream. That is Ronald.
If he starts crying about Ronald's dream, y'all.
That is Ronald beginning his lifelong penitence. That beautiful dream of reckless love. Now, I
Okay,
know
well, brother-in-law's
Mr.
about
Alanese,
ready to jump over
in
this table.
15 minutes is going to remind you of the poor behavior of Ronald, of his messages to other women. He has a lot to repent. That's obvious. He's murdered 2 people. But I'm asking you to condemn the sin and not the man. I'd like to talk to you about family and faith. I'm going to start
Possibly the 2 things you want to stay the F away from with this guy.
Everything that she's been through, right? She's, in addition to what she's been through with her childhood sweetheart, she's had to have her personal calls to her life love played throughout the world. Now, I want to remind everyone it's easy to take a moment in a relationship out of context to make it look good or bad. All these relationships have struggles within them, moments that are difficult. But at the same time, there are moments of love and tenderness. And you heard that. Everyone is more complex than the single moment of the worst thing that has happened. You also saw a cruel video of Ronald with his child, but you also saw messages from Ronald to his children trying to still be a father from a jail cell in Laredo. It's just much
Why
more
is Sheldon here?
He's made a terrible, tragic, irreversible, and overwhelming mistake. The act is evil. You heard Mr. Alanese talk about Ronald's father, Carlos, describe it as an evil act from Satan. We all say it's evil. It's obviously evil. It's a terrible act. But you also heard Carlos say you condemn the sin and not the sinner.
Except,
Now,
okay,
I'd like to
here's
talk
the
about-
deal with that, and here's my 2 cents on it. And since I can't pause it, I'll try to be very brief.
And
you chose
I'm
to
gonna keep
sin.
reminding
You chose
everybody, right?
to
Before Ronald
stabulate
sentenced to death,
someone. You
have
chose
to make
that.
individual
You chose
decision
the sin.
whether
You let
there
that
is a
wickedness into your
probability,
heart.
not a possibility, of whether Ronald
the
would
love
commit
of
terrible acts of violence in the future. That would
He
constitute
needs to repent. He needs to humble himself before God.
Now, again,
to
I
get
remind you
repentance.
over and over.
That has
right,
not happened. And y'all, I am like the worst Christian to hold out in front of
when
people.
Mr. Alanese
Go to
says,
Steve
well, you're not
Gosney. You want a Christian on a
They'll
hill?
do it. You're
But
saying
that
there
was
will-
my
there is a
interpretation of like,
probability he will do
you have to humbly,
You see
you know,
how
repent.
the words?
Is
Don't worry. You're
if
not
I
saying
did
he's going
anything
to
wrong
do it.
ever, I would totally do.
Playing with the words, I'm not playing with the words. Overall,
Well, do you see the point of the words, the distinction that Mr. Alanese is trying to make right? He's trying to relieve you of the burden of grading what the state has to
Yeah, I
present.
get what he's trying to say.
Because
I just
now later on, right, we're going to talk about Dunning.
just
Dr.
like I am
Cunningham a
not
little,
the
Dr. Cunningham's book, which says that an individualized assessment interview is
look,
the best way to do it. Now,
I don't know the answers to the big philosophical questions, y'all.
bring you back.
But
They have the burden.
this man has
They
shown
have
no
the burden
repentance,
because
nothing
that
at all.
is a
And if
continuing threat to society.
I would
So
hope
what I
my
say to
better
you
angels
is
would
that
extend mercy.
when you make that decision,
I
when you
don't
answer
know
the
if they
question,
would.
right, you're not saying that
Now, if he had
there is
come out
no
and
chance
he had
that
pled
Mr. Burgos-Aviles is a continuing
and said,
threat
look,
to
this is the
society,
most terrible
what you
decision
are
I've ever
saying
made.
is the state hasn't
Yeah,
proven their
he
burden
did say not
beyond
judge.
a
I'm working on,
reasonable
look,
doubt.
like
And
I
that
said,
is the law.
worst
That is the
Christian
difference.
ever.
Now,
But yeah,
I want
I
to talk
just-
about what underlies this, because that was a part of the testimony of Dr. Cunningham. The reason why you have to answer special issue 1 is because the law says that if someone is incapacitated, and what did Dr. Cunningham mean by that? If someone is no longer a threat to Texas, to society, then life in prison is enough. We only get to special issue 2 if they are a continuing threat to society. So as you think about answering this question, and as you work through this special issue, you've got to know if Ronald is no longer a threat to society, then his punishment is life in prison. It's not the death penalty. And you'll also remember that during every one of your voir dires, every single one of these prosecutors told you that in special issue 1, you can consider the facts and circumstances of the crime, but we're going to bring you something extra to meet our proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what did they bring you extra? They brought you Mr. Fitzpatrick. Now, Mr. Fitzpatrick is, there's some ironies here. He's the head of classification. It was a little odd, right? Because we had an official, a longtime official from the Texas Department of Corrections and Justice who basically came and said, we can't handle it. We can't handle this situation. Now, the facts and the actual data and the statistics suggested something different, which is what I asked Mr. Fitzpatrick about in cross-examination. How often are the escapes? How many prisoners are there? So that is less than 1%, less than 0.5%, 0.1%. And those are the answers that you got from Mr. Fitzpatrick, that they are very good at their
I
classification.
mean, honestly,
They've been
guys,
doing
if
this
I'm a
for
juror,
decades.
neither
I
of
asked Mr.
these
Fitzpatrick, did
these
you create a
closings helped
classification
me.
system? And he said, no, it's been developed.
I mean, I
since
think it's
way
going to
before
come
I
down
got there.
to
It's
the
over and
individual
over and over.
jurors
So
and their
I want
conscience.
you to sit as you evaluate this evidence from Mr. Fitzpatrick and think about the ironies, right? What you wouldn't expect from a Texas Department of Correction official telling you that they can't do their job when the numbers suggest something entirely different. Furthermore, what else did Mr. Fitzpatrick tell you? He told you every individual is different. Now, when I asked explicitly, Mr. Fitzpatrick, you're not here to give an individual assessment of Ronald Burgos-Aviles, are you? He said, oh no, I have no knowledge, no opinion of it. Did you review his jail records even from Webb County? No, I haven't looked at his jail records from Webb County. So I ask you, when these people have the burden of proof to show that Mr. Burgos-Aviles can't be incapacitated, how can they say they've met their burden of proof when the only additional witness they brought told you, no, I'm not here to get an individual assessment. I haven't even looked at his jail records. Sit with that moment. So when Mr. Alanese says, oh, Dr. Cunningham said the best way to provide this information is to give an individual assessment, well, the only witness, and they have the burden of proof, the only witness they brought told you directly, I have nothing to say about this individual. I have something to say about other individuals who are unrelated, who might have caused problems in the past, and you guys should be scared. It has nothing to do with Ronald. So what did Mr. Alanese rely on today when he was talking to you? He went through his slides and said, this was a horrible crime. This was a terrible, terrible, awful crime.
That man looks like he stepped out of a Wyatt Earp movie, and I love it.
It was an awful, awful crime. Well, we know it's an awful crime. We told you it was an awful crime in your voir dires when we said, how would you look at someone who killed a woman and killed a child under 10 years old? Mr. Pena, the first day we all met at TAMIU, told you this is a horrific, horrible crime that doesn't make any sense. What I'm telling you is, and what Dr. Cunningham also told you, we'll get back to in just a moment, is that just because someone commits a horrible crime in the past doesn't actually mean anything in the context of how they'll be incarcerated. And you remember that chart that Dr. Cunningham gave, where he said crimes are a product of the context and the situation that they're in. I know that it's difficult to put together how someone who could do something as horrific as this crime is in a continuing threat to society, but that is the data. That are the facts. Now, just now, you heard the district attorney talk about, and this is how he started. This man scheduled his own death on April 9th. He's the one who scheduled his death. Now, what does that mean, right? That means that what they're saying is don't pay attention to these special issues. If you found him guilty, he scheduled his own death, then the death penalty is automatic. When every single one of these prosecutors told you when you were picked as jurors, it's not automatic. It's not automatic, right? We have to bring you something more. We have to prove something to you. Now let's look at the evidence that you have to counter the circumstances of the crime. You have 5 years of data from the Webb County Sheriff's Office. 5 years of data.
What's happening with that creepy guy in the front row? The way he stares, it's like Data from Star Trek.
I'm telling you, yeah, he's Brett Rasner from
5 years, he's been faking it.
The New Generation. He's Data.
5 years. I want to remind you what we lived through these past 5 years, right? Because you remember Mr. Allen, he started with it's time, right? How long it's taken, now it's time, right? We've lived through a pandemic where the Webb County Jail was essentially shut down. What I suggest to you is nobody can take 5 years of respectable, quiet behavior. That's not, it doesn't make any sense. All right. Now, he also made a big deal of, and I'll talk about sweet retired Lieutenant Elizondo in a moment. Oh, he's getting psychology books. So he's reading about psychology because he's a big criminal mastermind. Well, what I would suggest to you is you know what kind of books are self-help books? Psychology books. So when you want to try to improve yourself, when you want to try to be a better person, when you want to try to reflect on your sins, when you want to do penitence, you get psychology books so you can learn about yourself. That's what psychology books are about. So now it's interesting too, right? Because they're relying on his planning and his destroying evidence at the scene as his criminal mastermind as to why you should believe he's a future, that he has a continuing act of, that he's a continuing threat to society. Well, let's talk about his mastermind at the scene, right? You heard all those officers say from the first trial that actually he wasn't very good, that he looked like he was about to get sick, right? So he couldn't pull it off you, all right? That's the thing for you to remember. If someone back in that jury room says, oh, I believe, he planned it, he tried to destroy the scene, you've got to say to them, he's no criminal mastermind. It's like a child. And that's what I told you the first day we started this penalty stage, which is, it's like a child. Like, who would think they could get away with this? An immature child. And You heard Mr. Alanis refer to the interrogation video. We were all here that day. It was maddening to watch. It was maddening for me to watch. Because why? Because it was like watching an adolescent child, like a bratty adolescent. He's no criminal mastermind. He's no continuing threat to society. He couldn't pull it off. Now, what else did we bring you? Right?
Can we charge all of them guilty?
You know that he's been an excellent prisoner for these 5 years through a pandemic. We brought you the commander of the Webb County Jail, right? Now, I suggest to you, and I'm not allowed to bolster a witness, but in this case, what I would suggest to you is that this is a straight shooter, okay? This guy, he's a career law enforcement officer. He's no friend of a convicted murderer. He has no bias here. He has nothing. He's not going to do the convicted capital murderer any favors, right? He's not gonna
Same
come in,
Jungman. That's why I don't get white t-shirts.
get something over. And what did he tell you? That
I know. How rude.
no incidents in which Ronald was disrespectful.
Could never wear a white t-shirt.
Staff member or other inmates.
No.
In addition, we brought you.
That's why I tie-dyed the Zachariah Anderson
retired
one, because
Lieutenant Elizondo, who
there was no way that was going to survive.
That is a good idea. I was thinking the same thing. I got mine. It's
The
all
worst thing she could say is
in a
that
way.
he complained sometimes because he wanted his books. So Ronald wanted his books about religion and he wanted his books about God. That was the worst thing. He was never disrespectful. He was never violent. He was never threatening for 5 years in the Webb County Jail. Now, Dr. Cunningham. It's been a long day with Dr. Cunningham. And I understand why the district attorney's office has devoted so much time in their slides to Dr. Cunningham, because he's very persuasive, right? You remember that the other thing that Timothy Fitzpatrick
Was Dr. Cunningham the
said
one
to
that was talking about how everyone in the
no one has a crystal
Border
ball.
Patrol takes testosterone and
The two things he said, every individual is different and no one has a crystal ball. And you remember Mr. Alanis saying,
cultural one.
you have a crystal ball up there?
oh, for
And
the
Mr.
love of
Fitzpatrick
Joyce.
saying, no, I don't have a crystal ball. And he's saying, do you see a crystal ball on my desk? No, I don't see one. Do you see one on Mr. Boggs' desk? Do you see a crystal ball? No, nobody has a crystal ball. That's right. So, and Dr. Cunningham went through that, right? Nobody has a crystal ball, and that's the distinction he made. So if no one has a crystal ball, and they have the burden to prove that that man is a continuing threat to society, how are we going to do it? What is the best evidence to do that if we can't predict the future, if we can't look into a crystal ball? It's the facts. It's the data, right? So you heard Mr. Alanis say, oh, that was from other states. It was from
It
all the
didn't
other states
just
except
start.
Alabama. Remember Dr.
He's been
Cunningham's
meandering along like hate
a lot of it
this,
is from Texas.
hate the sin, love the sinner.
There's no reason why tales are pretty much the
This
same.
guy's already gonna die. Just let Jesus do it.
Is that they have the burden.
Okay, I have a terribly dark joke, but I'm pretty sure Jesus may shank him. Okay.
Any individualized assessment of Ronald Burgos-Aviles. The only data, the only facts you have came from the defense, from Commander Hernandez, from Lieutenant Elizondo, and from a distinguished psychologist, board certified in both clinical psychology
Let's
and
just get to this.
forensic psychology, who's published numerous times and cited in United States Supreme Court cases, versus, well, I'm sorry, but nothing.
Okay, in my John Gary, I think his would be situational. Now, if you had like the broomstick killer who was also a Texan who just did indiscriminately, I think you have a better
all over throughout this trial,
a better basis for the death penalty But I don't know that this
with Mr.
raises up to death penalty for me.
You know, this district,
and I feel conflicted about that.
right? And that he could get any one of those deputies to come in here and testify if Mr. Burgos-Aviles was a threat, or if he was violent, or ever even disrespectful, right? Did you see any of these deputies? Did you see these handsome deputies back here?
And
Every day testify? You did not. Who has the burden of proof? The state has the burden.
They have to like call
Mr. Burgos-Aviles is not a-
these handsome deputies.
That should be obvious.
Can we just focus on the handsome deputies? I mean, if we have to be stuck here.
I know.
Well, I want to talk
Or
about
handsome
special
deputy.
issue two.
Show me.
Now, the truth is,
Yeah, Mads, I get that. I'm not saying, I'm just saying
the state has failed to meet their burden of
these,
proof on
I don't
special
know.
issue. We shouldn't even look at
Look,
special issue.
offer him life, but said that he has to get castrated. At this
I am
point, I'm
forced
willing to deal.
To talk
We
about
take your peen, you get life, or you get
Now-
sent to Old Sparky.
Yeah.
And you get to keep your peen.
I understand.
It is what it is.
Why?
You're gonna have lots of peens shoved in places you don't want to.
It's
fun.
Want to
Yeah,
focus on psychosis? I do not believe at any point I said Ronald was suffering from psychosis. At any did I say that? If Ronald was suffering from psychosis,
You know, I would love if this had not devolved into two old men slap fighting each other,
doesn't make any sense.
like they both slept with each other's wives.
Exactly.
I think
Oh
they
my God.
both
Jerry,
like
the,
each other and just are
The
playing
court is
hard
going to
together.
give you and has given you what the law that is relevant to this case is
Oh
going
my God,
to
is
be.
it over?
You should receive
No.
all the law.
Oh no,
from
it's just
the
you
court
can't
and from
argue
no one
something
else. I also have instructions
the
in
jury should do.
the court's charge with regard to
Way too
what
excited.
occurs when in fact.
I know, I was like, are we done yet? But then doesn't the state get to rebuttal?
yeah,
So we'll
that
be
it
here for another
doesn't
84 hours.
Similar or the same as the fact the court has already given.
It just
So,
started thundering.
I've never been
and
so
refer to that
excited to
again.
go to Walgreens to get medication.
I
Like, oh, I'll
apologize.
get away.
Disrespect to these proceedings or to you, but you can hear my voice. And
Yeah.
Holy shitballs. Wait,
Maybe
Baker,
just stop talking. Yeah, what?
pause
the point
this.
is this, is that
Take this timestamp. This man had a cough and he took a Ricola. This has never happened in the history of court. They are
No.
just content to cough in the flippin' microphone. We are sending
they
this
will-
man a gift card.
They will come from the other
For
side
cough
of the
drops.
courtroom just to cough into it,
I know.
and it's Ricola.
Well,
Just
yeah.
because it's yeah, we have the stupid commercials Ricola with a small I don't know what that's
Horn
called.
thingy.
It's a moment, I believe it's called in French. But yeah, back to the more important. I made dinner, ate dinner, and all I got was Dave wrote a book some time ago, so he's the only one who can judge people.
if we had said that Ronald was suffering from psychosis, you would have heard that from Mr. Pena at the beginning of the trial, is that he didn't know what he was doing. He was hearing voices. It would have been a defense to these acts, but that's not what we're saying. He wasn't suffering from psychosis.
Not?
No point did we say he was suffering from psychosis. What I said is that he was prescribed
Oh, and
medication, which
you did
can
miss the
cause
lawyer, the state's
When you know
prosecuting
about those
attorney
medications,
do one of these things to readjust
Louise
his glasses.
just told you, oh, you can forget about that. You can forget about
Friendly
that.
little.
All that.
Yeah.
right? Now,
I think they are lovers. Secret.
Okay, but who stopped the cuddling first this morning? Because they are
Now-
both totally pissed off.
very good OBGYN.
Well,
clear.
both of them wanted to be
Best of
partnered in the
Laredo,
morning, so
many years over a long.
it's
Into
just
OBGYNs.
By his own testimony, you heard that he has a side business, which he calls a wellness
well.
clinic.
He
and
can't
spa,
say
where
he's
he
not
makes
a murderer.
prescriptions for
He is
testosterone.
convicted of killing two people.
And
And what
I
he's
suggest
doing
to
now
you
is trying to
that
keep him out of the chair. That is his
the
only
truth
job.
is, it seemed like
And if he
was
stood
a
up
bit
there and said,
offended
well,
by
if
Dr.
he
Gupta, who said
had killed
there are these
them, then
clinics
he,
popping up all
well,
over the country
this jury has
that
determined
where
he
you can
killed
go
these
get
people.
testosterone and they'll freely prescribe it. And what I would suggest is that based on Dr. Gonzalez's testimony, that he was very clear. Like, it doesn't really matter what your levels are, that if you're feeling a little bad, yeah, testosterone can help. Now, when I asked Dr. Gonzalez these questions, right? So I'm talking about page 29 of the transcript.
Thanks for
lines
sharing.
13 through 16. So now you testified on direct examination that testosterone does have certain side effects. I believe you said hyper-emotional anger. Is that correct?
And Jamie has
Correct. So
bad internet again today.
even if you don't believe anything else, all right, I'm telling you, right, the state's own witness, Dr. Gonzalez, said one of the side effects
sentencing
of
hearing.
testosterone was hyper-emotional
It's
anger.
totally
So
different.
when you look at those photos,
He is convicted.
right,
They have
and
to
the video
see him
of,
as
Ronald
on the
being rude to
appeal.
the police officers,
They can
and remember,
do everything
always
they want to
cooperative.
get him
He was never
not
violent,
convicted.
but when
But
he had a
it
bad
would be
attitude,
stupid to tell the jury
remember
who
what
just
drugs
convicted
he was
him of
in addition,
2
what else
murders
did Dr.
that he
Gonzalez
didn't kill anyone.
say in
Because
his
according
testimony
to
that
this
day?
jury,
And I'm reading
he
from the same
did it.
page, lines
In
19
the appeals, they
through
can change the
22.
story. They can say
Okay,
nothing
now,
like this.
but hyper-emotional
But
anger, that sounds like a
this is
mood
the
altering, a
sentencing
mind
hearing in
altering.
front of the
Would you
same
agree
jury.
with
So
that?
this
Answer.
jury said
Sure.
he did it.
So here's what we know. We never said it was psychosis. It wasn't psychosis. If it was psychosis, we wouldn't be here today.
Even
We
the
do
family
know
is falling
that it
asleep.
causes hyper-emotionality and anger, and that it's mood altering and mind altering, which I believe was what I said in my opening argument, which is his mind wasn't right. He wasn't thinking right. Okay. Now, at some point in Mr. Alanis's closing argument, he was like, "Oh, the danger within, the hidden behind the bar, the badge." My question to you is you have a 28-year-old man, okay, who has no prior criminal history.
Yeah, it's probably
right?
not the best
Matter
way
of fact,
to say, well,
he's
you
a naval
made
veteran.
a wrong
He's a supervisor in
determination.
the Border
That's why you
Patrol,
shouldn't give
which
him
he
death
achieved
penalty.
very quickly through hard work. But doesn't have any violence, suddenly goes out and commits a horrific, terrible crime. A
You could
disgusting,
do
awful
that, or you could
crime.
just face the facts. As
You wanna know
DMDM
what's
said,
going on in his mind,
this jury will
right?
probably think
when you're
you're
weighing his
kind
moral
of think if you say,
blameworthiness, right? His
well,
moral culpability.
someone
Wouldn't you
killed
wanna
these two,
know
or,
if there was
well,
something
you
affecting
convicted him of
him,
this
if
crime.
there was something going on.
He was found guilty.
I'm gonna object to this argument, placing additional burdens on the state, Your Honor, that we should be obligated to enter.
No, he's saying his mind was altered because he made bad decisions. He
not.
didn't say he had the psychosis. He specifically say we didn't say he had a psychosis. Just his mind was altered because of the testosterone. That's not the same. It may imply the same thing, but it's not the same thing.
That what counsel tells you, if it's not supported by the evidence or statements of law made by counsel, that if not in harmony with the law stated by the court, that you should in fact follow what the court tells you. Thank you.
So
We
what I'm
should
saying
all
is
use it in better
wouldn't
places.
you want to know these
That's
things
why
about
I
what is
am
going on in the
a
person's
student
mind? So
on the
nearly
English
3
courses of
decades
Bradley Yohn.
of a
You can all
frankly
be free
an
English
accomplished
students
life,
with me.
right? He's progressing. He's immature. He cheats on his wife, on his childhood sweetheart. But all of a sudden, out of that, he goes and commits these ghastly, disgusting crimes. Wouldn't, as fact finders, as someone making individual moral choices, wouldn't you want to know if there was something in his head? Wouldn't that be relevant to you? Do you remember when?
Yeah, I'm going to get caught cheating on my wife. I don't think there's.
He said, now, isn't it true
Yeah,
that Juan David
and
Ortiz
did he just get the
suffered from an
testosterone
IED
the
and
same
had a
day? Was
brain
it the
injury?
first jab of the testosterone he
Isn't
ever
that
got?
true?
And what
that's
did
why
they
he
find?
received a
He
life
was in
sentence,
the
even though he
normal
killed
upper
4
level
people?
of testosterone. So he
Is
wasn't that
right? Apply to law.
roided out.
Yeah, no,
He was telling you that Juan David Ortiz deserved
It's
a life
ridiculous.
sentence killing 4 people because his mind wasn't right.
You have to go, Mo.
Something was off in his head.
Just for a little bit, I've got to take. I've got to go get
Which was their choice.
medications because It's glamorous all the time here.
Yeah, but hopefully we won't be here when you get back.
Oh no, we'll still be here jabbering on about love the sinner, hate the sinner, and then this man's rebuttal, the state's rebuttal is going to have the bitchiness of a fish wife who has been neglected for days.
Don't say the word rebuttal. I was just, oh no, I'm not going to.
I'm sorry. I hope they don't have a rebuttal, but this is Texas, and it doesn't seem like the judge was like, time limits are a thing, people. We've held this jury hostage for like 4 years. This would be the one time I would encourage a judge to watch a YouTube stream like, hey, everyone's saying cut it out.
And he was doing really well doing his part of the trial, and now he's just as bad as the state. Well,
again, brevity.
Yeah. Learn from Bradley Yohn. When you say, I have one question, don't ask 5. So
Ask 10.
At least. and mix all the words together. But Mo, hopefully I don't see you again on the stream. I pray to David that I won't see you again on the stream. Not because I don't like to see you again, but I really like to turn this PC off and go walk Molly now the rain stopped. But
okay,
we're
well,
gonna keep.
you know,
I'm gonna keep
it's
going, and we'll see if we see. Or else,
okay.
maybe
If he has a rebuttal, I'll come help you out. But if they just go to jury instructions, I think you're free to go.
Jury instructions were pre-closing.
Oh, for the love of God! Well, good luck, Godspeed. Everyone, I'm having a kind of maybe an hour-long stream tonight. Birthday shenanigans. I don't know.
You all check her out when she goes on later. But
yep.
Happy birthday, Mo. Happy birthday to Mo. Happy birthday to Mo.
I live
Happy
in the zoo.
birthday, dear Mo. 27 and still young. Hopefully I won't see you later in a positive way. If I can.
That's how I like to end every call and things. Like, hopefully I won't see you ever again.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Yeah. See ya. Oh, and then yeah, we are elected for 4 years at the time. So there's a time limit, and I don't know if I'm going to be selected for the next 4 years. I have sent my application, but I haven't heard from them. Is there anyone? This one I've seen. I'm not sure she can do it. I'm not. I don't know if she could do it. And I got tired of hearing her arguments about YouTubers ruining her case. She just seemed like a little girl who didn't get her way. That's right. And even with both his feet and his hands, he can't come past 0. So that's... Jeg har det ganske fint. Hvordan har du det? Du det. Well, none of the medical experts have said anything he have been on makes him moody. So it's just a stupid argument. So, yeah, back to this funny, interesting thing.
Everyone knows that was their choice. They chose not to. And then when the witness was asked about it, he said, well, did you know that Juan David Ortiz had a brain injury and suffered from an IED in Iraq? It's the same logic. I beg of you to use it. Now, I don't want anyone to say that anything we've said excuses anything Ronald has said, all right? I'm in complete agreement with the district attorney. It is unforgivable, right? No one is saying that, excuse it, but it is a window into his moral blameworthiness. And you remember
he's not wasting our time. They are.
How these district attorneys all said, you're going to answer a question about his moral blameworthiness.
I could do that.
All right. Now, there's a difference between blame and moral blameworthiness. All right. He's blamed. You've convicted him, right? He is blamed. There's no doubt about it. He's going to die in prison.
Yeah, and I think all her piercings and stuff like that, that could,
and as you evaluate
that could be
his
the eternal
moral blameworthiness,
older
you have to
women
think about what was going
on the
on in
jury.
his head, just as what this district attorney did for Juan David Ortiz. It's the exact same logic. I'm asking you to use it. Now, you should also consider the district attorney's argument about the escapee that killed 5 people. And you remember he literally just referred to it 45 minutes ago. Well, you know, it doesn't happen much, but it does happen, and they could get out and they might kill a bunch of people, all right? Do you remember that escapee's record, Gonzalo Lopez? He had a decades-long history of criminal acts, right? That is nothing like Ronald Burgos-Aviles. Nothing like Ronald Burgos-Aviles.
Yeah, I don't like any of the looks.
And again, I'm going to keep repeating it.
Please don't.
I'm asking you to condemn the sin and not the man.
But you don't have the sin before you. You have the man before you.
Now, what do you know about this man? You know he's very flawed. He has a lot of flaws, right? He had affairs. He compulsively sought female attention. That was obvious. They made reference to it. Even on April 9th, right? And the district attorney's office seems to be saying, forget about the special issues, all right? Forget about your oath. Forget about your duty. Look how gross this man is. He was sexting on the day that he killed someone, right?
That's pretty gross.
That's an emotional response. It is disgusting. It's awful. Sexing's probably disgusting on any day, but the point is, he's flawed, all right?
Not a dig at
He
the
spent his life
prosecutor who was
striving, pursuing an excellence
filming.
despite all that, all right? Now, Mr. Alanese said, there is no mitigation evidence. Zero, no mitigation evidence. Well, what I would ask you to think about is the story that Carlos told you, all right? About Ronald as a little boy, right? Who's desperate for his mother's attention. Like every little boy. The bond between a mother and a son is a holy one, is so important, all right? And that little boy, right, didn't get the attention from his mom. You heard Carlos tell you he didn't understand it. He was so aghast, right? He was afraid to leave her alone with his children because he was afraid she would hurt them, right? And then once they got to be, after 13 years, he wasn't afraid anymore, and that's when he left. It's the day that he was no longer afraid. So every time they show these
No, we know he was treated for
immature,
2
silly
STDs. He was
things that-
tested positive for those
ridiculous
2 STDs.
contacts with women, I want you to think about that little boy striving, desperate for his mother's attention, desperate.
I would have taken that route too, saying, well,
The woman
I
that
know you
when she had a
found
second
him guilty,
son,
but
she cherished him, giving him love, physical touch, taking care, all the things that she didn't give Ronald. So not only did he not get those things from his mother, but he had to grow up seeing his brother receiving all of those things. Now, the district attorney played you or showed you a phone call. It was in Spanish, and they provided you a translation of him being very rude to his mother. It was out of context, right? You learned later from Carlos that his mother shows up at a trial, his capital murder trial, where this state is seeking to execute him without any notice, right? Like it was a birthday party. Like, I'm going to surprise everyone. I'm just going to show up, right? I hadn't heard from her in forever. And yeah, he expressed frustration. Why would you show up? Why would you surprise me? Don't you know everyone's looking at me? Don't you know every moment I'm being scrutinized? But what they didn't show you, and what we showed you, is that the very next day, he wrote his mother a letter of apology. So the same mother.
Probably because his defense
didn't hold him
said
as
he
a
should
baby.
do that because
And
it would
time
look
that
bad
we know is so
in
vital
court.
for bonding. Those first 1,000 days, right? He wouldn't touch him. He wanted to be held, wouldn't. And then when she had a second child, preferred the second child, that same mother, who then has a birthday, acts like it's a birthday surprise for
Nope.
his capital
Yeah,
murder
you can do it
trial.
all you want.
He's
I'm not
still
going back
trying
to that.
please her. He's still trying to make connections with her.
I never
He
want to listen to
still
that
loves
again.
her and writes her a letter
I
of
only
apology
heard it on
because
Discord. It
he
was such a
rude to
bad
her.
audio. It sounded like they were
So-
talking inside an airplane engine, and
All these
more than half of
relationships,
it is in
right?
Spanish.
They're more
And I can only
complicated.
say,
They're
take your
multidimensional,
tatas out in
right? There's
Spanish.
more to them. You can take a moment with Amy,
This
right,
trial,
and make it
we
look
just
like
been here
it's
for 2
dirty,
hours,
it's
and
wrong,
I remember
right?
why I hated
Then you
this
take
trial.
another moment and it's deep and it's meaningful. All these things deserve a context as you answer these questions. Now, Ronald's life. You heard from Carlos that
It's the right
when
word,
he was
right?
young, he left Puerto Rico and he moved to Florida. And he worked hard in Florida, right? He graduated early from high school. He got his high school sweetheart pregnant. They were so young that they both lived with their own parents. That's how young they were. But because he wanted to provide, he joined the Navy. He got a job, right? And he did well in the Navy. And then after he left the Navy, his grandmother and his father said, oh, you should go into the Border Patrol. And he'd always wanted to be a police officer. He'd always had a lifelong fascination with law enforcement. And you'll remember I told you that the truth is, this man, right, he identifies more with these officers in uniform here than he does with his defense counsel, which, in all truth, you might have seen in his messages about his defense counsel. But that is who he is, right? He believes in following the rules, right? I know it's so difficult to wrap our heads around that someone who could commit such ghastly acts believes in following the rules and wants to be respectful to officers, but that is who he is at his base. And you can consider his good behavior in jail, right? His respectful, quiet attitude in jail over these years as mitigating evidence. You can consider his prior military service as mitigating evidence. You can consider his service in the Border Patrol, even though obviously the way it ended. But you can consider all those things as mitigating evidence.
It's not a mitigating evidence that his lawyers talk too much.
Now, something else I want to talk about. Ronald is also a father. And saying that, in this case, is complicated. It's messy. Ronald had 3 children. 2 of them
She understands food
are
and
still with us.
more food. She doesn't really
He
listen.
tries, he wants, even though he's in jail, to stay connected to them. You saw messages to them, writing
See
to
you,
them,
Web.
wishing them happy birthday.
And I'm sorry it's so
One of those
boring.
children is not with us, is dead, grisly murdered by Ronald's own hand. Now, we condemn that, right? We don't forgive it. It is unforgivable, but we condemn the sin and not the man. And I'm asking you to let Ronald try, as you've seen him try in these past years, be a father as much as he can be to those 2 living sons. Now, a lot of when we talked to those 400 jurors that Mr. Alanese talked about, a lot of the comments were, remember the survey questionnaire, 29 pages?
You must have gone to a different law school.
I'm really curious. What was he thinking, right? What was he thinking? What was going on in his head? And that's something I want you all to take away as well, right? Because it doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense that someone in nearly 3 decades totally mundane
so I
right,
can't,
behavior, not exceptional, not violent, not criminal, right? No decades-long history, right? Suddenly goes and commits horrible acts like this. It doesn't make sense. What was he thinking? So you shouldn't get to special issue 2, right? It shouldn't be a consideration. But as you think about it, I want you to think about, right? And it's true, the drugs that he was on, the phentermine, right? And you'll remember I asked Dr. Gonzalez, well, psychosis goes in stages, right? And he said, yes. If you want, I can reread that testimony. And it's same page 29, lines 23 through 25. Okay, now
No,
there
he's
are phases
been an
of
a-hole all the
psychosis.
way
Isn't
through.
that true? Answer, sure, right? So I regret backing up a little bit and talking about psychosis because it's not a true issue in this case. We never said it was a true issue. We said it's mind altering, right? We said it affects the way you think. But even if someone back in that jury room says, oh, that's a lawyer trick, they're trying to say he was under psychosis.
That's why I
You
have
can
to
say
get
to
rid
them,
of her. Can't take the competition.
okay? And it doesn't turn on like a switch, like Mr. Alanese is telling you. There are phases to it, right? Your brain is affected. So as you think about his moral culpability, right, and you make this individual decision, you got to consider it, okay? What was he thinking? Something was going on in his head. Because nearly 3 decades of law-abiding, nonviolent behavior, this crime, he's going to be labeled a child killer. He's going to be labeled for the rest of his life as a capital murderer. But what was he thinking?
Capital CPT. Yeah, you know me.
There's more to him than that. Now, soon you're going to sit down and I talked about this in my opening. Soon you're going to sit down and you're going to have a civilized conversation with your other jurors about whether or not a living, breathing human in this room should be executed.
If I didn't have to get up tomorrow, I would be getting
We're
wasted.
just going to talk about whether or not someone who's been with us all
What do you
this
got to get up and
time
do?
is going to be strapped
What?
down to a gurney.
What do you got to get up and do?
That's an awesome responsibility. And there are things,
The young lady
and we
doesn't
keep
know,
harping on these,
when I have
but
to
I want
sleep in.
everyone to remember as you engage in this conversation, right, is that nobody should be forced,
Why are we still?
no one should be forced to impose the death penalty on another person if they do not agree that it is the appropriate punishment, right? So what does that mean? It means that your other jurors, you should not bully other jurors and you should not be bullied, right? If you see someone being bullied, you need to stand up and say, that's not appropriate, right? That isn't right. That isn't the way we conduct these deliberations, right? It is your responsibility to make individual moral decisions about the special issues that determine the ultimate punishment, right? They're individual decisions, right? What you bring to it, okay? Now, we all agree we want you to apply
You're gonna make the mic
facts
like Amaranth.
and the evidence, but
Win me those
you're going to
dollars.
still bring your own individual analysis to that. That is your job and responsibility as jurors. Now,
Reindeer, it's not about the font, it's
the last
about
one on
the
the slide is
content.
under Texas law, the sentence of life without parole is respected as a final punishment for capital murder. I feel like I've talked a lot about this, right? The death penalty is not automatic. Everyone has said that, right? In fact, what you can infer from Special Issue 1 is that the only people who are eligible to be executed in Texas are those that pose a continuing threat to society. If they can be incapacitated, then life without parole is the appropriate punishment. It's enough. Frankly, some of these are a little repetitive. But
Yeah.
so each juror must make their own individual moral judgment as the appropriate sentence, life in prison without parole or the death penalty. I feel like
The judge read them to you
now,
before.
you all have a duty to deliberate. All right?
Come on.
What does deliberation means? It means that you consider the other person's opinion. Now, after you deliberate and consider the other person's opinion, right? You must, or you should agree to disagree if you two cannot meet. Why is that? Because this is an individual moral choice that you're making. This is the second phase. This is not the first phase, right? You're not determining what happened, like what facts occurred, either it did or it didn't. You're making individual choices.
They did that in the first part too. That's why they're asking. is
And
that
once
the
you've
opinion
made
of
your
all
individual
jurors?
choice, you must vote in accordance with your own findings and conscience, and never to vote in support of a verdict that you do not feel is correct. Okay, so, and that goes both ways. Okay? I'm not saying it doesn't go both ways. It goes both ways. All right. If you came here to give someone a death sentence, I probably already lost you. All right.
You lost me.
And I'd suggest it's not accurate because the state hasn't met their burden on Special Issue 1. But if you've deliberated and considered and you came here to give a death sentence, and that is where you are, then you should vote according to that.
I wouldn't have said that.
Again, this is a little repetitive. I've said it. No
That's,
juror should ever pressure another
that's
juror or
a
feel
free
pressured
pass
themselves to vote
go
in
for the death
violation of their
sentence.
conscience or their oath to make their own final decision on a verdict. Now, my theme is obviously condemn the sin, not the man.
Ja, vi snakker er færdige, så skal vi ud og gå. Han snakker hele tiden. Han snakker alt for meget.
I have lived
Nu snakker han slet ikke.
with this burden of speaking for a life. And I apologize. I don't want Mr. Alanese to say, oh, Carlos, he was just worried about himself. Oh, Mr. Boggs is talking about his own burden. I understand. This is a terrible crime, right? And Amanda's family, Angelica, Mary, her poor father. I talked about in my opening that 4th of July weekend, right? Where we had several days off, and that the day before that weekend, we saw the crime scene photos, and I saw several of you crying, right? It was all I could do to stop myself from crying, and the joy and wonder of holding a child in your hands, which I hope
Jesus.
you all have experienced or will experience.
Det er simpelthen bare noget bræk, det han går ud. Det er noget bræk. Ja, det er bare noget bræk, han går ud. Det er simpelthen, jeg blev dum af at høre på.
Well, what I'd say to you is that I hope I've done justice to carrying this burden of speaking for a life and asking you to condemn the sin and not the sinner. This case has probably changed all of us. We will never forget the things that we saw and heard here, right?
No, Farrell, they have been going
Just this
for...
morning, as I was getting dressed,
84
I wanted
years.
to do justice for speaking
Yeah,
for life.
I think
As I was getting dressed,
they got 2 hours each.
I looked at myself
And
in the
they're
mirror
using it.
and I thought,
Every
this is
last
all up.
minute.
the state was attacking this lawyer. This lawyer is. We are beginning to speculate if they're having a male-on-male relationship, and one of them got out of the wrong side of the bed this morning because they are catty. Then we've been through the Bible. We had banging
Many members of
on
my
a table.
team, right,
We had yelling.
and other lawyers have said, "Why do you keep talking about how sad it is?
It's
Can't you
all
see
the wrong
that
things."
That's bad for Ronald.
And
Can't you see
I hope he's not
we
going
need
2
to
hours
talk
because
about the
then there's an
sadness?
hour left, and he has been treading water for the last
Sadness is
30 minutes.
Sadness is undeniable. There's no way around sadness, right? It's a
Come on.
right?
I made
Sure.
dinner.
Way.
I ate dinner.
This burden from me,
I have
and which I'm going to get
explained
to
to
you in a
Molly that
moment,
we can't go out
right,
and
to
have a
get through
little
that
wee-wee.
sadness is to focus on the law
And they're still going
and the evidence. That
about
is the only way
the man
to
and not the sinner, or the sinner, not the man, or sinner man, or whatever it is. Jamie, why did you insist
Ronald's
we
gonna
covered
die
this
in
case?
prison. No matter what your individual choices.
Everyone heard it clearly. Get
I
off the
wanna-
Bradley Yohn case.
I'm asking you to do the
We want to go back
courageous
to
thing.
Texas.
Condemn
Yeah.
the sin and not the
We want to
man.
know about
I
Tatas.
understand this district attorney's office
Everyone just
wants
wanted
you
to see this.
vote for execution, right? I understand all these cameras in here,
How
all
do
this
you think
media.
we would have
I
been if we had
understand
followed the last 4
what
days?
all
We
that
didn't
means as
really
well.
follow.
This is a big and important
I
case.
would have asked for the
If it bleeds, it
DP
leads,
myself.
right? That's what the media says. That's why they're here.
Yeah, I would
right?
just have been.
To vote with your oath, with your
I
individual
would have.
conscience.
I think I would have deleted my
It's a
YouTube
courageous
channel.
act.
He told
It's not
David to
worth it.
cover it, but David ain't covering it. He abandoned
Ronald
ship
is
like
guilty.
right away.
Right? Breaks my heart, right? Breaks my heart to think that.
She's
the man I've been working with, that I've
she's
sat
okay.
next to
She doesn't
long
run
ago
to the door to
is guilty.
go out and
It really breaks
and
my heart.
pee, but
But
she got this idea of grabbing my hand with
I'm gonna
her
say to you what
upper mouth,
we all
and then
wish
she's licking me.
that we could have said to Ronald
So she's
right
kind of
before
biting
night
me while
that
giving me
year,
love.
which is this.
She's like all the other
don't
ladies
have
in
to
my
do
life.
You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it.
You didn't have to go this long.
You don't have
Yeah.
Don't do this.
Please,
I've seen better acting in
not the sinner. Vote with your
kindergarten.
conscience and follow your will.
to do it. You don't have
We're all God's children. and
I
none of
hate
us are
this
God's
case.
children.
We're all God's
really-
children. You don't have to do it.
I'm sorry, all 34 of you. We even lost a lot of people.
Yeah,
This case
we
is-
lost like 20 people.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
Mr. Alanis,
no,
you have the remaining
no.
time.
no. The remaining time is an hour. No.
What? Is he gonna? What more can you say that you haven't already said? I'm driving down to Texas and I'll give it to him myself.
Yeah, bigger love lips.
You may.
Judge,
Let's
could
throw it
you-
up there and see what sticks. A play on words. He finishes by saying, "Hope your conscience."
Ooh, so many people I hate in this courtroom right now.
The instructions say, look at the facts, look at the evidence.
I know,
You
Mass.
can't have it both ways, Mr. Box. You can't. You are not here
And
sentencing
today
a
there's
child.
not even the Tour de France, so I could have that going on
He's
to
a child. He was acting like a child.
take my mind away
He's
from
acting
this.
immature. He's not a child.
Here we go again.
Use Juan David Ortiz. The state did not seek death on Juan David Ortiz. Mr. Ortiz did not kill his son.
But he killed a lot of other people.
And in Ortiz's case, the defense brought mitigation.
He forgot. Oh my God.
Accountability. This case is about accountability. We have given you all the evidence
He didn't use
so
them
that
all.
you can vote in good conscience to answer question 1.
Dave is on a vacation. Dave
Yes.
is living his best life.
And to
Jamie
answer
and I
question
are in
2.
Tejas watching
No.
this trial.
He visited a magical place that I'll probably never see in my lifetime.
Outside.
It's interesting to sit there and listen to the arguments by Mr. Boggs.
Yeah. They only been on writing for a week.
He makes a
I
big
can
point
do that.
about the mother. One of the other themes is the scripts. The scripts throughout this trial, right?
I don't think that's gonna
The
happen
mother loves
because
I submit
Tombstone lady
she
is
came
over
here
him
to court
every
to
time
show
there's
her
something
support
that could get him
for
mad.
Ronald. But what happens when he sees her?
Yeah.
What are you doing here?
I
Oh my
just hope and pray
Part of the script.
that they will bring on
The one that's
expert
at work
after
is me,
expert.
not you. You make the
hours
phone call.
of expert. What
Yeah.
year of
He
expert?
ran her off.
Impeachment of experts. And Sarah Boone won't take the stand.
It didn't go.
I would like that, Dave.
In deliberating on special issue
And,
number
after
2, you
2
shall
days,
consider
yes.
all the evidence presented
Tomorrow.
at guilt and innocence stage of trial and the punishment stage of trial, including but not limited to evidence of the defendant's character. You can consider the defendant's character, his background, and the personal moral culpability of the defendant. It's not the fact that he was texting that was disturbing. It was showing the depraved heart that he had, the callousness that he had in doing it before and after he just killed his son, when he still had the blood on his hands, while he waited there taking crotch pics, waiting for them to walk into their trap. Ladies and gentlemen, this didn't happen in a bubble. He uses the word suddenly. This suddenly happened. No, it didn't.
It's probably culture too.
They need a reality check. I submit that it started, this planning to kill.
I'm not
David
been invited.
Dominic
I'm just gonna
started when
keep focusing
found
on
out
this,
that
and
she
then
won.
Bradley Yohn finish that off. And if
That
Dave
went
asks
almost
me,
2
of
months
course I
that
will.
this plan
If
was
time
in
permits,
play.
I will always join him. I love Dave and I love being on with him. He's a nice guy.
Well, it was the
And if
testosterone.
the case gets boring, he's probably
Okay.
gonna leave me
Is
with
he
it.
though?
Been in
Is he though?
county
Look what he did to
jail
you.
for almost 5 years.
But I have to thank him because I've
All
grown
testosterone there that
almost
I-
200
we
people
know of.
doing this trial, and
there's no Fetterman being
I
injected.
think
But yet he still has the anger issues.
1,500 or 2,000 watch hours, so I can't complain. I'm very happy I met Dave
It's hard to
because
get in
there's
the
a very
mind of a
big ocean
killer,
and almost a continent between
but
us.
it's not hard to identify evil. It's not hard to identify evil. The acts committed by that man who's sitting there were
We don't know
evil.
yet. We'll find out the 21st. Because if the expert just is waiting for payment, then they're ready to go on the 24th.
And what are the characteristics that you can consider? Rogue, He wants to define penitentiary. Let me define rogue. A dishonest or unprincipled person.
Wild animal driven away or living
Elephant,
apart from
large,
the herd.
other large wild animal driven away, living apart from the herd and having savage or destructive tendencies. Rogue. It's fitting that the defense puts that picture in their opening statements. He was a rogue officer. And he doesn't define who the Border Patrol are. He's not a Border Patrol agent.
Quit screaming.
I hate this guy.
I hate him so much.
I hate my life. I only love you, Molly. Yeah, I love you.
It's a danger within the family, within law enforcement, and within the society that he's going to. Because if you're a threat and you get in his way, you know what his character says that he can do.
Look at those puffy testosterone nips.
If he can do it to an innocent baby, imagine a stranger.
Did you see my picture I tweeted?
Actions speak louder than words.
No, I haven't pulled it up yet. It's on my phone.
Mm.
If I try to do stuff on my phone, I keep.
That's how you can tell his predictability. Initiating at 8:25 in the morning, before he's committing the murder, contact with Z. Begins sexting with Z at 8:40.
Who cares?
Sending this picture barely an hour before the murders.
Ew, don't show us this crotch picture. What is
Sorry,
it?
I know this is a very female-heavy
But you can
channel.
read it right there at 9:08
But
a.m.
guys, don't do that.
Less than 45 minutes
I will
before
listen
his
to
baby
advice from the old guy.
and the young
No lady
mother
wants
walking to his trap. Mr. Blogg says that he's burdened, that he's going to pass this burden on to you. Not passing a burden on
Kids
to you.
behave.
You're doing your job. What about the burden that the Hernandezes carry every single day? And the burden that they're going to have for the rest of their lives? What about their burden? They didn't deserve to be butchered the way they were. And if he could have gotten away with it, he would have. And he almost did. And thank God for her sister's protection and her friend that they were able to find him. Otherwise, he would have gotten away with it.
I don't get why they're allowed to have
Make no
cameras
mistake.
in court, because they can tape the jury.
Dame. After
Kids
the murder.
behave.
That's what he says. 19 minutes before he's detained. His character. You can consider that. The sinner and the sin. You can't have it both ways. We've always relied on the facts. We've always relied
10
on the
minutes.
evidence.
10 minutes? Oh, dear God, Lord in heaven, please let me know. If you have a spare light, just give it to me.
What is happening? I'm gonna go.
Yo soy no habla español. Maybe.
Like always. And then also sometimes you probably do everything you're here. Just like everybody else.
It just frustrates me because when I was in the room and they were doing the questioning, I could hear them reading out messages of eggplant emojis that you were saying it was in March of 2018. Like you just made me so mad at me. You betrayed me. You betrayed me. To the end, you betrayed me.
And she is still married to him.
That's your problem. You're not distrusting other people, that's your problem. You used to trust people before, so I don't know what the fuck you're over there, like, not trusting people now.
Well, maybe you should pray about that, Ronald. Maybe you should pray and ask for that answer.
I'm not gonna, that's your problem, not mine.
Thank you. That's so very sweet of you, just like always.
Oh, yeah, you know what, fuck that. I'm over here, and I don't know what the fuck I did to you or what, but I just asked you, I don't want to fucking get when you come out with your fucking answer, you know, I'm really fucked up.
The blame game. That's what he's about. You want to know character? Listen to his phone calls. Aberrant behavior. No, ladies and gentlemen, it's in his heart. It's who he is. You want to judge somebody? Look into their heart. Don't look at their face. Look at what's in evidence. State's Exhibit 584. I'll read it to you. They told me no, I'm staying on the radar for trial since the judge thinks in comparison with the other one, Ortiz, he puts, mine is not as bad. He also said that the pretrial publicity is not as bad. The judge that saw my bond hearing 2 weeks after I got arrested, he denied my bail, but he gave Ortiz bail, even though he confessed to killing 4 people and ran away from the cops. I didn't confess because I didn't do shit, and I didn't run.
You didn't run.
That's who you have there. That's in evidence.
I'm sorry, this trial. I hate it. It's losing
Hold
me
on.
viewers.
It's
Oh
Nay.
my
She
God.
said she's going to talk to you in the AM and then come here in the afternoon. That other girl messaged me that she's going to go visit you tomorrow early, then come here in the afternoon. Take advantage if there's anything you want to tell me that you can't through here. Manipulating, using his resources to break the rules. Remember this letter? They're going to fall from the sky into the ocean, and when they are there, they're going to sink into the deep Pacific Ocean. Let's give you a little glimpse into the way he thinks of people that are threats, of putting them in a box, dropping them to the deep blue sea. These are the things that go in somebody's evil mind.
People, again, if you're about to do, or maybe considering, or even accidentally
3 times.
do a crime, don't write anything down.
Zelda to get an abortion. He wanted Dominic dead then. On March 25th, injecting him.
You said 10 minutes,
wanted
15
him
minutes
dead
ago.
on that
It
day.
just feels like 15 minutes ago.
And finally successful on April the 9th.
It was the wrong day to stop doing sniffing glue
The
or
lies
whatever it's from airport.
on and on and on.
Oh my God, it's 9 o'clock.
Remember, all of that evidence, you can consider it in
I've
answering
been here for
special
almost
issue
6 hours.
questions number 1 and number 2.
I don't get paid for this. Life choices and why we make them and why they're wrong. The only reason
I
is
don't know whose car it is. Oh, it
you,
rings a bell.
you viewer. Du, du, du. I've
It's
lost
hard to expect
20
a
viewers
situation
since this
for the fucking jury,
started.
he says. It looks like she took a beating last night or whatever. It's a fucking major coincidence, he says.
The biggest of coincidences. Yeah, Lefty, it's closing. I DM'd you a link so you can get on here with Jamie, and all the ladies can yell at you.
Hey,
And
well,
then
you
I
know
can go do what I wrote.
Give
in
us
the
your
tweet.
phone. I'm not giving you fucking shit, is what he said.
Yeah, Farrell, you get to look at me.
And you're going to
And,
apologize
see
to
how
me
the life
for
gets
accusing
drained out
me
of
of
me.
this. Remember he tells Reyes, Elizondo, you guys are going to owe me an apology when all this is over. Calculating, manipulative, deceptive. and they want you to send him
I hate guys with
to
that
be
part.
a G3 inmate
Always the small guys.
with all the rights, privileges, accommodations that they have. We don't need more than the crime. The crime itself and its characteristics, the evidence, the facts is all you need to answer question 1 with a yes and question 2 with a no.
In 5 minutes, it's been 3.5 hours. Didn't we start at, yeah.
Go to bed. Go to bed.
Really? Come on.
Go to bed,
I hate
said.
this Did he say Issa?
Shut up, what are you crying for? You dramatic little shit.
Who does that? Who does that? Look into his heart. You know the answer.
And almost as boring as Avatar.
After the meeting at the park, I got 3 more slides, Your Honor.
Oh my gosh.
Nope. You have used all your time. Let's go off before Lefty gets on. No, just kidding.
Yeah, I know. Once he gets on, everybody can leave.
Yeah, just bye.
Cheers now.
I won't say it's the worst movie ever, because Disney have made some really stinkers, but Avatar was so overhyped. It was the first, I believe it's the first movie I saw after my divorce.
Who did the mess? You did the mess? It was you?
I would rather be married than watch this movie again. It felt longer than my marriage. Hey, Lefty, welcome to the stream.
Hi.
That was too perfect.
Yeah.
Evil is powerless if the good.
He had 10 minutes left 15 minutes ago. This judge has a special Texas clock.
If the good are unafraid.
So now that you're here, we are all going to leave.
Yeah. It's your stream now. You're the captain now.
I'll ask you.
You can
on
handle
special
this.
issue number 1, where the probability that Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles would commit criminal acts of violence and constitute a continuing threat to society, answer yes and sign it. And on special issue number 2, whether taking into consideration all the evidence and circumstances, his character, background, the personal moral culpability of the defendant, there's sufficient mitigating circumstances to warrant a sentence of life in prison without parole rather than death sentence be imposed. Write in no and sign it.
Quit telling him what to do. Let's just move on.
On
He's
both
just,
counts.
I hate this theatrics.
Yes to special issue number 1.
No, it's back to the state.
And no.
It's Mr. Yelly
Special
McYelson.
issue.
Thank you, Shannon.
You sign it and say no.
Members of the jury, I'll give you time to get back to your table if you'd like, sir. Thank you. I'm about to send you into the jury room now to become again a jury deliberation room. I want you to start deliberating according to my instructions. I understand that also what you all ordered earlier is already just got there a couple of minutes ago. The ones who will stay in the jury deliberation room will be the 12 jurors, which of course would now include our new 12 jurors, and the alternates will stay in the alternative room, which we have for you as well.
Thank you, 12 pounds 7 ounces, baby Jesus.
Oh man. It feels like I just got on stream and it's over. Yeah, you did it just in time. You planned that, you little a-hole. Planned it. I bet you did. You knew. I didn't plan nothing. Yeah, you plan everything.
Yeah, you had an insider. Well, welcome. First time you're on my channel, so welcome, Lefty.
Thank you, Baker.
And ladies, try to behave yourself sometimes. We are not
True
just
story.
meat. We have feelings.
No, you don't.
Like Bradley would say, Lefty
What are
doth haveth the emotional feeling like much.
Mhm. What are your feelings? Let's talk about them. My feelings?
Be
Yeah. All these
prepared for
feelings you
Nick.
have.
Nick is sending something. He's sending 1,600 watches. Heads up. Oh,
What?
watches. Oh, Vice is rate to him. Nick is rating to me. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah.
We're not doing
and,
it.
And everybody just came at the right time because the state, the case against Ronald Burgos-Aviles just went into verdict mode. The jury was just sent back to deliberate if he got on a life sentence or he's just gonna get life in prison. It's a case we have been following for 3 weeks. It's the worst case I ever saw, not because of the circumstances in the case, but because it was filled with lawyers who just like to talk. And when they were finished saying something intelligent, they kept going for like an hour with something completely irrelevant, asking the most, I can't say asinine, that could be sensitive ears, but stupid questions you could imagine. We just been through 3.5 hours of closing arguments, consisted of talking about the Bible, hate the man, not the sinner, or the other way around. What else? Banging a table
27 times.
27 times. Not enough just to say he stabbed her 27 times. No, he banged the table 27 times. This case has drained all the life out of me. That's why I'm following the Bradley Yohn case, a pro se defendant who he slept in a bed filled with encyclopedias and then took a bath in a thesaurus and uses all the words in the wrong way and in the wrong, I don't know what to say. The man who said, "What in your analyzations of the DNA," and I'm Danish, we are from Scandinavia like Nick, just a bit better, and I know that's wrong, but I'm just so happy to have a lot of visitors, just as we're about to shut this stream down and wait for a verdict. I can't even show you my little puppy because it ran away. But
Molly took off.
Yeah,
She's
I think
out.
she's really, really wanting to go out and take a wee. We are an hour late because this case went very late. So yeah.
Aww. Grandpa Sal.
No, Flux. It wasn't a good move. It was so dramatic. It wasn't like no. It was 1, 2, 3, 4. You get the drift.
Yeah.
It was such. This is stupid.
Just belaboring the hell out of it.
Yeah, and no, they just went on for the verdict, but they were only 2 hours late to get started today, so it was a fast one. So sadly, I can't send you a rating because I'm not monetized. So someone tell me someone share a link for a good channel to go and watch. Well, if you've seen the degenerates that's around my channel, you know Farrell already got it clipped and photoshopped. So, hey Gigi, welcome. Just
You don't want to go for another 14 hours?
No, I really want to take my dog out because it sounds like she's going to do something bad to the carpet in a minute. So
I'm just kidding. I do not.
Yeah, but let's get through the motions. Lefty, talk about yourself.
Talk about myself?
Then he puts you have something to grip?
I'm a super nobody from Minnesota who sometimes has a stream that works and sometimes doesn't. That's about it. That's all I got. I usually boomer the hell out of it.
And I'm the Broken Baker. It's my channel. I started out covering Danish politics. That didn't really fill too much of my time, so I jumped on the covering trials. I'm what's called a layman in Denmark. That's our jury system. I've been that for 12 or 16 years in the lower courts, so I have some experience with being a juror. I have followed this case together with Dave from MLS Law. I sometimes hang out with Nick over on his Friday streams. I haven't been there the last couple of times because I've been dog sitting and she won't even show up for camera. But we all know the only reason people show up to this channel, the only star of the channel.
That's true. Look up, Jamie. I just hang out with everybody.
You don't just hang out. You have what everybody wants. Jamie is known for her luscious lashes. We even had this sent to us, the Lush Lash Foundation. That's Jamie's non-profit foundation. And just to say goodbye for everyone, and please leave a like. And if you would like to see more of this crazy thing we have going, please maybe subscribe. And then we can bully Jamie some more with her luscious lashes. And it's been 6 hours. I'll have to take the dog out. Everyone, have a good night.